Our guards of honour today have been provided by the juniors of Tata Steel Cricket Club and Neath Cricket Club. Good morning to our match umpires and host, Naeem Ashraf.
Okay. Well, good morning everyone and welcome to the Knoll in Neath for today's Metrobank one-day cup match between Glamorgan and the Sussex Sharks. Teams are just heading out onto the pitch, and you'll see that Glamorgan are going to be fielding first. They've won the toss, and as they did in the victory here on Wednesday over the Notts Outlaws, they have elected to field first. It proved to be a good tactic then, and they'll be hoping for the same again today against the Sussex Sharks. And I think it's the same team that won that match on Wednesday, back out here today. And cloudy conditions. It's warm, but a bit of a breeze blowing across, and it's quite a lot of grey clouds, so not as hot as it was on Wednesday. Maybe the prospect of a little bit of rain later on in the day, but we hope not. Hope it'll blow by. But still, we're set for this match where Glamorgan hoping to keep their unbeaten run going. 3 from 3 in the competition so far, leading Group B on net run rate over Warwickshire, who are at the other side also 3 from 3. Sussex at the other end of the table, they haven't won yet in their first 3 matches. So Glamorgan looking to keep going here. Joined again by Rachel Priest, former New Zealand and Wales international cricketer. Good to see you, Rachel.
Yeah, happy to be here again.
And yeah, another exciting day. It was good on Wednesday. What did you make of it?
Look, I think it was a really comprehensive win.
We'll just wait for the first ball. Tim van der Gooten, straight on target, and a big shout from the slip cordon.
Yeah, I think, look, Knott's obviously put a really good score on the board. As we said the other day, it is a small ground, it's a club ground, so we know that you need a big score. But I think that huge partnership with Byram and Ingram, you know, absolutely was a clinical display, really. 170 unbroken partnership is always going to win you a game, I think.
And it looks as if having won the toss, same again is looks like what Kieran Carson wants today. Put the other side in when maybe the batting will be a little bit trickier early on. Hope things flatten out as the day goes on.
Yeah, I think they've obviously got the experience of playing here, and it seems to be working for them. And often when you get on that sort of role of wins, you want to stick to what's working for you. So that's probably why they've done it.
So the opening batters, Tom Haynes and Tom Clark for Sussex. Tom Clark, the Sussex captain today, on strike. It's been tight so far. From Van der Gooten. Again, they were right on the money, the opening pair, on Wednesday, as they have been in this competition so far.
Yeah, just not giving the opening batters anything. The other day they kept them quiet for a long time, and they'll be looking to do that again today, and just right on the money, not giving these batters anything to put away.
Just a quick reminder, this is a 50 over competition. So 10 over power play. If you were following the live stream with us on Wednesday, you're aware that we had a few technical problems, so apologies that you maybe weren't able to follow us through to the conclusion. But all set for today. I'm very glad to have you with us, wherever you're watching. So, the perfect start, well, perfect in terms of runs conceded. A maiden over from Tim van der Gooten, right on the money. First over goes by, and Sussex yet to score. So they look to have a pretty set formula, certainly for the opening stages, Glamorgan. And no surprise to see that it's Jamie McElroy who's been given the ball.
Yeah, he got off to a really, really good start the other day. I think it was two wickets for 4 runs at one stage. So I think if you've got a formula that's working, then stick to it.
So he'll be bowling from the Dyfed Road end here at the Knoll in Neath. It used to be known as the Leisure Centre, I think, but the Leisure Centre is no more. Looks like they may be building something else on that in due course. Like it used to be painted white and acted as a perfect side screen. But it's not there now. And a great opener. So it's Will Smell behind the stumps, of course, with no Chris Cook, who's on Welsh fire duty. Smale got the gloves for this competition. 2 slips and a gully in. McIlroy hoping to swing it away from the left-hander. So 2 left-handers opening up for Sussex. Good to see a good crowd in here again this morning. Something lovely and intimate about playing in one of the smaller grounds on this little sort of 2-match move away from Sapphire Gardens, where Glamorgan play most of their matches. You really do feel very close to the action here. Sitting just a couple of feet the other side of the boundary rope. Do a bit of fielding. The spectators here, if the ball gets hit in their direction. It's a cloudy day. Maybe that'll help the ball to swing. Quite humid and warm as well. A bit of a breeze blowing across the ground as well. So 10 dot balls so far. Good start. Right on target. The Glamorgan opening bowlers. And this has been their formula.
Yeah, quite an attacking field as well. They've obviously got, you know, the 2 slips, the gully, a traditional sort of backward point, but they've also got a front of point catching, so good attacking field.
That's a beauty. Still looking for their first run, Sussex. And the second successive maiden. Tight stuff from McIlroy. Again, building a bit of early pressure.
Yeah, they've definitely carried on from Wednesday. Really, really good start from these 2 again, and just keep building and building that pressure on these openers, and hopefully it'll eventuate. We'll have some early wickets.
So the approach from the Sussex batters here might just be to try and get through this sticky period, not worry about the runs too much. I think that's perhaps the lesson from how Notts found it the other day. They did actually manage to post a decent total in the end, having sort of ridden through a pretty tough period. I think they were only 22 from the first 10 overs. Certainly hard going.
Yeah, you're right. I think they definitely proved that, you know, just hold your nerve, absorb that pressure, and on a ground this size you can definitely post a total. So I'm sure Sussex would have done their research, and they probably, potentially some may have played at this ground before, so they would have known it was, you know, not the biggest of grounds.
As Byram and Ingram showed, there are runs on offer here. It's not as if it's not possible to get good scores here, but I think maybe just early on in the day, a little bit more difficult. Just probably taking their time to work out the speed of the pitch. Possibly might not come on quite as quickly as it does down in Hove or even at Sapphire Gardens. So 14 dot balls so far. Beats the edge.
Nice bit of shape there as well. I think these overcast conditions will help that. But these bowlers are really on the money at the moment and making it difficult for the batters.
Those slips will certainly be feeling interested. And the gully and a backward point. Expecting something to fly through their area at some point. Good connection by Clark that time, but hit it straight to Dan Douthwaite in the covers. Stifled appeal as Clark looked to whip that one through mid-wicket. Didn't get any connection on it. So the dots continue.
Yeah, that was the first one he sort of looked to really put away there. Eyes lit up with it potentially sliding a little bit onto the leg stump, but didn't manage to get anything on it.
So it looks like they're just trying to hang in there, these batters. Maybe that's the name of the game. This can't go on for forever though. They're going to have to think about where they can get their runs. Big swing. Didn't carry that time. Smell. Scrambling stop on the first bounce, but that's the third successive maiden. We've had 3 overs and Sussex don't yet have a run.
Yeah, that was probably the first one that he'd sort of put at that fuller length. They've stuck with that back of a length that worked so well for them the other day. Batter's eyes lit up and didn't make any connection again, but yeah, really good start from the bowlers so far and just heaping pressure on the batters again.
Some really good skill from Van der Gooten as well. I think we stop for a moment to appreciate that he's swinging it away from the left-hander, so of course he can swing it away from the right-hander as well. So he's got the skill to do it both ways. McElroy has found his spot as well.
Yeah, I think an opening bowler that can swing it both ways, it's pretty much your dream opening bowler as a captain. You're going to trouble both left and right-handers, so yeah, these guys are just getting into a groove and they're bowling really well in partnership together as well.
So it's still 2 slips, Ingram and Bevan. Oh, again, bounce. Ball really is doing something off on the length that he's found there. Swing, bounce. This is really a tough test for Haynes and Clark. Just to survive, let alone to score runs.
Absolutely. The wicketkeeper in me is looking excited at this going past the outside edge, knowing that, you know, something's going to come probably to the keeper or to one of the slips, hopefully soon.
That one really flew through. So, big build-up of pressure here. I don't remember a game when I've seen 4 overs go by at the start. And there's not even been a run. We shall see. 3.5 overs gone. No score.
Yeah, and I think, look, it's a 50-over game, so the batters know they've got time, but I think any batter that's have this many dot balls is feeling a little bit of pressure right now.
It's Billy Root, who's in at short cover. You can see the slips. Ingram at first, Bevan at second slip. And there's the first runs, flashing drive, just over the head of Andy Gorvin at gully. And a bit of relief.
Yeah, probably the first ball that gave them anything to score off, and he's had a good flash at that. Always meant to hit it up and over. That'll release a little bit of pressure on these batters.
Yeah, he hit that well, Tom Haynes. Hit it hard. A little bit in the air, but he won't mind that. It's nice to middle something after a couple of overs of struggling. So at the end of the 4th over, Sussex have got the scoreboard moving. They're now 4 without loss. Really good start. Only 1 ball has been offered really to hit in the first 4 overs. And these 2 batters, well, they're still there. That's the important thing. They'll have done their research, I'm sure, as well, and will probably know that batting's likely to get easier. And that's true in most forms of cricket. As the ball gets a little bit older, starts doing a little bit less. But particularly testing this early on, as Tim Van der Gooten resumes big appeal.
Yeah, Tim was sure about that one. Everyone else was a little bit stifled, but
Yeah.
yeah, still more pressure building here. Clark's still on 0.
Probably just tailing down the leg side by the looks of things.
Yeah, I think Smale wasn't interested as a keeper, you know, when it's sliding down.
Look to drive that one, but it's right in that spot where it's clearly not coming on as they're expecting the batters. Just still yet haven't quite got used to the pace of this wicket.
Yeah, it definitely looked to hold up a little bit. Probably wasn't a length to drive. He just sort of was pushing at it. I think that, you know, 0 off 14 starting to weigh a little bit on him.
So Clark still to get off the mark. And that's his first runs, and very nice too. A lovely straight drive, and he's off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, lovely way to get off the mark. That'll, again, ease a little bit of the pressure.
So a boundary apiece now for this opening pair. And Tim van der Gutten has conceded his first runs as well. It's early on, lots of spaces for boundaries. Glamorgan only have one fielder outside the circle at the moment, down at fine leg. Everyone else in the circle. They could put another one out if they wanted in the first 10 overs, but no need at the moment. Looking to keep things tight, stop any singles. Another nice looking drive, but that one's straight at the captain, Kieran Carlson. The key man, obviously, is captain, but the way he leads by example in the field, will probably find himself in that short catching cover position at some point, which he's really specialises in. Sometimes more mid-wicket, sometimes short catching cover, but stops a lot of balls through there and takes a lot of catches as well. An edge, and it went wide of gully. It's Ben Kellaway there. So a half chance there. But Clark survives. He moves on to 6. And the end of the 5th. Sussex 10 without loss.
Yeah, and I think as we were just speaking about, Carlson's fielding's been really, really good. And I think on Wednesday all of the fielding was good. We saw some good catches taken and some really, really good ground fielding as well, cutting off a lot of runs. And, you know, the bowlers are doing their job, and it really helps when your fielders are backing them up as well.
Yeah, good tight start. This is their formula, this is their way, it's their practice pattern, and it's going to plan so far. It's the wickets column, that's what Glamorgan would really like as well, would really put the cherry on top of the cake if they could get 1, 2, 3 wickets in this power play.
Yeah, I think they'll be pretty frustrated if they can't pick up at least a couple after the start.
And that one is through. Ran it off the outside edge. Threaded it through that quite congested area of fielders. Slips and gullies. And a welcome boundary, despite the dive from Andy Gorvin.
Yeah, pretty good effort to get it through all those fielders there, but I'm sure he'll take that. It's moved on to 8 off 14, doesn't seem so bad now after the slow start.
It's true, a couple of boundaries. You can soon catch up with the rate. Ooh, expansive swing there. Again, I think he's anything with a bit of width. I think he's going to try and slice that over point.
Yeah, I think with short boundaries like this, you hit it hard enough, you know, you get it through the field, it's going to go. But as we said, a very congested area through there, so he's going to have to get it right or go over the top.
The short third man, point. And that's through again, same spot. He's played that well. I think soft hands and making sure it didn't fly in the air. It went down all the way, and that's proving to be an effective release valve for Sussex, that shot.
Yeah, really well played again. As you said, soft hands, making sure it goes straight down into the floor and running away quickly.
I think that may have prompted a change in the field as well. Now, so the gully is gone. And Andy Gorvin's now down standing in front of the score box on the third man boundary, just to try and cut that boundary option off. Haynes now up to 12.
Yeah, I think McElroy adjusted his line well there. He'd obviously been erring very slightly wider, and that one he just brought back a bit straighter, so to cut that shot off.
It's a very different Sussex batting lineup, this one, to the one that played in the Blast earlier this season against Glamorgan. And there's an edge. This time it's not a 4. Andy Gorvin doing his job down there, but shame from a Glamorgan perspective that one didn't go to hand. A little bit unlucky McElroy. I think the first two were maybe played more down there. That one was a genuine edge. Yeah, that certainly wasn't under control. Flew wide of the slips.
Yeah, managed to square him up a little bit there, and I think it would have gone in the gap even with if Gorvin was still up, but a little bit frustrating for Glamorgan to leak the 2 boundaries and then have a potential chance go through the gap.
So 90 without loss, and Sussex starting to build now. They really did weather the storm at the start. We went to, I think, 3.5 overs before we saw the first run. But those boundaries have just really helped things to get ticking. Catches Haynes in the midriff, that one. Painful. Wandering away to square leg to collect his thoughts. Gather himself together again.
Yeah, may have caught him on the hand as well. He's shaking that left hand a little bit, so it's never nice. Never seems to hit the padding on the glove.
And that'll be the one, because Van der Guten has been swinging it away from the left hand. That's the one where I think it swung back into the batsman.
Yeah, he's still shaking that hand a little bit, and he's gone for another walk, so probably just gathering himself again.
Great intent that time from Haynes. Came down the pitch. Didn't really get to the pitch of the ball, but still got plenty of it and smashed it through point.
Yep, good bit of fielding by the crowd there. He's absolutely laid into that one. First bit of width, really, from Van der Guten. He's put that away.
The short boundaries, that got there in a flash, didn't it?
Yeah, very short boundary out there.
So it suddenly just seems a little bit easier for the Sussex batters. They've managed to get through that early period. And I guess this batting does tend to get easier the longer you're there. So Clark's faced 18 balls, Haynes has faced 22. Starting to work the singles now as well as those boundaries.
Yeah, I think they'll be most likely just be focusing on that partnership total together. Look, it's, they've gotten off to a slowish start, but with no wickets down, even after the power play, that's going to frustrate Glamorgan. And the bigger they can build this partnership, the more frustrated they get. And I think they will be. Obviously, I would have had a look at the other game and be thinking, what score do we need to get here to keep Glamorgan quiet.
Oh, and what has that hit? Again, Haynes has gone for another little jog. I don't know if that's caught him on his toe or...
Oh, he's in the walls a bit this over.
Hit himself with his bat when he came through with the bat swing. I don't know. Anyway, he looks like he's hobbling slightly. Did a little jig all the way to square leg and back. Sussex now 25 of that loss. Let's have a look. Oh, I think he's hit it onto his foot.
Yeah, he's hit it right into the toe.
Yeah. Thought the best course of action was to get that toe moving straight away before it seized up. Hopping about in pain. Almost literally there. Well, Haynes has played well actually in the last couple of overs. Starting to show a bit of aggression now. Clark has certainly been the quieter of the two. He tries to get it on the axe, but misses.
Yeah, I think it sometimes can put even a little bit more pressure on you when your partner's starting to seem a bit freer as well. So he's probably just wanting to get a couple away, and that'll make him feel a lot better. But he wants to be careful there. There's still, 2 slips, that sort of wide gully point. Lots of people ready with their hands ready for a catch.
It's got a little bit darker here up the knoll now, the clouds. And that's in the air, up and over. And 4 for Clark. So clearly feel they've got the measure of the speed of this pitch now, and they're going to throw their hands at anything with a little bit of width. They feel like he's in the slot.
Yeah, and I think all of the 4s that have gone down there so far have purposely been hit over the field. As we've said, a congested area there, but I think if you hit it on the up with that sort of pace on it, it's always going to go up and over, and such a short boundary, it was 1 bounce 4.
Nice drive straight down. Don't think it's going to have the legs. Kieran Carlson in pursuit. Oh, just done enough to slow it down. Helped it by Dan Douthwaite. And an excellent throw as well.
Yeah, close run out at the keeper's end there.
Just managed to get back. And they take 3.
It's a good effort to run a 3 on this ground, I must say.
Yeah, they really went for it. Kieran Carlson just got a fingertips on it. Didn't really stop the ball, but I think he took the pace off it, and hopefully Dan Douthwaite had chased back as well. So the breeze just picked up all of a sudden here. Bit of dark clouds. We're hoping this is going to blow over. 1 or 2 jackets being put on just in case in the crowd. Thankfully no umbrellas just yet. McIlroy looks to try and get back on that length. It served him so well early on. That length and line. Offered nothing in the first couple of overs to hit. But fair play to the Sussex batters. They have pushed a little bit of pressure back on the Glamorgan bowlers now. Not letting them dictate or just do their own thing. Starting to move around a little bit, come down the pitch. Haynes under edge, and that's going to race away for another 4. So all of a sudden, the run's flowing quite freely now.
Yeah,
Haynes up to 22.
Looking pretty frustrated there as well, which is fair enough. It's never nice when you have an under edge through there.
Yeah, that wasn't far away from the stumps, that one. It's a moral victory for the bowler, I think, but
I think the batter will take it.
there's no fielder down there, so more valuable runs for Sussex. So 11 off the over. And all of a sudden, after a very sticky start, Sussex are now going at 4.5 and over. So they'll be pleased with the way they've recovered. 2 more overs left in the power play.
Yeah, they've turned that around really well, considering they went 3.5 overs without scoring a run. Just good opening batting, really, absorbing the pressure and turning it around on these bowlers. And, you know, Glamorgan got off to a really good start and would have been thinking, you know, wickets coming soon, but it hasn't happened for them, so a little bit frustrating for them.
So they're just doing some basic maths in my head, and they've probably been going at 7, 8 or an over since like the 4th over, so they've done really well actually.
Yep.
And if they could keep going at that sort of rate, that would be a very healthy score.
Overcast day doesn't seem to be stopping the crowd from coming in. Still lots of people finding their seats.
Yeah, I think there's enough optimism in the forecast that we could, with a little bit of luck, get through without a drop of rain. You never quite know. Certainly there's a lot more cloud than there was on Wednesday, which was an absolute scorcher. But definitely still shirt sleeve order for most people. You can see in the back, great to see some children in the front row there, behind Kieran Carlson. Great chance to get close to their heroes. Hear all the shouts in the field. You can hear what the players are saying on the when you're sat so close. That's one of the lovely things I think about these playing matches at these smaller grounds. You do get up close and personal. It feels a bit like watching the club match at your local ground.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you're so close in.
Yeah, the kids might even get a catch in the crowd if they're lucky.
You'd imagine there'd be 1 or 2. So this is the knoll, probably the adjacent to the rugby ground, which is perhaps a little bit more famous than the cricket ground, home of Neath Rugby Club. Once a mighty power in the game of Welsh rugby, the Welsh All Blacks.
Is that called the knoll as well?
The knoll, yeah, that's right. It is. I think the whole area is called the knoll. Yeah, it was a pretty intimidating place to come. Certainly back in the 80s and 90s, possibly a little bit less so these days, but with regional rugby and other things like that. And it's probably seen better days, the rugby ground, but it used to be a very intimidating place to come to. A pretty uncompromising team they were. So we're just adjacent to that, the cricket ground. There's like a small stand really between the rugby pitch and the cricket pitch. Still 4 floodlights over the rugby ground as we look out, but none pointing in the direction of the cricket pitch, so but lovely to see some extra marquees and tents and temporary stands here. Make sure there's a really good crowd in here. Nice atmosphere. Lovely little burble in the crowd early morning. Everyone enjoying their first coffee and there's an edge. Clark has nicked it, went for a big drive and feathered it through.
Yeah, sort of felt like that was coming. I think the pressure was just mounting on him there, and every chance he got he was doing a bit of a swing, and that one he's caught up with, but only with the edge.
So, good catch from Will Smale. Flew really fast through, took it in front of his face, and that's the first wicket for Glamorgan. So Sussex now 36 for 1.
Yeah, he really looked to put that out over the boundary there, didn't he? Probably a little bit frustrating there for Sussex. You know, as we said, they'd absorbed so much pressure and hadn't lost that wicket in the power play, but to lose one now sort of swings it back towards Glamorgan.
So Clark has to go for 14. The captain is gone. And that brings Henry Rogers out into the middle.
Change flowing. Ben Callaway.
So we're into the final over of the power play now, and a change for Glamorgan. And we're going to have an over of spin in the power play. Not something we've seen too often with Glamorgan. It's Ben Callaway. And now with I think a right-left combination, we may see some of his tricks. Ability to bowl right arm and left arm spin. Starts with the right to the left-hander, as you'd expect. Trying to turn it away. Now let's see what happens here. Bowling to the right-handed Rogers.
Yeah,
and it looks as if straight away. Yep.
Wonder if there's a plan to Rogers here, maybe with bringing the spin on. As you said, we haven't seen it that much in the power play, so maybe he's susceptible to something here.
So what's he going to do? Is it left arm now? No, still going with the right. It's funny that we have to kind of query it and see if we can spot which one he's going to do. Certainly in the game on Wednesday he was bowling with both arms.
Yeah.
I think he's going with the right early on. I think that's probably his slightly stronger one. Oh, was that an edge?
I think it was. Ingram looks disappointed there, so I think it was. Looked like he got one, if not two hands to it, unfortunately.
And to rub salt into the wound, the next ball driven through the covers for 4. Well, that's a let off there for Rogers.
Yeah, definitely looks to be being aggressive to the spinner, so maybe it was a plan to, they know that he likes to get after them, and they did get their chance.
Rogers drives again, straight to the fielder this time. Just Eddie Byram in there at the short cover position. Centurion on Wednesday. So that's the end of the over from Ben Callaway and the end of the power play. So Sussex 41 for 1 after 10 overs.
Probably after the start they'd take that. You know, 3.5 overs without a score, and to get the rate up to 4, just over 4s now. It's not a bad effort, really.
No, they've recovered well. We'll be hoping they don't really rue that drop catch there. That slip went pretty sharply. Rogers edged the bowling of Callaway. So it's Tim van der Gooten to continue into his 6th over. Haynes now on 23 from 28, so he certainly looked the most comfortable batter. So Glamorgan now, of course, allowed to have more fielders on the boundary, can do 4 in this phase of the game, between over 11 and over 40. They're now 4 out there, and immediately they've got a sweeper on both sides of the wicket, cover and mid wicket, as well as deep third man and deep fine leg. one slip in place. And he'll be interested, as Ingram. He'll want to make amends for that earlier drop.
Yeah, I think he's still beating the edge really nicely there, so slips and keeper still in with a chance here. But just putting those fielders back as cover, because Haynes has looked the most comfortable at the moment, so they want to minimise his runs, I would say.
Yeah, on the spot, just short of a length, not giving them anything to drive. Things have brightened up here now, which is nice. I think the darkest cloud has just blown over for now, so quite pleasant now. Hazy brightness. Certainly nowhere near as warm as it has been earlier this week. Right on the money again.
Yeah, that back of a length has looked so difficult to score on even Wednesday. When they got it right, it was really difficult as well, so definitely looks to be the plan that they've gone with. And I think with short boundaries like this, you don't want to get too full, give them too much to swing away at.
Nice looking shot, but it'll only be one. Now that Jamie McElroy's out there sweeping on the cover boundary to the left-hander. So just a single from that over. So tight stuff. Managed to stem the flow of runs that was just starting to creep up a bit uncomfortably high for Glamorgan towards the end of the power play, but still you'd say 42 for 2, 42 for 1 I should say, correction. It's steady. I imagine that both sides will be reasonably happy with it. I think Sussex for having survived that very testing opening period. And Glamorgan be pleased to have taken a wicket. Wish it was 2, I think, or 3, but still kind of maybe on as even at the end of the power play as Ben Kellaway continues.
Yeah, the game just in the balance at the moment, which is good for the crowd, keeping everyone interested. But I think they'll be happy that Rogers is facing Kellaway again. I think there was the early chance, and then he looked to be quite positive, and I think that always has the potential to bring some chances and a little bit of risk.
Oh, that's in the air. Chance. Lands safely. In between the two fielders, Billy Root and Andy Gorvin, who were both converging on the ball, but Rogers does look like he wants to get on with it.
Yeah, definitely. He certainly didn't get all of that.
No. Stroke of luck. Wasn't a convincing shot at all, but thankfully for him, dropped in no man's land. So Kellaway trying to rush through his over. This feels good from a Glamorgan perspective, just sort of getting through it quickly. No fuss. Keeping the tempo up. Kieran Castle will always have a go at the stumps from any position, even pretty much lying on the floor, as we saw there.
Yeah,
he's a sharp fielder.
Really leading from the front with his fielding, isn't he?
Always looking for a little run out. As Rogers again continues in the same vein, trying to hit the ball hard. Gets a single this time. And 4 singles from the over. 46 for 1 now, Sussex. From 12 overs.
The bowling from the Oakwood Road end.
Good to see the crowd in. Local cricket supporters haven't had too much cricket this far west for a little while, so really great opportunity if you're in the Neath or Swansea area to watch some cricket close to home. Really enjoying this last couple of days. Glamorgan on tour. An hour down the road from Sapphire Gardens, the main Glamorgan ground. And change of bowling is Tom Bevan, off spinner, and they're rushing here, and a comfortable 2 in the end. So interesting tactic to get Bevan into the game early, spin at both ends.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it is a plan to Rogers, because it is quite early. You know, the medium pace has been quite successful. You see the swing overcast is giving the paces a bit of swing, so maybe it is a plan.
Full of that time. Comfortable single. Andy Gorvin, the man sweeping the offside boundary to the right-hander. Jamie Mackerel on the other side of the pitch. Fine leg is up. It's Eddie Byram and third man. As you'd expect, probably against the spin. The deep field is in front of the wicket, that's in the air. Flat batted over cover. But a nice piece of work down there. Fair play from the big fast bowler McIlroy. Does a good job for his team.
Yeah, great fielding. We saw that the other day. He's willing to get down and put his body on the line for his bowlers, so it's always nice to see.
50 up for the Sharks. 51 for 1 now, with 1 ball left of the 13th over. So the end of the 13th, 51 for 1. Haynes on 28. And Rogers, the new batsman, on 9. Got there fairly quickly. Showing like he wants to play some shots and get on with it.
Yeah, it looks like they're just sort of trying to change the momentum a little bit in their favour with being positive with their shots and running as well. We saw they pushed a nice 2 in that over as well. So just trying to continue on from the end of that power play.
So Henry Rogers on strike as Ben Kellaway continues. Going with the right arm at the moment. Well, he's certainly trying to hit the ball hard. Glamorgan are hoping he'll induce him to hit the ball in the air. Interesting that mid on and mid off both up, saving 1. Maybe an invitation to try and hit it over our heads if you can.
Yeah, potentially that last one that he didn't quite get hold of. They're thinking there might be a chance he might sky one again.
They've dropped mid off back for Haynes now, so maybe just giving him the chance for a single. Trying to get Rogers back on strike maybe. I still think he's early enough in his innings that he may offer a chance. Still 1 slip in play. Pretty tight over, just the 2 singles from it. 53 for 1 after 14 overs. Callaway just having a chat with his spin twin. Bowling in tandem, trying to work on plans together. So it's Bevan bowling to the left-handed Haynes. Good looking to turn it away, bring slip into play. A bit short of a length there, allowed Haynes to rock back and punch it through. Square on the offside. That brings Henry Rogers back on strike.
Always sort of feels like something could happen when he's on strike.
It does.
Whether it's a chance or whether it's a boundary.
Takes a single. We had to watch that one pretty closely as they had plenty of spin onto that ball. It didn't go towards him in a straight line. It was definitely in a curve as the spin took effect. Went on an arc, and so he had to make sure that he got his hands on it. Quite a tough ball, given how short the boundaries are. Rogers again showing attacking intent, but that's a good piece of work from Van der Gooten. The big fast bowlers on both sides of the wicket here are doing a good job for their team.
Yeah, they're backing up the spinners, which is nice to see.
That stop just keeps Rogers to a single. Floated from Bevan this time. Take one. So 5 from it. And Rogers sort of settling in a little bit now. Looking a little bit sketchy early on, but seems to now just be taking the singles that are on offer without taking anything on that's too high risk at the moment. But Morgan, clearly the way they're bowling at him, where they're putting their fielders, and want to encourage him to play some big lofted shots down the ground. And I hope he will hit one in the air.
Yeah, it's sort of building at the moment, isn't it? Look, these batters are feeling more comfortable, building a good partnership, but there's also chances coming.
Quicker ball. And cut away very nicely. It's a good shot from Haynes. A bit more zip on that delivery from Callaway, and he used all that pace to put it away. Good grab in the hospitality tent there.
It's a good comeback there. Straight back on dot.
Batting certainly feels a lot easier now. Probably because there are lots of singles on offer. They're rotating the strike well here, are the Sharks.
Good fielding out there again. It just gets to you so quickly on the boundary, these short boundaries.
So 64 for 1, the end of the 16th. It feels like we're rattling through the overs now with the 2 spinners on. That's maybe attached to try and keep the tempo up and fly through the overs. Haynes still there at 37, has played nicely. And Rogers. Almost faced 20 balls now, so he'll be feeling more in, you'd think. Has got a start and be looking to push on. This is Tom Bevan to continue with his off spinners. And Rogers has hit that one nicely through mid-wicket, got on the back foot and...
Yeah, he just rocked back and it was just too short, that one.
Slapped
just hit
it through.
Yeah, hit it really well. Out to mid-wicket area, a bit of fielding to be done with the feet by the crowd. Much better length that time, cramped him up a little bit.
Falling round the wicket to the right-hander. Yeah, nice batting, boundary, and then get off strike, get up the other end. So a couple more seam options that Glamorgan have as well, as these two spinners, Dan Douthwaite and Andy Gorvin. The other options, who we haven't seen yet, as Rogers pulls that one round the corner very nicely, got down on one knee, and gets another boundary. So he's going really nicely now. 22, a runner ball.
Yeah, you think potentially after that over we might see a change in the bowling. Just a couple of genuine boundary balls that have been put away really nicely in that over. Apart from those two balls, was a tight over.
Yeah, it was 10 off it now, so Bevan has gone for 20 from these 3 overs so far. That last one was rather spoiled. Was a reasonably tight first couple. So he does have a few options. Just Kieran Carson, not just stuck with the 5 bowlers. He's got at least 6 and possibly 7. A few part-timers who can bowl a little bit. And he has thrown the ball to Andy Gorvin now. Bowling hero of the last match here on Wednesday. So career best 5 for 56. As Glamorgan beat the Notts Outlaws. Bowled really well.
Yeah, kept it really tight, and I think, you know, may not be the fastest bowler out there, but he's definitely got some tricks and things he can do to bamboozle the batters.
Keeping these singles rotating nicely now. Another Sharks pair. Henry Rogers and Tom Haynes. Haynes has been there from the start, of course. Well set now, doesn't he? Looks pretty comfortable. It's been a while, I think, since we've seen him play at miss at one, or it's a free hit.
Yeah, I think it was a front foot no ball there, just overstriding slightly.
Haynes will be eyeing up a boundary area somewhere. Has a smash at it, tries to go straight, and that's a brilliant piece of work to stop it. Billy Root.
Yeah, he's done really well there, and they didn't take a run, so nothing more frustrating as a batter to not put a free hit away, so really well bowled and well fielded.
Seemed like a pretty good option, but it took a very good stop to deny him the boundary. Sounding nice off his bat. The crack of the bat bouncing around the ground here.
Yeah, he's looking really comfortable now. He's faced 57 balls, so you'd hope he was feeling comfortable.
Now Rogers, how will he play Andy Gorvin? Henry Rogers has, again, just seems to have settled down the last couple of overs. Very early on, was dropped at slip, and then hit one up in the air and was lucky just to see it land between two converging fielders. So he's ridden his luck, but we'll have to make the most of it now. He's had a chance and be given another lifeline. That's what batting's all about sometimes.
Yeah, I think he got out for a duck the last game, so he probably came out thinking he just wanted to get something away straight away. So he's done that, and like you say, he's settled a bit now, 23 off 24, and they're looking pretty comfortable now. They're rotating the strike quite well and putting away the bad ball. So a little bit ominous for Glamorgan here. They'll want to pick up another wicket pretty quickly. Well,
as you predicted, Tom Bevan replaced. It's going to be Dan Douthwaite. Just make it.
Yeah, it was good fielding from Callaway there, and I think if that was a direct hit, probably would have been gone.
They're trying to work the singles, this pair, but that one was tight. I think a direct hit, he may have been gone. It would have been close. So Dan Douthwaite. It's a fast medium, right arm. Bit of work for Andy Gorvin to do down on the boundary. Does it nicely. And then you come back for two.
Yeah, Rogers is certainly not afraid to play his shots. I think anything full he gets, he just flashes at it, which is good to see as long as it's hitting the middle of the bat. Got to be careful with those edges.
So, very full. Douthwaite dug out well by Rogers. It's a deep square leg. But mid on and mid off, both up. Fine leg and third man are back, and there's a sweeper here on the offside. Rogers, nice drive again. Well picked up by Gorvin again. Could be a busy man down here. Ball really flying through to the boundary, so have to move quickly to cut the boundaries off, but he's doing a good job. Putting in the miles, I think, down here on this boundary. Several sort of 5, 10, 20 metre sprints. It's going to be quite testing for a fast bowler.
Yeah, he looked to be in a bit of pain after he picked that ball up. He had a bit of a grimace on his face. I don't know whether he's got a bit of a hot spot on his hand or a sore finger, but he's been looking at the coaches after he's been fielding the ball a few times, so hopefully nothing too serious with his bowling hand.
He's standing right in front, there's Andy Gorvin, of the change rooms here at the pavilion. Grant Bradburn in place on the boundary, on the boundary's edge. So easy to pass on messages to him there. As Dan Douthwaite's first over comes to an end, just 4 runs from it. And the Sussex Sharks 83 for 1 after 19 overs. So incredibly good stuff from Van der Gooten and McIlroy at the top. Callaway's been economical as well. Batting certainly does feel a lot easier now in the last of 5 to 10 overs. Good reaction stop by Callaway. He was at backward point.
Yeah, really good fielding there. I wonder if can he throw with both arms? I've only seen him throw right-handed, but that would be a good a skill to add on as well.
Well, you think he probably can. If he can bowl, you think he probably can.
Yep.
Wouldn't want you to see my left arm throw.
Neither.
Rogers hits that one hard, but again finds the man down on the boundary, Jamie McIlroy. He's literally about a metre away from those spectators standing down there, so they'll be enjoying it. Getting close to the big fast bowler. Feels like he's got a bit of a duty of care to stop the ball flying into them as well down there.
Yeah, it can flick up off the rope, so hopefully they're all watching and alert and ready to field the ball if necessary.
Seen some trying to stop it with their feet down there in the crowd. It's been one tactic. Not we would encourage that as coaches.
No, no, no.
Normally go with your hands. It's normally the safer option. In case it bumps up and cracks you on the knee or the ankle, which is never fun. I suppose when you're in the crowd, it's a slightly different thing. Oh, good attack there. Really, the way that McIlroy attacked that was fabulous. Made Rogers and Haynes question whether to come back for the second. He attacked it so hard, I think they immediately decided it wasn't worth the risk. So really good work from the Glamorgan bowlers in the field here.
Yeah, another single there. They're sort of rotating reasonably well, but like you say, the standard of the fielding has been so good, and I think, you know, when you see a big fast bowler out there putting in the yards, it really does lift you as a team and sets that standard. It's good to see.
It's about 65 minutes gone in the game. In the 20th over, in fact the 20th has just come to an end. 3 from it. Gorvin figures of 0 for 8 from his first 2 overs, and after 20 overs the Sussex Sharks 86 for 1. Crowd enjoying themselves here at Neath in one of the small temporary stands here. Good to see all ages. A few youngsters in amongst the regulars. Of course, it's school holiday season here. Second week of the school holidays.
Starting to get a little bit darker in the last 5 minutes or so. Hopefully these ones blow over as well.
Dan Douthwaite to continue. Bowling from the Oakwood Road end here at the Knoll. Measured run up as Douthwaite. A lot of the speed just comes from sort of whippy action with his arm. Really quite explosive when he gets to the crease, but sort of lollops down fairly, well, relatively gently, and then produces a lot of that pace. A strong shoulder, strong back, and a fast arm. Can bowl a quick bouncer and surprise batters a little bit. So Rogers, 28 from 32. Drives nicely. On the up. I think it's only going to be 1.
Yeah, they thought about 2 there, but it was good fielding from Gorvin. He's doing well out here on the boundary.
In the yellow kit for the one-day cup competition. Different kits for each of them.
Thought I heard something there. Some creaking of the pads or something, but he's flashed at that one.
Yeah, it did look a bit loose there. I think he just saw the width and closed his eyes and went for it. Didn't make contact.
Certainly got that one to a reasonable pace, so lots of shoulder work there.
Just a single.
Definitely does have a long run up for someone that starts off all right pace, seems to slow off a bit, and then it all happens quickly in his delivery stride.
He's pulled away. Not really been timed. I think it's going to be cut off. It is. McIlroy getting his steps in down there on the boundary. He's been busy down there.
Yeah, you'd have to say you've really mistimed that one not to get a boundary, even, you know, with the short boundary. Do you think that would have run away? But he's gotten big on him there.
He's still there, Rogers, going on quite nicely actually. 31 now, almost a runner ball. Haynes, who opened up, 43. Nicely set now, and we'll be hoping to go on and get a big score now. We've done the hard work of getting through those sticky early overs. And has looked pretty composed since. Perhaps the flash at the wide one in that last over from Douthwaite accepted. He's looked pretty comfortable. Singles are coming nicely, rotating the strike. Ball hitting the middle of the bat, it seems, more often than not now.
Yeah, they're building nicely, and I think, you know, there's still 28, well, 28.5 overs remaining. They've got a lot of time to build a big total here.
It's again well hit. That's Eddie Byram doing the sweeping this side. Right in front of us. No commentary position here. We're mid-wicket really. So if Rogers does decide to hit across the line and launch one in the air, we may be catching it here. And that's been very well timed and beats the despairing dive of McIlroy this time.
Yeah, good effort out there, but I think he just hit that too well. He's looking really comfortable now.
Here's a good shot.
Rogers.
Lovely moment for the young man in the crowd as well there. In his Glamorgan shirt to pick the ball up and throw it back. He'll remember that. That's the sort of thing you dream of as a young lad coming to watch cricket. Pick the ball up in a match and throw it back. It's one of your heroes. I remember doing that sort of thing back in the day myself, back in the 1980s. Gosh. Felt very exciting at the time. And it is, to be this close to professional sport. It's lovely for the young cricketers. Can be inspirational.
Good comeback here from Gorvin though after the boundary. Couple of effort balls to keep the batters under wraps.
So Henry Rogers, 35, not out. Oh, and that one a shot through. Hasn't bounced. And he's lucky that that didn't clip the off stump.
I don't know if that was a slow ball or something, but it certainly shot through low. Close to the stumps there.
Yeah, real first sign of a variable bounce. Yeah, that's gone very low. Certainly surprised Will Smale as well. It was much lower than he was expecting it. So a bit more luck for Rogers. But he's still there, that's the important thing from the Sharks' perspective. Nice little partnership building here. Stan Douthwaite, there's a big appeal. It's not been given.
Oh, Glamorgan.
They were absolutely convinced he'd nick that one.
They're despairing out there. They were so sure of it. Douthwaite had barely turned around to appeal to the umpire. He was celebrating.
Let's have a look. Certainly very close to the edge, and the batsman did look back as well. Those little signs. Oh, well, who can really say without the technology, but
Glamorgan looked very, very positive about that.
And this time he has nicked it. Replica ball straight away, and Douthwaite is pumped. He's got his man, and Glamorgan have their second wicket. The Sussex Sharks 95 for 2, and it's Haynes, the opener, who's gone for 44.
Yeah, you don't see that very often, do you? It's pretty much exact same ball.
A carbon copy.
Yeah.
Really. Well, no doubt about that one. Big deflection.
Yep.
Probably just as well for everyone, really. The simmering resentment of Dan Douthwaite could have, well, it could have produced something interesting. He'll feel a lot better, feel that justice has been done from his perspective. I think Haynes will be disappointed that he couldn't go on.
Yeah, he was given that life, and unfortunately it was a really fantastic ball next ball, so Douthwaite was understandably a little bit fired up after the not out, the ball before.
So the new batter, Charlie Tier. Sussex 95 for 2 now. Getting close to the halfway mark. Going at 4 1/4 and over. So they've got a long way to go still, but they do have a platform. They've certainly only losing 2 wickets at this stage. They'll be pleased with that. Lots more batters to come. So we'll maybe give them a little bit of a license later on if they can get to the last 10 overs or so with plenty of wickets in hand. It's been good from Douthwaite. He was well set. Was Haynes. It looked like he might go on to get a big score, but Douthwaite has got his man.
Yeah, I think he'll probably be pretty disappointed with, you know, weathering the early storm the way that he did, and then to bat really, really well for that. I think it was 44. Always frustrating when you get a start like that to not kick on.
So they just call for the helmet, and it looks as if I think they're going to put a bit of pressure on. The way they're setting their field, he wouldn't be surprised if a couple of short balls want to come the way of the new batsman. Here's the helmet being delivered to Eddie Byram, so he's the man who's going to go in a short leg, I think. Kieran Carlson's in as well at sort of a leg slip, really. So maybe trying to tuck him up around sort of the rib cage area and hope a ball gets deflected his way. Maybe that's the tactic. Double bluff, pitches it up.
Yeah, I think Glamorgan are seeing a chance here to really attack and pick up a couple of quick wickets here and put the pressure right back on the Sharks.
Slip in a gully as well. So 4 men round the bat in catching positions. Try and put pressure on the new man. Give him an examination before he's got himself set. Charlie Tier. There's the shorter one, but plays it nicely actually. Under control and played it down. So good over from Dan Douthwaite. In fact, 1 ball to come. Forgive me. Getting ahead of myself there.
Yeah, he's looked really, really consistent this over, and I think the first ball fired him up, and he's sticking to his guns here, and obviously got a plan here to Tier.
Another catcher in on the leg side. And he blocks it straight. Only take 1 in the end. Decide against the second. Don't think Glamorgan will mind that, because that means the new batsman's still on strike at the end of the over. So a single from it, and the important breakthrough from Dan Douthwaite. Good to see him getting fired up from a Glamorgan perspective. I think maybe even that denied appeal might have got him going, got the juices flowing.
I think so. He's 1 for 9 off 3, so really, really good start from him. Good spell so far.
So Tim van der Guten's back.
Yeah, I think it's a good plan. As we said, the new batter's on strike, and Tim's had a really, really good opening spell. 12 for 1 off 6, something like that. So you want your big fast bowler coming in.
Yeah, it was a great opening spell. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 13 so far. Slip and a gully in place. So trying to just grab the moment here. Put some pressure on the new batsman, Charlie Tier. I'll be happy for him to be on strike for as long as possible here. Henry Rogers at the other end on 35, so he's well set. Ooh. A whisker away.
Yeah, really good link back. Tier's a little bit shorter in stature, so got up around his shoulders there.
Just a very awkward length, isn't it? It's sort of getting up to hip height, just above hip height, not comfortable. The new batter coming in. 2 slips and a gully now. Drives at that. That's been parried well. A short cover. It's hit very hard. Still down on the ground is the fielder.
Yeah, another good effort from McElroy there. A little bit of a painful stop, but his bowler will be thanking him.
He's had to do it all, isn't he? Gone are the days where the big fast bowlers could just go stand down at fine leg and graze for several hours.
Yeah, he's been very
in
busy
the action.
out there. Still shaking that hand. Bit of a painful one there.
So Van der Guten to Rogers. Big appeal. He's gone. Van der Guten strikes, and that feels like a big wicket. Rogers have been playing nicely, and it's Van der Guten who returns to make the breakthrough. As Sussex Sharks now 97 for 3.
Yeah, I think Van der Guten's done the job there. They've brought their strike bowler back, and he's struck almost immediately, so really good bowling.
Been bowling that shorter length and then just pushed one right up, fuller, fast, and that, you can see that means a lot to him. He's delighted with that.
Yeah, Roger's just stuck on the crease a little bit there and
hit him on the knee roll.
yeah, looked plumb to me. So 2 new batters at the crease now, so chance for Glamorgan to really push and pick up a couple more quick wickets here and put the pressure right back on Sussex.
So it's Ollie Carter is the new batter.
Batter, number 11, Ollie Carter.
Carter was the only player who was in the Sussex side when they played Glamorgan at Sapphire Gardens in the Blast earlier this season. Only one to play in that match and this match in this squad. Sporting an excellent moustache under the helmet there.
Maybe potentially a bit of a mullet there as well.
Yeah, it almost looked more expansive than a mullet, I would say.
Yeah, a bit of summer growth.
Taking the chance now, just to have a bit of a water break here. Certainly a lot cooler here today than it was on Wednesday, when it really was very, very warm indeed. A lot of cloud cover today, and quite a fresh breeze blowing across the ground too, so it feels much more comfortable. Still shirt sleeve order, but not the searing heat that we've had over the last couple of days.
No, there are some darker looking clouds starting to form, so hopefully no rain in those.
No, the forecast I saw said maybe around 2 o'clock there'd be a 50% chance of some rain. I think it just depends where you were. I was in Abergavenny yesterday. Well, it seems like most of Wales was in glorious sunshine. I was at a cricket match that got rained off because it had rained too heavily for an hour. About 3 o'clock yesterday.
No.
The cricket pitch we were at was, there were puddles everywhere. Brilliant opening ball. It's really well bowled. What an introduction for Carter that was.
Yeah, he's really looking on form today, Van der Gooten. Hasn't really missed. Maybe he's had one over where he missed a couple of times, but he's really putting a lot of pressure on these batters. Hard for someone coming out to face this kind of bowling.
Yeah, he's the main man for Glamorgan with the ball in hand. And a brilliant over. Van der Gooten now 2 for 14 from 7 overs. And the Sussex Sharks 97 for 3 after 24 overs. And 2 new batters at the crease. And the Glamorgan sensing this might be a moment of opportunity. Well, Rachel Priest is going to make way and go off for a well-earned rest. We'll be joined for the next 90 minutes or so by Mark Walton. Nice to see you, Mark.
Thank you, Ash.
Mark worked a lot with these players, Glamorgan players who are out on show, as a player welfare specialist, advisor, coach, consultant.
Oh,
all those things.
yeah, that's lovely description.
And that's a great drive. Charlie Tier has played that really well. That's his first boundary. So what have you made of it so far?
Oh, really good start. I thought we bowled really tightly at the top, and then almost a little cat and mouse for 10, 12 overs. And I think we've gone ultra positive now. I think Dan Douthwaite taking the wicket, and then Kieran bringing Tim on straight away has shown his intent of really trying to put Sussex under pressure. Generally quite a young team, so I think they smell the opportunity to knock a couple over, and then those middle areas which in the 50 over game, which are generally quite calm and almost build into a crescendo, they can hopefully take that out of it by, if they nip a couple of more wickets, get them 5 down. That's a great position to be in, especially having won the toss and looking to bowl.
Yeah, the Sussex side yet to get a win in this competition so far. 3 defeats and 3 matches. Ooh. Had a big swing of that one. Would have gone miles if he'd hit it.
I think because we bowled quite tightly, when we just are a little bit wider, they really are going after it quite aggressively, and that then it just releases a little bit of, shall we say, the anticipation of nicking it. Like you can see, slip gully, short leg. That's after 25 overs. That's a really aggressive field.
Yeah, one slip, a gully, and a tight ring of 3 in the ring on the offside as well, doing their job there, stopping the single. It's Kieran Carlson, the key man in the middle, as he often is, setting the example.
And there's nothing better than a bowler running in. Dan's running in really hard here. That fielders diving round, stopping ones, just gives you even more enthusiasm to come in as hard, because people are trying their best for you as well.
They have pushed one of those men that was in the circle on the offside back now onto the rope. It's Andy Gorvin who's dropped back. And a pull, that's in the air. And an easy catch for Tim van der Gooten. And that's another wicket for Dan Douthwaite. It's Charlie Ter who's gone. Hit the short ball. And in the end it was a comfortable catch for Tim van der Gooten. Another big wicket for Glamorgan. And Sussex Sharks now 101 for 4.
And I would suggest Dan and Kieran between them have done really well there by setting him up. Short leg, pitching it up, pitching it up, pitching it up, pitching it up, short ball, automatically takes it, toe end, and a comfortable catch for Tim, although I've seen them dropped, and I'm sure you have as well. But look, this is a brilliant position. 100 for 4 in the 25th, and really now looking to pile pressure on and make it very difficult for Sussex to score runs, but they're in a situation where they have to try and score as well. So you really are in a positive place.
Yeah, I think Eddie Byron briefly thought that was coming his way, and he ducked.
Wise man to take evasive action, I think.
Yeah. Luckily it looped up to mid-on. Tim van der Gooten probably had to run 5 metres to his right, which he did very comfortably, and took a nice catch at waist height. So if it was a plan, it was a good plan, and it worked.
Yes, like a set plan, you can just see with the field, and Dan runs in hard, hits the pitch very hard, and by that I mean he bangs it in back of a length, and he can actually get quite alarming bounce because he's a bit quicker than people think he is. It doesn't look like it's going to change either, with 2 slips, gully, short leg, short mid, very short mid wicket, so another barrage hopefully.
It's the new batter Zach Leon Cachet. Oh, he gets a short one straight away, and he's gone. Has he gone? He's been not out. Umpire says it's come off the forearm rather than the glove. Well, that was close.
It looked to go quite slowly, didn't it? It didn't look as if it actually picked up pace or went quite quickly. But
well, welcome to Wales.
Yes.
Because Zach Leon Cachet, a man with Welsh heritage, South African father, but his mother is Sarah Loosemore. That's her maiden name. Welsh tennis player.
Yep.
Played at Wimbledon when she was 16 from Cardiff. I think reached the 3rd round of the French Open. Oh no, the Australian Open I think it was, and 2nd round at Wimbledon.
I think obviously the boys have played against him before and understand that he may be a very front-footed player, so actually that field makes sense that they actually are going to test him.
So 2 slips in the gully in now for Van der Hoorn to Carter, who drives very nicely, and that's a 4. Very well played. That was right in the slot for him and actually put it away really well.
That's quite unusual for Tim. He's very much a length bowler, in back of a length, and generally hits those areas really, really well. He probably prides himself actually on rarely getting driven.
Carter beaten this time.
He's very experienced, Tim van der Hoorn, and he generally works on a modus operandi of bowling it sort of slightly wider of the crease, angling it in, but it holds its line. But the one that gets in wickets is the one that nips back in. Very Michael Hogan-esque, really, and I think he learned a lot of Michael, and sort of keeps the production going of fine opening bowlers at Glamorgan.
Absolutely. So graphics just taking a little while to catch up at the moment. So Carter's now had his first boundary.
That's when Tim is at his best, when he really bowls a lot of balls where people are playing forward defensives and making people play constantly.
And for those, Mark, who don't know the work that you've done with this team, just tell us a little bit about what your involvement's been with the Glamorgan side over the years.
So about it was just actually in the second bout of COVID. Just before that, Mark Wallace asked me to go into a couple of the sessions and watch what everybody was doing. And not just to see what was wrong, but actually if I could offer anything in regards to how they were training, and how players were developing, and sort of what the challenges were to hopefully make them improve as a team and as individuals. And
your background particularly, this is tell us because you've been a professional footballer.
Yeah, so straight from school I was fortunate enough to play professional football for a long time, and at one point I was having a real tough time, and I sort of was enumerating about numerous things. Well bowled.
That's 4 off the inside edge. Moral victory for the bowler, but important runs for the batter.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Tim will be mightily disappointed, but not overly disappointed because he knows he's in the game. And I walked past, I can remember it vividly, I walked past a charity shop, and there was A-level sports psychology, a textbook. So I thought, I'll buy that. It was £1. Read it, and a lot of it made sense to me. And this was later on in my career, and started off a real passion for performance and psychology and sports psychology, which performance is team and sport is generally individual. And that sent me on a wild sort of journey, going back to college first of all as a mature student, and then to university. And fortunately come across some great people who helped me, tutors, and managed to get work. I'd done a lot part-time helping people just for a bit of fun, really, and enjoyment. And then Mark Wallace offered me, and Matt Maynard offered me a job, and I spent 3 seasons with the senior staff, which was fantastic. Very wide-ranging stuff, but all to do with helping people to perform at their best for as long as possible.
And performance is a very complex thing. It incorporates probably absolutely everything you imagine, from sort of well-being through to sort of maybe some technical things, from kind of physiology,
no different
mental
to life.
side, it's everything.
Absolutely, that there's so much involved. You're ultimately, if you're in a good space yourself, you've got every chance to perform at a reasonable level, but there are so many variables and ingredients in it. Trying to look after it is sometimes forgotten about, because it's all about results, and people focus on the results, but there's far many more constituents of parts of the performance.
So it's Jamie McElroy back into the attack for Glamorgan.
Yeah, and again, with bringing Tim back and Jamie back, shows the intent of actually not going to sit back here and just go through the overs and happy to go for 3, 4, 5 and over. They're actually looking here to make inroads, and they know to get another wicket here, you really are in amongst Sussex with 24 overs to go.
Yeah, an inexperienced team. Carter, probably one of the most experienced players here.
And we've beaten the bat quite regularly. I know Tim went for a 4 last over, inside edge, but straight away you can see that the two new batters are really under pressure. And overhead conditions as well, actually, I think are just about perfect. It's reasonably warm. There's quite a bit of cloud cover, so that helps enormously.
So McElroy to Carter. There's an appeal, and this time he's been given. And Carter's gone. McElroy strikes. Brilliant bowling change by Kieran Carlson. And Sussex now in a little bit of trouble. 110 for 5.
And well bowled, bowling round the wicket, ball holding its line. Nick, a regulation catch to Will Smale, but taken well. Again, as you said, a really, really good bowling change. And it's almost as if Glamorgan are doing the hunting rather than being hunted, and Sussex are really being hunted here because the new batters are coming in. Tim and Jamie will bowl good balls at them. They can't get away with easy runs, and all of a sudden you're digging yourself into a hole of, well, how are we going to play? And the two options they've got now is a counter-attack, where they really come out and they try and hit us off our lines, because otherwise we'll just have a tight circle and there are no runs. Or you drop anchor and try and get to the last 10 where you can maybe play some shots. But an outstanding half an hour for Morgan.
Yeah, it's felt like a big momentum swing, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Not so long ago, 2 established batsmen in there, looking comfortable, rotating the strike very nicely. Didn't seem like there was much pressure on them.
Yeah.
It really has swung lots of different ways this game, but definitely back in Glamorgan's favour now. We're just past the halfway stage, and Sussex 5 wickets down. Inexperienced team, and so a real test for some of these young players.
I think it's big with Dan Douthwaite when they had a huge appeal for call behind and it wasn't given, and then getting the wicket next ball. That just gives you such a lift.
Little moments that just change the feel of things.
I think playing here as well, it's a major advantage. You imagine Sussex, one of the flattest wickets, great to bat down there. Practice facilities, absolutely top quality in the grass netted area. You come to Neath, it's hard because you're not in plush changing rooms. You go out to practice, the wickets are fine to practice on, but it's not what you normally expect, and you're taken out of your comfort zone.
It's going to be a tough examination for these two batters, Dan Ibrahim and Zach Leon Cachet. Young sort of rookie academy player, just been given his first contract, Sussex.
And they're a very young team, and that's when you look at Glamorgan, vastly experienced, with Tim, Kieran, Eddie Byram, Billy Root, Colin Ingram. And you have to use that, the experiences you had, when you were starting, how difficult it is. You need to put people under immense pressure to get the results that you want.
So Van der Guten, brilliant figures, 2 for 23 from 8. But others chipping in as well now. Dan Douthwaite, 2 wickets as well for 13 from just 4 overs. And McElroy getting into the act in that last over. He's 1 for 24. So it is the seamers who are doing the business here. The quicker bowlers look like a real threat on this pitch.
Just looks as if it's doing enough without being outrageous and nipping everywhere. There's enough in it to make life difficult.
Probably means the ball's just doing a little bit. That's normally, if it's doing too much, often easy to miss the bat completely, isn't it?
Yeah. And I think with Jamie and Tim, they're not actually overly committed to taking wickets and searching. They're just bowling the length, hanging it there, and just offering them the opportunity to play shots, or if they miss it, it's going to be LBW.
Ooh, appeal for an inside edge, and he's gone. Leon Cachet has gone. An inside edge, he's dragging himself off, looks extremely disappointed. I don't know whether that's just getting out, although he doesn't think he's hit it. But the young man's innings is over. And disappointment for, I know his Welsh grandparents are in the crowd. I know his grandfather's here today. One of the first men in, I was told earlier on, John Loosemore, well-known Cardiff solicitor, key man at St Fagans over the years. Svagans Cricket Club. I think he was a wicket-keeper down there. And sadly, hasn't been able to see his grandson get too many today.
Good ball, beat him on the inside. Tim bowls this sort of nagging angle that is from outside off stump in. Just beat him on the inside. He may have been the inside edge. He looked very disappointed going out.
He did.
Not sure that was with a decision or a shot. We'll leave that to the watchers. But again, look, Tim's in the right area, and he went up really, really confidently. So
yeah, comfortable low catch to Will Smell in the end.
To take it. So 110 for 6. That's a brilliant decision to bowl first. I keep looking at the trees actually, and they're blowing quite sort of strongly.
It is blowy here.
Forecast something maybe later on. Hopefully it stays away.
Yeah, definitely much fresher here today. And there's something blowing through the Sussex Sharks batting lineup as well.
Good bowling.
110 for 6 now. And the new batsman, Bertie Foreman.
And a serious test of his ability here with Tim racing in, got his tail up, wind behind him, and he bowls very, very well to left-handers, so it's going to be a test of his technical ability with 3 slips and a gully.
Just 20 years old, Foreman. And he's going to face a tough examination here. And he played 4 List A matches, so not very experienced at this level. Got 20, has had a couple of 20s in the competition this season.
It's good to see, you know, with the pressure that they've got behind the stumps with 3 slips and a gully, that you really are, as a batter, knowing that you're up against it. And real positive cricket. You win 3 in a trot. You come into this one. Hopefully, it goes to plan, and you really are riding high on the wave of confidence.
Yeah, I think confidence growing with every match, almost with every over in this game. But I think, as they were 3 years ago, a genuine threat in this competition. You think Glamorgan, at a time when some other county sides lose a lot of players to the 100. Yeah. Glamorgan have only lost a couple. There might be a couple of guys in the Glamorgan side who feel a bit aggrieved that they weren't selected. People like Kieran Carlson, you think, and gosh, you could do worse than Colin Ingram, couldn't you, in your 100 side as well? But it's the nucleus, isn't it, of their best white ball teamer in this competition. I think that gives them a whole lot of confidence.
Absolutely, and I think you also have a lot of people who can do both skills. So you've got Tom Bevan, you have Ben Callaway, Dan Douthwaite, Andrew Gorvin, Kieran, Jamie, Tim. Sorry, not Jamie. Tim. So you've got six boys who you would class not far off genuine all-rounders, and I think that's a huge strength to this team.
So Dan Ibrahim takes a couple of steps down, clips it into the leg side. Nice shot, but it'll only be worth 1.
And that's actually the first time anybody's done that from Sussex, has actually tried to come down to Jamie and just tried to take sting out of his swing bowling and just manipulate it, as a lot of them have just gone deep in the crease or stayed still and just been waited to be bowled at. Jamie will fancy himself here because bowling to a left-hander. He's bowled really well today against them, beat the bat consistently.
So young Bertie Foreman, a real examination here. And wow, you don't see this very often. 3 slips and a gully at this stage of a match, a one-day game. Really attacking hard now, Glamorgan. only 20 years old, England under-19s player.
And Kieran's been very clever here, giving him a hell of a big gap between point and extra cover, and no mid-off, so almost inviting him to go and play it. You literally take Jamie on, and there's huge space there for him to play into.
So Michael will look to shape it away from him if he can. So that sort of area. Decides to leave this time. Into his 6th over now, McIlroy.
Probably have a couple more, I would imagine, and just then come off.
Van der Guten's only got one left.
Yeah. So he'll bowl through, I think.
I feel like now's the time. Again, comes down a little bit just to try and negate the swing.
May not be a bad time if he's, you know that maybe his game plan, you're coming down to just to cover it is to bowl a bouncer, and you may even take a no ball or one above the shoulder just to literally pin him back.
We can give them a song of you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Well, that was the change of the, if you heard on your the effects microphone, changing of the stewards in front of us. We have a little microphone.
I wasn't quite sure what that was.
No, I worked it out. There's 2 of the Glamorgan stewards. Just I think shift change. They pleasantries exchanged very close to our effects microphone. They're doing a good job. Crowd enjoying themselves here at the Knoll in Neath today. And they've been treated to a good bowling performance from Glamorgan.
Disciplined is the word that springs to mind. Very disciplined bowling display so far. And with the hope that Tim finishes off here with a good over, and that would be a great spell from him. You can see Ben Callaway warming up there, just doing a few left arm exercises.
Well, it's a lovely relaxed day. Chance to catch up on the news with the paper as well. Bring a picnic. Very pleasant indeed. And probably, oh, there's some real young ones in today. But he's got his cricket jumper on as well. Well, he's very, very welcome. Hopefully we'll enjoy the day, and certainly more pleasant almost than it was when it was so hot here on Wednesday. Almost felt a bit too hot to be sitting out in the sun after a while. So he had to keep the water flowing, drink lots just to stay with it on Wednesday. Nice and cool today though, still pleasant. Just lots of grey cloud around. I think we're just hoping that none of the really dark grey ones decide to park themselves over the knoll for half an hour.
When you left Cardiff this morning, was sun up? Was it good?
Yeah, kind of brightish, I'd say. Not really sunny, but kind of a pleasant morning. Yeah. Edge. Now, what's that come off?
Looked. I'd say pad looked like it just beat him on the inside and sort of jammed against the Nero.
It was a good catch from Tom Bevan. You could probably tell it maybe didn't hit something hard like a bat, because all the pace came off it and it looped up. So the question is, what did it hit? Yeah, I think that's
maybe
come off the thigh pad. Looping catch, a very good catch by Tom Bevan at second slip diving forward and sideways.
Ibrahim coming forward, most balls. I think Tim will. He doesn't bowl a lot of bounces, but will definitely pull his length back here and just really try to get it around sort of waistband, belly button height, really.
Well, Ibrahim and Foreman will be looking forward to seeing the back of Tim van der Guten at the moment. They've only got 3 balls to survive.
Yeah, and Tim will be probably itching, knowing that he's so close to just getting him to nick it behind, just to hold his line. Yeah.
2 balls left to see if he can get a 4-foot or even a 5-foot.
He's performed really well after coming back from injury, Tim. You know, a couple of weeks off. and has come back into the fold and been excellent.
Yeah, he looks strong, super reliable, consistent.
Great athlete as well. One of the, I would say, that gives himself every opportunity of doing well the way that he looks after himself. He's absolutely tremendous professional. 4 slips in the gully.
So I think that was a bump ball. It was. There was lots of noise, but I think that was possibly just having some light-hearted ribbing coming from the slips towards Dan Douthwaite.
Yeah, probably. I'm delighted that he actually stopped it.
Yeah, definitely hit into the pitch. Bounced up.
That's an attacking field. 4 slips in the gully, a backward point and a cover and mid-on.
Well, he's the only man in front of square on the offside at the moment. That seems extraordinary in a white ball game after 30 overs. And that is the end of Tim van der Guten's spell. Extremely well bowled. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 23. 4 maidens, correction. Because that was a maiden this last one as well.
And that's, I think, what you're looking for from the bloke who leads your attack. You know, he bowls a really good searching spell, puts batters under pressure. He may not get wickets, but you know he's a real threat. And I think, you know, with Tim, he goes about his business. He's not loud in any way. He's a quiet man, but just leads by example. And I think that's what he's done today. He probably epitomises sort of the way that he is really as a cricketer.
Yeah, outstanding figures. It was actually 5 maidens in the end. Now we'll get there in the end. So 10 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 23. Brilliant figures from Tim van der Guten. So he is now done for the day, as far as bowling is concerned at least. And Ben Kellaway returns. Going with the right arm off breaks to the left-hander, as you'd expect. Shorter and wider. Had to reach for that one. Did Foreman.
I would imagine now, because obviously this is the second day this pitch is played on, the footmarks around the 5-foot area where they follow through would be slightly disturbed. So if he does get it around those areas, he's got every chance of turning. Maybe a little bit of bounce.
A short leg, I think, maybe going in. Eddie Byram's called for the helmet again. Just making his way over. Should be coming into your picture fairly soon. There he is. Just moving into short leg, making sure all the relevant protection is in place. And he's actually behind square, more of a kind of a very close leg slip. Or backward short leg. Not sure what you call it, probably backward short leg.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he's just behind, isn't he? Almost sort of in between both, neither a short leg or a leg slip, just sort of dividing those positions.
Well, there have been a few funky fielding positions, but that's fun, that's enjoyable.
Absolutely.
That's one of the things we love in the modern game. Different plans, and it's good to see Glamorgan trying different stuff. Sweep shot, top edge. Just goes over the head of Eddie Byram. Wasn't a convincing shot by Foreman at all. Got plenty of height on it, not very much distance.
And Ben Keller would be quite happy with that, actually. You know, if they're looking to take him on, he's got every chance of one of them chipping the ball up.
Yeah, definitely a genuine top edge, that one.
They probably the percentage shot is to do that, as Dan Douthwaite's up at square leg, orthodox square leg. If you get that either side of him, it's 4. There's nobody out deep apart from deep mid wicket.
Nice shot. Well played by Ibrahim. That's a very welcome boundary for him. His first one. He moves on to 6 and got to the pitch of that one really nicely. And
yeah, and I think it just shows sort of maybe their intent. As Ben has come on, they've chopped one down through cover, and then looked to play a big sweep. Now Ibrahim run down, played a lovely shot there past him. So to actually switch now and switch on as a bowling team, or there may be a counter attack on and make it difficult for them by maybe manoeuvring the field. I'm sure Kieran will be on top of it.
Yeah, Sussex need to change the story somehow at the moment. The story is Glamorgan control at the moment. Glamorgan on top, really attacking. They're looking to bowl Sussex out. It's not just about keeping the runs down here. I think they want to seize the moment. So Dan Douthwaite is going to come on now to replace Tim van der Gooten. So sticking with pace.
114 balls left, so there's plenty of time for Sussex. However, 6 wickets down, you're in a tricky position.
Flicked in the air by Foreman, but there was no one in the ring, so it was a comfortable single.
I think Kieran will probably be hoping here that the bowlers can keep their discipline and control and make Sussex still work hard to get their runs, and not give them, but not offer them the opportunity to score comfortable runs where there's no risk of them being out.
It doesn't feel like a moment for loads of variations. It does feel like a moment just to bowl your best ball 6 times if you can.
Yeah.
That sort of area. Maybe Douthwaite looks at his best when it's a tad shorter than that. Banging it into the pitch and trying to hit the splice.
Yeah. He's not your Tim van der Houten sort of hits the seam and nibbles the ball in generally. As Dan, because he bowls wider of the crease, he does swing the red ball, but the white ball, he literally just hit the pitch as hard as you can, and you're looking for slightly irregular bounce to beat the batter.
Fuller delivery.
Lovely shot.
And put away very nicely. It was a half volley, and Foreman has played that very well. So first boundary for Bertie Foreman, and he'll be feeling a little bit better after an uncomfortable start.
And using the angle there, because Dan's coming round the wicket and pushing it into his pads, just literally helping it on its way as Dan's pitching on probably middle and leg, and just helped through mid-wicket. Maybe he needs to come a little bit wider down outside off stump, so it's angling in to hit the stumps.
Yeah, it was a nice shot.
I think square here, because of the dimensions of the pitch, you get full value for your shots. So I think that'll be areas that these two batters will look at.
So Ibrahim, definitely the more experienced of the two 21 list day matches. Top edge and a hook, and that's 1 bounce and 4 just to the left of the scoreboard. Not totally in control.
Generally, if it goes behind square, the batter's probably on them a little bit quick. I think Dan may have beat him for pace there a little bit, and very unfortunate that Tim was only probably 15 metres away. He's looking. I think they're moving him now to get a little bit finer.
Well, that was very high. When he connected with it, it was above head height.
Yeah.
So it's one of those he perhaps could have easily got underneath, but I think maybe.
So there's been a change in field now. So Andrew Govin's gone behind deep square leg, and Tim's gone very, very fine front of the scoreboard. A lot resting on these two shoulders here, and to really squeeze now and make it as difficult as possible for them to eke these good overs, these 6, 7s, maybe an 8 and over, and to stop them doing that, to get not for them to get any momentum. Once you get momentum, you just seem to over after over pick up your 5, 6, 7s, 8s, and you keep moving this target further and further forward.
So Ben Kellaway to continue to Bertie Foreman. Only 5 matches, white ball matches at this in this format. What they call List A. Averaging 38 with the bat, so early days, but obviously can bat.
And it's really good to see that they're playing so many young players. I know it's difficult because you get head up and it's a performance sport and you need results, but the exposure these boys get and the opportunities are second to none. And a great place to see people right in the heat of playing professional sport.
Coming down the pitch and using his feet well, comfortably home for a single in the end. Despite a powerful shy from Dan Douthwaite at the stumps, but didn't connect this time. Eddie Byram cleaned up. Was backing up as that ball was flung across the square. So Kellaway now with the left arm. And he's been given, caught behind. And again, another batter who looks disappointed. Is it
There's a lot
that he
of
hasn't hit it, or is it that he just wishes he hadn't got out in that fashion? So really interesting. That's with the left arm of Kellaway there. He's mainly been bowling with the right arm, and it's had an immediate effect. Got the outside edge of Ibrahim, who's gone for 11, caught at slip, and another big wicket for Glamorgan. 7 down now.
There's a hell of a lot of dust there. Whether he's hit it or not, well, obviously we can't see. And it's impossible to see from here, but his reaction was not overly pleased. Ben Kellaway.
Yeah.
The motor skills to be able
It's incredible, isn't it? Go on, tell us about that from a performance perspective. So, I mean, even if you can just about bowl with your left arm, to have the confidence to do it in professional cricket, I mean, that is almost the thing that I find the most incredible thing. That
he's very, as a young boy, because I was involved for many years in the pathway, and he could bowl in swing, away swing. If he plays rugby, he's very talented with the ball, hand-eye coordination. He's a very good footballer, and he could bowl everything. But then it was literally, I see him firstly bowling on the outfield. I thought, well, that looks actually very similar to his right arm bowling. And I think over the last year, he's worked really hard to actually consciously develop it, and he's put a hell of a lot of work in to be able to get to this situation where he can bowl it here. But the confidence and fair play to the coaches to be able to encourage it as well is a real positive in the development of somebody with such a rare skill, because it's very easy to say, oh, forget that, don't worry, it's a gimmick. Like, this is a game changer for him and the team.
Well, it really is.
Well, that's turned prodigiously there.
Started a little bit wide, must have landed right in a foothold as well, I think.
You know, left arm spin is such a rarity, and to be able to back it up with right arm off spin and bat and field, you are adding a totally different dimension in short format cricket, but also in 4-day cricket. You're just offering the team an immense amount of variation.
So have you heard of many other players who can do that at this level, bowl with both arms?
There was a chap in Pakistan who bowled left and right arm seam, and that was probably about 10 years ago. I can't remember his name, and that was to a good standard. However, I don't think I've never seen anybody bowl it in professional cricket.
And it clearly turns both ways, so he gives it a rip with both hands.
If you actually get it front on footage, there's real similarities in his action both ways. So his motor skill development as a young boy must have been absolutely through the roof.
And I suppose that's just like you say, playing all those different sports.
Yeah,
That's all the
absolutely,
thing
yeah.
that develops. Don't
Yeah,
stick
yeah.
to one sport when you're young. I think that's what
Correct,
the advice
yeah.
is, isn't it? Just
Yeah.
play as much as you can of everything.
Yeah, 'cause if you specialise, you're limiting your opportunities to be able to move and execute skills. But and cricket is actually can be quite a specialist sport for a lot of people. But you generally find in any sport that really people with ability can play more sports because they've tried them and have an understanding and have good depth perception and good catching and good throwing ability. But if you can't catch, you can't play netball, you can't play rugby, you can't play cricket. On a timely wicket, as they were 6 down. They looked as if they were just about getting in to be able to play a few shots. And sometimes it's a really thin line between they're playing shots and they're getting runs, or they're playing risky shots and we got a chance of getting them out.
So 132 for 7, the Sussex Sharks now, after 33 overs. Glamorgan right on top here. They've definitely had a brilliant 10 overs or so. Have really swung this match firmly in their favour. And it's up to this Sussex tail now to stand up and be counted, to not collapse meekly. They need to, you'd think, be getting up to something beginning with a 2 if they can. And now, like you said, there's plenty of time. Time's not really the issue. It is that 7 in the wickets column which is the thing that's of biggest concern from a Sussex perspective.
14 left after this over, and I think if they were really honest, if they could bat to 50, they'd be absolutely doing somersaults. And conversely, I think we'd be looking to really, really turn the screw and wrap this up as quickly as possible, too much to the Sussex supporters' disappointment. But a good friend of mine's watching down in Heath, which is just north of Brighton, Adam Phelps, and he's been on the phone enjoying the stream.
Well, hello Adam, glad you're joining us. Wherever you're following us today, you're extremely welcome.
Allegedly working from home.
There's a little bit of that. A lot of the sort of the pathway junior cricket I've been watching. Quite a lot of guys watching from home, watching those matches.
It's probably a great invention of the modern world, isn't it?
The laptop in hand, it can be done these days with a laptop and a phone. As long as you've got a bit of signal, a bit of Wi-Fi.
I remember when I started teaching, and somebody said to me, "Make sure you always walk around with a file."
What's the digital equivalent for file? It's probably a laptop, isn't it, these days?
Absolutely.
Oh, big appeal. That was very full.
I think it may have hit it.
Well, maybe it is Sussex's turn to have a little bit of luck. And Douthwaite asking if that was going down.
Very difficult for Dan to get LBW because he bowls so wide.
Oh, that was extremely full. So unless he's hit that, that's the only thing I can think.
Great shout.
To the naked eye, looked like it was going to knock middle stump out halfway up. But the possibility of a little inside edge, you would think, is what may have saved him there. So Lenham survives. Bertie Foreman on strike. Ooh, Dan Douthwaite's taking a tumble there. Kind of hit the ground fairly hard, but seems to be okay. Or is he? Or maybe he's not okay. What's happening?
I think he was thinking they may have nicked the single and he was looking to change position.
Fine, okay.
Discon bobble it, I think.
Couldn't
Dan
see
then.
what happened when he hit the floor. Yeah. He's in action again.
He's a big unit.
He is, I agree.
Take a tumble.
Came through the Cardiff University UCCE pathway, didn't he, Dan, I think?
He did, yeah. I had the pleasure. I worked there for a year with Mark O'Leary, and Dan was in that squad. Had an injury to the back of it and has done fantastically well. After quite a bit of disappointment, he had been on the Surrey sort of academy and trialled actually at Sussex for quite a while and played a hell of a lot of games with them in second team cricket. But fortunately, Glamorgan saw potential, and he's...
That's coming our way, that's a big hit. And 6 for Bertie Foreman. As commentators dive for cover under the desks to my right. They thought that one was coming in, but luckily it dropped about 5 metres short and hit the brick wall just in front of us, to everyone's relief.
Really good strike, good connection and execution.
Really good strike. Oh, gets one to bounce this time, Kellaway. Nice response.
It'll be interesting to see Archie Lennon, who's batting bowl. Actually, he bowls leg spin. Ben has got it to turn here quite, I'd say, quite sharply.
Yeah, Archie Lennon was in the cricketing headlines a couple of years ago, wasn't he? He's the youngest player, I think 16-year-old, made his debut in the Blast, wasn't it?
I think against Glamorgan, or just before, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, there was certainly a lot of talk about him.
Yeah.
Here he is now, making his way in the game.
Famous heritage with his grandfather, Les Lennon, who played for Sussex for years. I think his father played as well, or his uncle.
So, Dan Douthwaite continues. And this pair just need to kind of keep those singles going. Build yourself a decent score in ones if you can keep rotating the strike.
And I think that's what they will try and do. They're in a position where they can't really play risky shots, is to try and take as many singles as they possibly can. But for us to bowl a real good length and not allowing them to manipulate the ball that they're defending.
So certainly quite a few gaps now for the ones, as there usually is at this stage of a...
That's why Eddie, who's picked up, Eddie Barham and Kieran are really, really tight there. They're almost parallel with the stumps at sort of very short mid-on and mid-off, stopping that. So they have to take a risk here. The only option is to play square of the wicket, and we've got a deep square and deep point. So there's very few options here to get easy runs.
So unless, I suppose, if a ball's really pitched up, can be driven back down, straight down the wicket. That's a nice shot, driven through the covers. Great piece of work by Andy Gorvin. Clean pickup after the dive, really well done.
Covered a lot of ground there, Andy, from must be 25-30 metres to get there.
They are certainly working hard, these bowlers out in the outfield. He really had to sprint and hit the ground pretty hard there to pick that one up. Did a really good job for his side. And he's just, I think, maybe feeling it in his lower back as a result. Just sort of stretching that off now. But hopefully he'll be okay to continue his spell. Sure he will. Let's see how he picks this one up. Oh, yeah, no ill effects there.
Probably be concerned if it's his fingers for his golf. Actually, he's a very good golfer.
Is he?
Yeah,
what does he play off?
Very low. I think he's under 5. Very good tennis player as well. Played county championship stuff. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Very talented sportsman. Another MCCU boy. UCC, as there is now.
Yeah, that partnership with Cardiff Met certainly paying dividends for Glamorgan.
Hugely beneficial, and slightly sad in the sort of when MCC actually sort of pulled out of it, because the amount of opportunities it give people, and for clubs like Glamorgan, it was a fantastic conveyor belt, really, of talent. You're going back to the Andrew Salter, Kieran Bull, Conor Brown, Jack Murphy, Tom Cullen, Dan Douthwaite, Kieran was on it, Billy Root, well, not he, Billy was up in Leeds with it, Andrew Gorvin.
Dan Douthwaite was another one, Bowling now.
Neil Brand, who captained South Africa, come through there.
Well, it's a real asset, I suppose, for any sports club in Wales, particularly if you're around the capital, to have Cardiff Met, one of the leading sports universities up there, and they have expertise in all sorts of areas in performance. I suppose you will have had many conversations with people up there, but sports psychology and sports performance and diet and you name it, they've got experts up there, haven't they, who can really bring value. And of course in sports science, and they've got a good high performance setup as there. And if you're not from Wales, it's kind of, you can sort of think of it as the Loughborough University of Wales.
Absolutely,
really.
Yeah. And look, the dividends it's given cricket and given Glamorgan and the boys themselves is absolutely phenomenal.
It's Ben Kellaway now with the right arm.
And Ben plays as well when his commitments allow. He's finished at Cardiff Uni, but
it's a big hit over the top, and I think he's got enough of that for a boundary. That's well hit by Bertie Foreman, and he's starting to bat with a bit more confidence now. He moves on to 24 with that boundary, and that's the 150 up as well for Sussex.
They won't be disappointed actually with seeing that. Ben knows he's in the game here if they keep playing in an attacking manner.
So mid on and mid off still up, inviting him to hit it over the top. Sneaks under Carlson, but Tim van der Gooden was close by to do the hoovering. One 4-6 for 7 now, Sussex Sharks. Just going at just a shade over 4.
Ground fielding's been really good today, sharp. People covering the ground quite quickly and getting good balls into Will Smale makes a huge difference for the keeper if balls are neat and tidy and he's not diving everywhere. Conserve some energy for your batting.
Seems interesting to me that a lot of guys who are doing a lot of work in the outfield are the big fast bowlers. Or certainly Jamie McElroy's been covering down that side, and Andy Gorvin doing a lot of work on this side, but particularly for the big fast bowlers. I mean, that's a tough shift, isn't it? You've got to bowl your 10 overs and absolutely fly in and put everything in, and then you've got to be doing 10-20 metre sprints repeatedly, getting down, picking the ball up, chucking it in, diving about. And you know, fast bowlers can be a little bit like racehorses, sort of slightly fragile. You don't want to. They need looking after.
Absolutely, yeah. And the expectation now, isn't it, that you do 2 of the disciplines. So you may be a bowler, you might bat a 10-11, but you are going to have to field, and your fielding has to be above average. And it's just everywhere. Nobody, and I think it's great that young kids, you know, young children, boys and girls, see people diving around in the outfield, whoever they are. Not certainly when I grew up, where the bowler went down to fine leg, had a graze, may stick the old trap out now and again to stop it and underarm it in or bowl it in, but now it's a game for athletes, which is great.
Got to be good at least 2 things to get picked.
And and if you're an all-rounder and you've got 3, you're ticking a hell of a lot of boxes in the shorter formats of the game.
If you're someone like Ben Kellaway, it's 4.
Yeah, and the future is so exciting for him and the club because of his ability.
So it's Andy Gorvin now, the bowling hero of Wednesday's match. Got a fifer then, really good performance. Still yet to get a wicket, I think, in this game.
I think what the Foreman and Lennon would be thinking here is this is an opportunity to be able to try and manipulate. There's not as much pace on the ball, where they've got a little bit more time to maybe change their shot. Andy hopefully just really bowled straight, working on the maxim that if they miss, he hits really, and just to bowl as straight as you possibly can. He's got short cover and mid wicket really straight, and mid on and mid off to get them playing in that channel. rather than hitting him through square. So he's got, with himself, there's 5 of them in no further than 20-25 metres apart. So that's what he's looking to bowl, for them to drive it back at the stump, so he's got plenty of cover there. What he doesn't want to be doing is going square either side.
It's interesting, often at Sapphire Gardens, because they play most of their cricket, your bowlers seem to be trying to encourage the ball to go square because of the long boundaries that way. They're very, very short, straight, whereas here it requires a different plan. Try and get them hitting more straight, hit them in the V, or if they're going to try and play things expansion, get them to try and flick it in the air through mid-wicket or short cover into the hands of one of those 2 short men.
Absolutely. Even you look here, it's sort of not the end that Andy's bowling, the other end where Ben's bowling. It's got to be a 70-yard, 75-yard carry, as where this end is probably, what, 60 maybe, bordering on 55, 60, but square can only be 45.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, the dimensions of this ground kind of almost the opposite of what you get at Sapphire Gardens. So different plans needed.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Different skills.
And it's knowing that as well, and as a bowler, but as a batter, that you think of the way that sort of Eddie, Byron plays and Colin play, and Kieran, they're very good square of the wicket. So this ground is probably perfect for them, where they can pick up and slap their balls sort of through the offside, and then sort of pick it up through leg side, and they're going to get full value for money.
So there's a Sussex card. Haynes and Rogers stand out on the list, but it's been slim pickings until Foreman's come in, and fair play to him after an iffy looking start. He's done really well actually, starting a rebuilding job. Played really nicely, 26 off 38, and getting a bit of support from Archie Lenham as well now.
It's they will be hoping to get to a position where they can get to within 5 overs and then try and just chance their arm and try and get extra 20, 30, 40. And we'll be looking the other way to squeeze and squeeze and squeeze to give them very little. And like Andy did, finished off there, is bowl as tight as you possibly can, bowl straight, and try to keep the batsman's arms really tight to them and not allow them any width to get their hands out to start sort of slapping it through the offside and really getting hold of it through the leg side. Been watching much of the Olympics?
I've been catching a little bit around the edges. A big cricket week this week. Been watching plenty of cricket, not just here at Neath, but
your son as well, did you?
Son playing, yeah. So I've been at I've been in different places every day. I was in Penarth Cricket Club on Monday, watching an under-13s regional festival my son was playing in, and then dropped him off there again on Tuesday morning and drove up to Christ College in Brecon, where I joined my good friend Manuel name Mark Frost to coach a sort of softball cricket session for a group of kids on a camp up there, which was good.
Good skills, great skills.
And
not your driving.
no. Yeah. And then Wednesday was here. I enjoyed the game, but was he did really well. Just spun round to stop the ball spinning onto his stumps. So good awareness actually. Often you have no idea as a batter where the ball is when the ball hits you there. It could almost go anywhere.
And after Christ College.
So that was Christ College on Tuesday afternoon. Then was here in Neath on Wednesday, but also had one eye on events down at South Wiltshire Cricket Club. My son, I'm also junior chair at Lisbon Cricket Club, and our under-13s were in the South and West finals day in the ECB Cup. I'm glad to say that we won both games and are now in the national semi-final.
And where's that?
Under-13s. Well, we're playing Richmond, a club in Middlesex, in the next round a week on Monday.
Old Deer Park?
I don't. It's a different Richmond, so not Richmond on Thames, but I think there's another Richmond somewhere in Middlesex. Good club, I'm told. As we see another nice straight drive there from Archie Lenham. That's 4.
Slightly over pitch there by Jimmy McElroy, and a lovely shot by Lemon, just leaning into it and stroking it past Billy Root at mid-off.
Yeah, so So that was followed that. So I end up sat in a car on the way back from here in a side road in Porthcawl trying to get some 4G signal to watch the last 5 overs on YouTube.
It's fantastic now, isn't it, that you can watch, you know, live streaming and even club cricket. Friends of mine are involved in the club up in Norfolk, Swardston, and you know they go around. There's live streams in local clubs, and it's absolutely fantastic.
How brilliant, and just brilliant even to be able to watch Glamorgan for free, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Here on the live stream,
Yeah.
that's such a lovely innovation.
Yeah, it gives people the opportunity to watch, doesn't it?
You feel properly connected all year round. You can watch all the games and even save yourself a big sort of, well, the game wouldn't be on a TV subscription, so it's just a great way of following the club. Yeah, then yesterday I was in Abergavenny for a Wales under-13s game, which was extraordinarily rained off.
And arguably one of the driest places in South Wales.
Can you believe? So we got 34 overs in. Wales are going nicely, getting a score on the board. The heavens opened very hard for an hour. My lad was batting down the order a bit. He's more of a bowler, and so he spent his whole day sat in the pavilion, and the game was rained off.
With a very good tea.
Not even a tee. Well, tees are gone these days,
Right,
aren't they?
okay,
I think in a
right,
lot of
okay,
junior
yeah,
cricket,
yeah.
I think that's what COVID did. COVID is a tee is a very rare thing these
Best in
days in junior
circuit,
cricket.
I would suggest. Abergavenny,
Yeah.
tremendous.
So I think we missed out there.
Tremendous if you bowl first.
Yeah, yeah. So there we go. That game ended. It was against Somerset. It was. Lovely drive again. Lennon played that shot beautifully for the last couple of overs.
Yes, we search it. Jimmy and Jimmy McElroy and Andy over pitching, really searching and looking to get people out and bowl them, when actually what we've done really well at the discipline of hitting the pitch and holding a really good length, hitting the top of the stumps and making it difficult to score.
Yeah, just getting the leg like that's the one that hit the stickers on the bat.
Yeah. I think from here on in, that's seamers you know, looking to do is to hit the bat hard, but make sure that you're in the game of LBW and bowled.
Just saw Kieran Carlson rolling his arm over. I don't know if that's a sign of things to come, or just keeping the excitement and energy levels going. There's another boundary for Archie Lenham. Well, this is a good little counter-attack from him.
Yeah, great shot. A little bit of width from Andy Govin, and Lennon able to get his hands out and slap it through the point area. And what will be sort of Kieran maybe a little bit concerned here, Andy's sort of erring here. He's been driven down the ground, so he's over-pitched, and then he gets hit through point. So the areas that you're hitting are quite wide in general.
So this partnership worth 38 now. Doing a good job for their side of this pair, Foreman and Lenham.
They played really well, and we just need to. We've done brilliantly and bowled very, very well, but now to really keep on top of it and finish as well as what we've started will be the challenge in the next 10 overs.
Well, so giving some hope here of these two batsmen to Sussex. Both getting more expansive. They've both, well, Lenham's now faced 23 balls. Foreman's been in for quite a while. He's faced 39, so they're set. They'll feel like they're in. I feel like they've got a measure of this pitch.
They'll target. They'll have a plan in mind, thinking that, as an example, Ben Calloway's coming back on, or Kieran may have to bowl. They will be thinking, right, we'll wait for that, and then we'll go really hard, because you get 200, 220, 230, then you've got something to bowl at.
So that's the end of the second power play. We're now into the third for the final 10 overs. Overs 41 to 50. That means an extra fielder can go out if needs be. You can potentially have 5 outside if you want. outside the circle.
And this will really suit Jimmy bowling against a left-hander. His natural ball is to pitch it on off stump and taking it away from the left-hander. So he'll be fairly confident here of making life quite difficult. Standard field, looking to protect, so third man, fine leg, deep point and deep square leg.
So they can get a run of ball from here, Sussex, looking about the 220 sort of region. Maybe a little bit more than that.
And that's critically, like Tom Bevan, a really good stop, but that's a massive lift. It just keeps people on strike, and it gets you the opportunity to get in a rhythm bowling at the same batter. What's really hard now is that if they scamper ones and you're changing left hand, right hand, left hand, your lines are changing, it becomes a little bit more difficult for you to settle into your own rhythm.
And to execute a plan to try and get a particular batsman out, I suppose. If you only get one ball at them, you can't really build any pressure or try and get them to play in a particular area. Well, there's a couple of dots. McElroy's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 29. The workload's been shared around. You only have 2 left after this one. Ben Callaway's got 2 left as well. Andy Gorvin's bowled 5, and Dan Douthwaite, he's got 3 left. Just to see how Kieran Carlson juggles the bowlers in this final 10 overs.
Be interesting to see if Andy bowls next over. I'm not sure.
Well, they sneak through for a single there. Foreman can get off strike, get up the other end. Give Lenham a go, who in the last few overs has been looked like the one who's been playing the most attacking shots.
He's got a very good slow ball, Jimmy McElroy, and he does change, subtle change that's quite hard to pick up. I think he'll probably be looking to deploy that, especially later on in the over to come out of it. He started the over really well. I think they often talk about, the bowlers and the bowling coaches, about coming out of your over really well. So making sure that you have the ability and the variations to exit and not give them the momentum.
Firm drive. Straight at Tom Bevan, in at short cover. As just a single off the over, it's been a good one from McElroy.
And that's what Kieran would be looking for, is to actually, for the bowlers to be able to bowl a length where he can set field, and if they play an outrageous shot, or they play a ramp, or they play a reverse sweep, well, so be it, but just try and give the captain some control. And as I just had an inkling that Andy didn't really settle in that last spell when he came on, so Tom Bevan coming on from the David Road, is it the David Road end?
David Road end, yeah. Formerly the Leisure Centre Road end, as I understand, but yeah, that's David Road.
Is that being rebuilt, you know, the local aficionado on the building plans of Neath?
My
Port
knowledge
Talbot
of
Council?
leisure centres in the Neath Port Talbot Council region is limited, I'm sad to say. If I hear they're putting one of those water slides in, I think I may renew my interest. I generally don't know. I suspect there may not be a leisure centre. That's just my feel, but I don't know. I wish I had an email or a text. You could text in anyone from the area to let us know. But certainly there's no leisure centre there anymore. So it's the David Road end for now. There's Tom Bevan, forgive me, comes on.
It's been because Tom bowls at a quite good pace. Bowls are very full. So it'll be interesting to see how they play, because it probably gives the batters an option of reverse sweeping, because there's so much pace on the ball, and they don't have a lot of work. They don't have to do a lot of work in manipulating it. They can use the pace and deflect, and that's probably the shot with Tim at sort of on the 45 leg side, and Billy at sort of short backward point.
Bevan, well, by the standard, the other bowl was maybe a little bit expensive. Well, I've just been handed a note, and there is a brand new leisure centre in Neath just down the road.
Yeah.
So this will no longer be a leisure centre. Thank you very much for that note.
It's a nice area for development there. You can see a lovely little cafe rooftop bar looking out onto the pitch.
Could be nice, couldn't it? So 3 singles from the first 3 balls of Bevan's over. That's a reverse slog sweep, really. Not really a slog, he didn't absolutely leather it, but just paddled it from kind of knee roll height.
I think that's the option. It's been quite difficult to score in front of the slower bowlers unless it's seriously overpitched. So I think maybe reversing sort of either side or scooping is sort of in the game plan.
Well, Foreman has got quick feet. He's certainly coming up and down the wicket quite nicely.
In the context of the game, he's played really well. Control, because he probably knows deep down he can't play too many risky shots, because if he goes, they really are into the tail. And he's hung around well for a young boy.
Yeah,
making his way.
Been impressed. Two young cricketers here.
Yeah.
Who are doing a good job for their team.
And it's quite hard here because there's not many twos. If you hit a square, which they predominantly are here, it's so tight, and you need to hit the pockets, which are like sort of, in layman's terms, cow corner or over extra cover. So it's hard to build momentum and get your 6, 7s and over by being able to run. As where at Sapphire, 2s are everywhere, and it's quite easy to be able to go at 6 and over without taking too many issues.
So Andy Gorvin's switched ends here. That was the reason why Tom Bevan came back on. It was to get Andy Gorvin at the other end, the Oakwood Road end. I don't think there's ever been a leisure centre in Oakwood Road. So we can't be bowling into the wind here.
Changing field with long on and long off back for Andy, so with this field he'd be looking to pitch her up with third man in the circle as well, and he'll just be looking to almost.
Oh, that's well run. Would have been close if it had been a direct hit, but these two 20-year-olds, that's one thing they clearly have got, is plenty of pace and speed between the wicket, a couple of good athletes. And so they're going to test the Glamorgan outfielders here.
And they're a long way. It's the longest part of the ground down there, so 2 is quite comfortable. They'll be racing in to try and stop it. But it's a little undulating down that end, so to pick up one-handed is quite difficult.
Well, that's fabulous running again.
Yeah.
Hitting it to the much shorter boundary. It was Dan Douthwaite down there who picked up and took a little step before he let it go. Slightly wild throw in the end, so there was never any danger. And a lot of intent in the running here between Lenham and Foreman.
And that's a great start, 4 off 2. And even if they play sensible now, they'll be looking at 7 off the over. And this is sort of the cat and mouse game now of actually trying to stop them.
Go straight again. Not running the first one quite as hard this time. I think they knew.
And Billy Root there done really well, because he was at least, I would say, close to 15 metres in, knowing that look what the game is really, and it'll be the same for Tom Bevan. Tom's closer because of the natural angle of the pitch. Billy's a long way away. You can see there he's in quite considerably from the boundary edge.
So they've gone right back now, but it's interesting how they're going to play it long on and long off. It's Billy Root we just saw then, because if he anticipates the ball's coming, he's going to be sprinting in as hard as he can to get to that ball to cut off the 2, and that's going to be the game we're going to see, I think. Douthwaite and backward point.
Andy needs to bowl twice with no with third man up in the circle. Any width and they'll be able to run down, so he needs to be absolutely on the money here with his line.
Very full. Nice piece of work by Will Smale.
Missed out.
Take it off his toes.
Foreman will be disappointed there. Full toss, outside off stump, where just literally opening the face up and just running it down, pass inside Tim there, because Tim's reasonably wide, easy boundary.
One more to the total, and that's without doing anything too high risk. They've got 6 from the over again, with good running.
And that's sort of 7 overs left, 42 balls. If they go at 6s, that gives them 220. You would imagine if these two can take it deep, into the 47th over, they'll then really start playing, I think, some extravagant shots to try and get themselves up to a target that they can try and defend.
So 50 partnership up for these two now.
The legendary Steve Watkin on our screen, straight ahead.
Yeah, at the back there.
Probably put a pound on or a kilo on since his playing days, if that.
He was very tall and lean, wasn't he? Enjoyed watching him bowl for many years. One of the great men of this club.
Serious performer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dan, I think Dan Douthwaite, you're going to be looking to hit back of a length really with this field, I think.
So Dan Douthwaite's back, bowling to Foreman. Nice stop.
It's a great stop by Ben there. Ben Kellaway at sort of backward point. We have a deep point, Eddie Byram. Ben at sort of backward point, and then Tim van der Houten down at third man, deep square, and then Kieran and Tom Bevan sort of slightly tight stopping ones.
Bowled him! Well, that's been a good knock from Foreman. He's really given his team a chance. Got to 32, but Dan Douthwaite has just pegged his off stump back with a full delivery, and Sussex now 181 for 8.
Good straight bowling. No need for nothing else, I don't think, in the next 7 overs to bowl as straight as you possibly can and looking to hit off stump. If they manufacture a shot from there, well, you take it and you take your medicine. Anything else, do not give them the opportunity, and that's come at the right time because they were actually playing quite nicely then, and again a bit of momentum. Now you're into the tail. We'll be looking to bowl here as full as possible and bowl as many balls as we can at the new man coming in.
So it looked like he just played down the wrong line there, maybe coming round the wicket, bowling quite wide, and maybe just didn't quite judge the angle correctly of the ball sort of sloping in from wide out. Just clipped the outside of the off stump, and that was good enough. So quite a muted celebration by Dan Douthwaite standards, that one.
And look, we're looking to bowl at hand here as much as possible. Dan's got 4 balls left here in this over, and he will be, I would imagine, the first couple of balls here are going to be full.
So Sean Hunt,
the stumps.
Yeah, Sean Hunt, the new batter. He's a tall man, 6'5", I think, Sean Hunt. So sliding one under the bat early on might be a tactic. Goes full.
Dan just signal there to Eddie Byram just to go behind square, so he may very well be bowling short here. Or it could be the ultimate push behind. I'm going to bowl a bouncer and I'm going to bowl it at full. The bluff.
It's the bouncer, not the best one, I think. A little bit too short and
too high, way too high.
Too high. Bounced before it got to the keeper as well. Just seemed to lose all its pace once it got hammered into the pitch, and that's a no ball.
I think I can see where Dan maybe the line that he's thinking. Right, he's come forward first ball, I'm going to bounce him. But you've got the only way it's going to go to anybody in the catcher is the keeper off a glove. He's probably not going to be able to hook it back in a 10. Maybe far better off thinking I'm going to bowl a Yorker and attack the stumps. I wouldn't be surprised here if they try to give him one. Just to get him up the other end, so we can get a set of 6 at him. Because Lenham's now got a decision to make of, right, am I going to take it into my own hands and really give it a go, because knowing that 10-11 are not really going to offer that much.
So Hunt off the mark.
And that's almost a perfect outcome, really. And Dan really needs to bowl his best ball here. Try and keep Lemon down that end, and then you got another 6 balls at hand. Hopefully. But Glamorgan would have settled for this before ball was bowled. At the toss, 184 for 8, or 43 would be. People would snap their hands off.
Oh, good piece of fielding. That was well struck by Lenham. Colin Ingram managed to get down. So the ball hit very hard.
That's a really good shot. And a great stop by Colin. Wouldn't be the bad thing, because he would have gone for 4. Nobody else would have chased it. And now I think Andy here really will be confident of getting a wicket. Be interesting to see how Hunt plays here, whether he takes a dart at Andy because of the pace, thinking that, 1, I'm not going to get hit in the head, 2, I'm not really going to get hurt, and I got every chance maybe of clearing into the rugby pitch.
Well, 6 overs to go. Might be worth a go at anything that's up there in the slot. We're going to have to hit it well to get it over the heads of the deep fielders here, straight.
Yeah, I think the options that you'd be looking are sort of leg side, deep square, sort of deep mid wicket.
Ooh, that kept very, very low from Gorvin. And Archie Lenham is so quick. He was almost catching up Hunt there as they were running those two.
Yeah.
They were almost running the same direction for some moments there.
I think because Dan's so square that he thought there was every chance of a 3 then, and for him to get on strike. It's interestingly, a couple of balls have, so I'm not going to say misbehaved, but Ben Kellaway got a few to turn alarmingly. Andy's had a couple that kept a little low.
Sides against it as Ben Kellaway swoops in from backward point.
Yeah, and I think Morgan's in the ring fielding has been really good today. Hardly any fumbles, but people picking the ball up and actually look really sharp, which makes a hell of a difference when you're trying to nick quick singles, when people maybe not sort of as sharp as they should be. And it gives bowlers a huge sort of lift when people are scampering, diving, saving within the ring.
Only going to take 1 this time.
Covers the ground well, Billy Root, actually.
He does.
Scampers. Keen footballer. Plays a little bit occasionally, I've been asked.
Does he? Okay.
Yeah. Very committed darts player as well for his local club.
Good to hear.
Plays in the local leagues in the winter.
That was the one that he attempted to hoik over the short leg side boundary, but didn't connect, and I think suffering a little bit.
Yeah,
that's caught him in a nasty place.
Yeah, maybe inside the thigh.
Well, that's a
Yeah, very
Let's
fleshy
hope
part of
so.
the body. Yeah. No,
oh,
it didn't.
I'm not sure
Bullseye.
that's the thigh. Yeah. But all is well, seems to be okay. And at the end of that over, 4 from it, from Andy Gorvin. He's no wicket yet, conceded 34 from his 7 overs. And I'm going to make way for Rachel Priest, who's going to come and join Mark to talk you through to the end of this Sussex innings.
5 overs left, 188 for 8. It'll be interesting here now to see how Lennon bats against Dan Douthwaite. My gut feeling is that he will look to play a few shots just to try and eke as many runs as possible. There's plenty of pace on the ball, and the opportunities to score so behind the wicket either side are highly in his favour actually. Rachel, good afternoon to you. Enjoy your break.
I did. I had a lovely break.
What are you thinking? The last 5 here, you're the batting team. You've been in this position many times.
I think, look, they probably haven't got a total that they want right now. I think they've got to try and get as many runs as possible here in these last few overs, and however they can do that, they'll hopefully might see some fireworks.
Yeah, I think Lennon has to take the bull by the horns. Great effort there by Dan Douthwaite. Caught and bowled, it looked full toss, hit back at him, not as hard as I think Dan imagined, and just literally couldn't hold on to it long enough to get his fingers around the ball.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been a great effort if
It
he
would
could
have
have pulled
been.
that off.
Yeah, a little bit off balance. Disciplined display, Glamorgan bowling.
Very much so. Yeah. I think they've weathered, a few partnerships and stuff that have looked to get a bit of a start, but they've always just sort of consistently taken wickets throughout, and Sussex haven't really been able to get going.
Douthwaite bustling in. Good line. It's worked out quite well. They've actually got bowled quite a lot of balls at Hunt. I'm surprised Lemon has actually sort of allowed it. I thought he would be looking to farm the strike as much as possible, knowing that he's the one that is going to be able, the one who's going to be playing the bigger shots, really.
Yeah, he's got to start here. Really, is up to him to finish this innings off in the best way possible for Sussex.
Great shot. Very full delivery from Dan, and whipped away through leg side to dip mid wicket for 4. Full value here, Rachel, for a square the wicket shot.
Yes, very well, all around the ground really. I mean, it's a club ground, so it's probably, I would have thought it would be on the smaller, near the minimum of boundary size, so anything you can kind of get into a gap or past the fielders will generally go.
That's a really good shot actually, and Dan sort of erring, but he needs the bowling Yorkers or sort of top of the stump length. It's high, Ingram under it. Great catch. Dan Douthwaite there, bowling length. Hunt really taking him on, got under it and hitting that 20 metres outside circle, and a great catch backpedaling by Colin Ingram, who made some really good ground and took it over his shoulder. Belying his age, Rachel.
I know, yeah, I was just going to say he's done quite well for one of the older ones out there.
Yeah, for a mature athlete.
Yes, really good catch. Just watched it all the way and was safe, really.
Yeah, you can see by his reaction there, absolutely delighted to take it.
Yep.
And I'm sure one he'll be replaying on his socials at some point. So you win the toss this morning, you're Kieran Carlson. What would you have been thinking?
Well, I think they've had success throughout the game so far with bowling first, and they had success on Wednesday with that. So I think once you get on a kind of roll like that as a team, you want to keep feeling that feeling of we're good to get out there early, take a couple of early polls. You kind of just get on that roll. And I think if it's working for you, you don't want to change it. And they obviously had the benefit of playing here, and they knew that it was probably going to do a little bit overcast. Definitely did a little bit the other day. And I think that showed this morning with, they had 3.5 overs of no score, but Actually, Sussex weathered that storm really well, and the power play wasn't too bad for them in the end, but they just haven't been able to get going today.
Just watching, it doesn't look as if, well, it looks as if you have to bat a long time to get your runs. And you really have to, you're going to have to play against the ball nipping around, or when you're under a little bit of pressure.
Yeah.
So technically you have to be spot on, don't you, to get through and get yourself set.
Yeah, looks that way.
Douthwaite running into Campbell. I think it's good thinking by Dan to go full. Number 11, to give him no width, don't even hit the pitch, just as much as you possibly can. Look to hit the base of the stumps. With a slip in. Overall, a enthusiastic performance in the field as well. I think the ground fielding has been quite good. It's not an easy ground to field on, because it's coming at you a good base because of the smallness of the playing surface, especially down the bottom, because of the slight slope. It's not easy to pick it up.
No, I think McElroy in particular has been really good out on the boundary, you know, big fast bowler, diving and, you know, really backing up the other bowlers, which is nice to see.
Oh, severely unlucky there by Dan. Really good ball, just clipping the inside edge and running through for 4.
Classic number 11 shot.
And it's in the book, 4 runs.
Exactly, take it.
I think although Dan will be mightily disappointed, he knows that he's right in the game and he's bowled the right ball, just maybe not the right outcome. Andy Goving coming back on, down the bottom end, and I think Lennon might take a dart at him here actually. It's no good worrying about getting to the 50th when you're 9 wickets down. You might as well try and take it, especially if you can pick him up towards the rugby club side, with a backward deep square and a deep mid wicket. Good take.
Yeah, they looked quite close, to be honest. Almost foot was hovering a little bit there. Smells kept well actually. Done really, really well.
He has, and for someone who probably hasn't kept a lot, when Chris had pulled out with his calf injury.
Yep.
He's done really well. He's lost weight as well since I've last seen him, quite a bit. Yeah,
oh, wow.
Yeah. I think he's
doing a bit of fitness.
Put a lot of hard work in. I think that's a key position there, where Tom Bevan is. That's a long way, isn't it? The longest part of the ground. He scampered in there to pick it up and throw it in to stop the 2. And Billy Root had done that a few times before him as well. And I think that could be a key position for Sussex to get one of their better fielders down that way.
Yeah, I think that's going to be key at this end of the innings as well. These guys are obviously going to be looking to try and have Lenham on strike as much as possible, so they will be looking to push those 2s. So Glamorgan's fielders just have to be onto it, and he was that time.
Andy Goving bowls a very good slow ball. And I was just running through my mind then that maybe with Campbell, it may not be a bad option. I don't think he'll be able to contain himself thinking that I can play against a medium pacer. That's a great stop by Billy Root, diving to his left, fully extended on the edge of the boundary.
Yeah, I think just another time that they've shown how sort of switched on they are in the field. You know, it's easy just to, I guess, you know, in this position you got them 199 for 9, not put those efforts in, but they're really just going right to the last over here.
Good shot, and just picking it up over mid-on, but only one, and well bowled by Andy Goving, not offering any width, especially at this time when the batters are just looking to get their arms away from their body and either really slap it hard through the offside or pick it up. Did you enjoy, I know you opened the batting, but did you bat match at the death?
I never lasted that long.
It's skill,
I
isn't it? As a
pretended the
batter,
death was at the
it's a
start,
real
to be
skill,
honest.
isn't
It
it?
is,
To
yeah.
be able to bat with the tail end, isn't it? And
Oh, absolutely.
farm, you know, farm the bowl in and try to manipulate it when you know that there's not much to support you.
Early on in my career, I was a little bit more of a finisher down the end.
Yeah.
But you're right, I think it really is, and it can be difficult, I think, sometimes when you are setting to know how much you actually need. So, you know, when you're chasing, you know exactly what you've got to do and how you're going to do it, but particularly on a small ground like this, you just don't know how much is enough, and at the moment, they're probably thinking they don't quite have enough.
Yeah. And Jamie McIlroy coming back on to finish off. And looking to bowl as tight as possible here, and as you said, not sure how many is a good score. I think you always judge it only when both teams are batted, because you never quite know. Jamie McIlroy coming round the wicket, starts off with a back of the hand slower ball, which I think he'll be quite content that he's got away with. Full toss outside off stump. Probably be looking to tighten up from here on in, and Lemon looking for his options really. Probably over extra, maybe a reverse. Slow ball catch, yes.
It's a good catch.
Good catch by Colin Ingram. Ball dying on him. A slow ball into the pitch from Jamie McIlroy. Slapped by Lennon out to Colin Ingram, who was fielding at long off. A really good catch, sort of down by his bootstraps, showing his athleticism.
I know, yeah, he's, like you say, belying the years.
And probably always good to get in the game, isn't it, as a batter, when you're sort of being
Absolutely,
fielded in, that
yeah.
you feel part of it, you're moving. And
Yeah, and I think he did have that sharp chance at slip earlier on today, so I'd be happy that he's managed to couch a couple. But yeah, really good performance by Glamorgan, I think. I mean, at the start of the day, I think if you said you're chasing 201 to win, you probably would have said yes on a little ground like this. But look, anything can happen. You never know what Sussex are going to do. Their bowlers could come out and have, you know, a really good game as well. So still all the work to be done.
yeah, it's excellent. 200 all out in the 47th. And a really good disciplined bowling display, where you would have to say Glamorgan were on top thoroughly throughout, and lovely to see the groundsman coming out with his shirt and tie on his cart, which is absolutely tremendous. Rarely seen, I would say.
Needs to be seen more often, I think.
Yeah, that's tremendous. Good commitment to the cause.
Lovely etiquette.
So, Glamorgan going in happy. If you're Mr. Farbrace and you're in charge of Sussex, what are you thinking for your bowlers?
Look, I think you just have to take what you've got on the board. You know, that's done now. That half of the game is done. They're going to have to look to take early wickets. Obviously, Glamorgan had a really good batting performance last game. Very comprehensive victory and some really good partnerships. I think there was 103 and then 170 not out. So, you know, there's obviously some really good form there, but I think with a total like this, you just got to take wickets. You've got to put pressure on with dot balls, and hopefully that leads to wickets.
They're quite a young team, aren't they? And I think it'll be interesting to see that Glamorgan were quite experienced, and how experienced players go about it. And I was saying to Ashley earlier, I think that the way some of our boys play, Eddie is very strong square, Kieran's very strong square, Colin's immensely strong square. This ground actually suits us in a major way. So I know they've got a couple of taller bowlers, so I would expect the ball to bounce a bit, but it may very well play into that area. So a really good start.
Yeah.
Going into lunch.
Yep.
So we're going to run through some highlights, so we'll sort of wait for those to be redone. But as the people are walking out, lovely to see, isn't it, when it takes you back to childhood, actually, when you could walk on the pitch and have a look around and become an expert in looking at footholds and the turf.
Having a second slip. And there's the first runs, flashing drive, just over the head of Andy Gorvin at gully, get off the mark. And that's his first runs, and very nice too. A lovely straight drive, and he's off the mark with a boundary. And that one is through. Run it off the outside edge. Point. And that's through again. Same spot. He's played that well. I think soft hands and making sure it didn't fly in the air. Great intent that time from Haynes. Came down the pitch. Didn't really out the clouds. And that's in the air, up and over. And 4 for Clark. Come down the pitch. Haynes under edge, and that's going to race away for another 4. Little burble in the crowd early morning, everyone enjoying their first coffee, and there's an edge. Clark.
Unfortunately.
And to rub salt into the wound, the next ball driven through the covers for 4. Probably against the spin. The deep field is in front of the wicket, that's in the air. Flat batted over cover, but a nice piece of work down there. Quicker ball, and cut away very nicely. It's a good shot from Haynes. And Rogers has hit that one nicely through mid-wicket, got on the back foot, and the other options who we haven't seen yet, as Rogers pulls that one round the corner very nicely, got down on one knee. The Glamorgan bowlers in the field here. We may be catching it here. And that's been very well timed and beats the despairing dive of McIlroy. And this time he has nicked it. Replica ball straight away, and Douthwaite is pumped. So Van der Gooten to Rogers. Big appeal, he's gone. Van der Gooten strikes, and that's those things.
Yeah, that's lovely description.
And that's a great drive. Charlie Tears played that really well. That's his first boundary. The rope, it's Andy Gorvin who's dropped back. And a pull, that's in the air. And an easy catch for Tim Van der Gooten. And that's another 2 slips in the gully in now for Van der Gooten to Carter, who drives very nicely. And that's a 4. Very well played.
About numerous things. Well bowled.
That's 4 off the inside edge. Moral victory for the bowler, but important runs for the... So McIlroy to Carter. There's an appeal, and this time he's been given. And Carter's gone, McIlroy strikes. Ooh. Appeal for an inside edge, and he's gone. Leon Cachet has gone. Nice shot. Well played by Ibrahim. That's a very welcome bound.
Beat the batter.
Fuller delivery.
Lovely shot.
And put away very nicely. It was a half volley. Top edge and a hook, and that's 1 bounce and 4. So Kellaway now with the left arm. Gotcha. And he's been given, caught behind, and again.
Potential, and he's.
That's coming our way, that's a big hit. And 6 for Bertie Foreman. It's a big hit over the top, and I think he's got enough of that for a boundary. That's well hit by Bertie Foreman, somewhere in Middlesex. Good club, I'm told. As we see another nice straight drive there from Archie Lenham. That's 4. It was against Somerset, it was. Lovely drive again. Lenham played that shot beautifully for the last couple of overs. Rolling his arm over. I don't know if that's a sign of things to come, or just keeping the excitement and energy levels going. There's another boundary for Archie Lenham.
Game now of actually trying to stop them.
Goes straight again. not running the first one quite as hard this time. I think they knew. Bowled him! Well, that's been a good knock from Foreman. He's really...
Great shot. Very full delivery from Dan and whipped away through leg side. It's high, it's high. Ingram under it. Great catch. Great catch. Oh, severely unlucky there by Dan. Really good ball. Good shot, and just picking it up over mid-on, but only one. Slow ball catch, yes.
It's a good catch.
Good catch by Colin Ingram. Ball dying on him. A
going past the edge. Obviously Byram's not a really tall guy, so potential, yeah, that he could probably get it up around his midriff there.
He
Trouble
does
him a little
actually.
bit.
Sorry, he does actually shape up a lot. Eddie Byram. It looks as if he plays and misses, but doesn't necessarily do so. Oh, and that's a lovely start.
Classic opener. You
yeah.
take that every day of the week.
Yeah, pushing at it, slightly outside off stump, inside edge, beats the keeper.
Yeah.
Much to the disappointment of the fielding team, but Eddie will be happy to get off the mark, I would imagine.
Yeah, he just sort of pushed out at that one, didn't he?
Yeah.
But probably, you know, he's coming off that 100, so he's feeling confident and ready to start playing those shots again. But you got to start again, don't you?
It looks
for new innings.
Yeah, it looks as though Campbell's not as quick as he sort of you may imagine him to be. It's I'd say upward just of medium pace.
Yeah, I think so.
first
Whether he's
couple.
just warming up, maybe.
Yeah.
and getting into it, but he's yeah, maybe he'll be winding up in the next couple of overs.
Yeah. Decidedly air of moisture in the air at this moment in time.
It's a bit of a worry.
Yeah, looking upwards towards the Bracken Valley. Eddie Byram getting right behind that there, showing that sort of not too much pace in it, really played it quite comfortable off the back foot. Once Wales has batted well since getting in the team, Rachel.
He has actually. He's had a couple of really good little cameos, which will give him a lot of confidence. I think also now he's taken the gloves on, it's always nice to have two ways to contribute.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Campbell running in. And open the face there by Eddie Byram, just slipping it on the right-hand side of point. And over that, well, 4-5 balls that he navigated fairly comfortable actually. Although he nicked one on the inside edge, looks to be moving as you should move, rather than being a little bit tense at the start of it. Have you seen much of Will bat?
I haven't seen a heaps. I've seen a little bit. I saw him in their last blast game. He did well.
Sweet striker of the ball. Campbell running in. Will getting a long way forward there. Played a lot of hockey as a young boy.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, so very good sweeping and sort of reverse sweeping and very good contact, and hits it hard.
Yeah. We might be in for a catch over here at some point today.
Yeah,
then.
well, one earlier got hit really well, and that was coming in at a reasonable amount of pace, and there's a few people scuttling further down the line.
I'll leave the catching up to you.
The more mature men were off the end of their chairs. And Hunt opening the bowling from the bottom end here at Neath. Byram facing. A tall, lean athlete, Rachel.
Yeah, typical opening bowler.
Yeah. Very similar field, deep square leg and a third man. Look at a little bit more pace there. Gonna looks of that, maybe back of a length and looking to get a little bit of bounce and hitting the pitch quite hard.
Yeah, probably just hurried Byram a little bit there compared to the other end.
Yeah. Hailing from New Zealand, Rachel, looking at the horizon and the mountains, does it remind you of any grounds back home?
Most of them, to be honest.
Oh, that's a great shot by Eddie Byram. Short, wide, and he's absolutely climbed into that and hit it just behind square for 4. Lovely shot, Rachel.
Lovely shot, and I think as an opener, you just rub your hands together at getting something short and wide like that to put away. It wasn't actually too wide, but it was just a really, really well played shot. And I think when you're in the form he's in, you put that away every day of the week. So
looks like it's raining here, Rachel. I can see people in the background of our feed putting their jackets on. And another good strike, real strength of Byram, sort of point, in front and behind, and playing sort of over deep square. So if he keeps bowling that length, Eddie will be looking to really tuck into him.
Yeah.
Lots of activity in the crowd with people putting their
might be some umbrellas coming
jumpers and umbrellas going.
I think this weather's reminding me more of home than anything at the moment.
Or in the winter.
Yeah.
Hunt running in. A lovely shot by Eddie, slightly close to face, but going past mid-on for 4.
Yeah,
really is.
Really looking in form today, isn't he?
Yeah, and I think when you watch, I've seen Eddie bat for quite a long time. When he bats with freedom, you know that he's sort of on song. Really, he doesn't worry about too much about sort of anything, and he's looking to counter straight away from ball 1. So a really good start.
Extremely comfortable at the moment, doesn't he?
Tough start for Hunt here, sort of been short, offside, overpitched, and then earring on sort of leg side on the hip. So another metre there, left or right, and that was 4 again, and that would have been an expensive start for him, actually.
Yeah, I think the bowler was pretty lucky there, actually. It went directly to the fielder. They probably would have been looking to have a similar start as Glamorgan did with the ball, but it hasn't quite happened for them.
Hunt. Big shout, LBW. Looked a little bit leg side from here.
Sounded like he may have got something on it as well, potentially.
Yeah, as you just said, Sussex would have come out and really looking for a disciplined start and trying to nick 1 or 2 wickets quite early to put a bit of pressure on. And these two, the way they play, they look to counter. And if they can get off to a good start, that'll calm a hell of a lot of people in the changing room, but also make it a hell of a lot more difficult for Sussex with jumbling bowlers and trying to get a good start.
Yeah, yep.
Smile to face his second ball. Again, a long way forward. Will Smile there, probably 3 metres up, Rachel?
Yeah, I think did he look a little bit quicker that time? Maybe he's warmed up after his first over, Campbell?
I think because of his size, my automatic perception is he's going to be bowling 85 mile an hour here and putting people under real pressure. Why would Will be looking to come up here? What do you think he'd be thinking? What's his game plan?
I think he's probably, whether there's a little bit of swing or something, he's probably just looking to get the length that he wants. Maybe put the bowler off their length. Doesn't look to be swinging that much.
No.
I think they're just like we said earlier. They're both players that want to counter. They want to be on the front foot. They want to be, putting pressure back on the bowling and fielding side. So, I think it's good. I think when you come out with that sort of aggressive intent, it puts the bowlers and fielders under pressure straight away. And like they're already going to be feeling under pressure. Glamorgan are going really, really well. 3 wins on the trot. So they know they have to take these wickets.
Oh, it's a lovely shot through mid-wicket by Will Smale. Just a step down and caresses it through. Stopped on the boundary. And a lovely shot.
Yeah, looking really comfortable out there now, and probably just had to go up the hill a little bit, so it slowed down slightly, but it's looking a little bit worrying for Sussex at the moment. The batters are just looking very, very comfortable.
Yeah, I think for an opening bowler, when the opening batter's coming down and advancing and playing you comfortably, even if he's only defending, it just sends a psychological message out, doesn't it? That I'm coming at you.
Yeah.
And what have you got? Are you going to drop it short? Because if you do, I'm half expecting it, and I'm going to take you on. And if you bowl full, I've got every chance of driving it. And I think you're very clever, actually. Will Smell a change of field, one slip out straight away, and a deep square leg in. Again, coming forward quite a substantial way, and playing it quite comfortably.
Yeah, both batters are looking comfortable. And look, as an opener, you want to build as big a partnership as possible without losing that first wicket. So these guys will be looking to dig in here and really make hay while the sun's not quite shining.
Yes, no, it's looking darker as we look out over the rugby ground. looking imminent that there would be some rain, I would suggest.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit hazy over there towards the hills.
Yeah, and the wind has dropped a little bit looking at the trees, so expected expected. There could very well be rain. Will Smale looking very comfortable there, just leaving it go through outside, bowling in the channel. Campbell trying to get Will Smale to play away from his body. Again there, at least up 2.5 meters, and playing it with ease, trying to maybe getting a little bit more pace into the ball so he can play a little bit more
Could be actually, yeah.
freely.
Yeah, he's come out and just looks so solid there, right in the middle of the bat. A good call. At the moment, they're looking comfortable. They're looking on top of it. Sussex looking a little bit sort of despondent, maybe just not as charging around as fast in the field, and already sort of feeling that pressure and searching for that wicket.
You probably need a few little shouts in your LBW or whatever, just to get yourself going. Campbell running in and comfortably played by Byram through I would say backward point for one, down to third man. Probably a good percentage shot that, and then against the left arm seam, it was a reasonable ball that you just open the face up and run it down.
Yep, and probably it's a bit frustrating for the bowler, isn't it? Because you've got your slips and everyone in there, and you're still managing to get it through for that single and rotate the strike.
I remember talking to Michael Hogan about that when people play that shot in one-day cricket, and he said, actually, what you're a little bit wide, and if you get a little bit tighter, people can't play that shot because the chances are that it's going to be a nick.
Yep.
That's a good ball with a lot more pace in it, actually. Maybe half expecting Smale to walk down to him, but sending him a message that maybe it could be an unwise decision. It's a good ball. Pitching off stump and just keep going with the angle. Keep it taking it above his head.
Yeah, definitely a lot more pace in that one.
That's another good shot. Smale just coming inside it and helping it on its way to deep square leg for one. Very controlled shot. How would you have liked to kept to this in your prime?
Not right now.
No. We'll take you back,
prime,
right, 10, 12 years.
Well, how fast do you think he's bowling?
I would say that's got to be late 70s, maybe 80.
You know what, I would have liked to have a go at it in my prime, but certainly not now. I'd have to be standing a lot further back now.
That's a good ball. Lovely there. Left arm to a left-hander. If you do shape it away, it's your natural delivery, bringing into the slips, and Eddie Byram actually playing that very, very well. Yeah, it'd be lovely, wouldn't it, to stand back and take it on a good wicket, a bit of bounce. Yeah. Yep. Which is probably totally different to what you did for the majority of your taking it with your fingers down.
Yeah, I was a lot closer for the majority of my career.
Think it'd be easier?
I think it'd just be different, I did play a bit of men's cricket. I don't nothing to this pace, obviously. There's, as strange as it sounds, it is different wicket keeping. It's just a different game, women's cricket to men's cricket. But no, I certainly would have enjoyed the challenge, I think. I don't think I would have wanted to have a bat, but I wouldn't mind having a keep.
I'll tell you after this ball. This hand runs into Byram. Oh, and that's a lovely shot. And over pitching, and Byram just leaning onto it, hitting it through mid-on for 4. What a lovely shot that was. Showing his form here, Eddie Byram, after his ton.
Coming off 100, isn't it?
Absolutely. One of the hardest shots in the book. Stays upright and just punches it through the ground. He's in good form, Edward. When I first joined the staff here, in one of the early games, Marchand DeLanger said to me, I need to go and warm up. Can you come out, please, and take the mitt? I thought,
oh boy.
Wow, this will be experience. Go out on it was quite a green practice pitch, and that was a challenge and a half. Smale again coming down advancing and just working it down to around backward deep square for one, and looking very comfortable. Will actually.
Yeah, he is. He's rotating the strike really well, and I think he's only on 4, but he's looking so comfortable that you don't really get a sense of any sort of chances or a wicket, or they just look like they've been in there for 10, 15 overs already. So Yeah, Sussex will definitely be, you know, going through their plans, thinking what's next, what can we do to take a wicket.
Campbell played very late there by Eddie Barham, and I think that just shows when someone's in form, they don't go and chase the ball, and by that I mean get their hands out in front of their front leg, just leave the ball come and just play it right under their eyes. Going back to Marchant and Langer.
How fast did he bowl?
Well, he bowls about 85, and he had new ball, and he was generally, I was standing 15 metres away, and then he said, oh, look, I'm going to bowl properly now. Dear me.
How many metres were you standing then?
At least. Byram just opening the face again, a real safe shot there down to third man for one, and we're picking up singles here quite easily. Yeah, he then, I would be at least, I would say, not far off 25 metres back, and that was swinging afterwards quite late, and it was a great experience, but it wasn't great.
You made yourself scarce when
well,
it
I
was
always, literally, I was throwing underarms to people, and it was better. Campbell. Smale tucking that off his hip there into deep square leg. Seems to be part of his game plan here, Rachel. Will Smale advancing down and just tucking it off his hip with maybe a little bit of shape coming from the bowler.
Yeah, I think he's definitely got that game plan, and it seems to be working for him at the moment. It's always nice to be rotating the strike so consistently as an opening pair. You don't want to feel like you're getting stuck down one end and giving the bowlers the feeling of a lot of dots, so they're doing a really good job at the moment.
Left and right hander as well, isn't it? Campbell to Byram, again, very, very good defensive shot, just dropped down in front of him, looks as if he's got an age to play it, and I can see out of the corner of my eye there, Paul Farber is down talking to the head coach of Sussex, talking to one of the bowlers, so it would be interesting, love to be a little fly on his shoulder there to see what he's talking about. I would imagine maybe to tighten up a little bit and get them pushing and try and bring LBW and bowl into it.
Yeah, it looks like he was gesturing to get them pushing out in front.
Again, Byram opening the face up, and really good run in there to get to.
Yeah, really good run.
Like you said, the amount of time here that they run in and they're just disrupting the bowler's rhythm is a real key, isn't it? The good left-hand, right-hand partnerships.
Yeah.
You know, over the time of cricket, they really do annoy and sort of upset the rhythm of batters bowlers who are desperately trying to bowl at the same person to set them up. Campbell continuing. Sorry. And, fortuitous 4 runs for Will Smale there. Just looked as if he was cramped for room. Inside edge and chopped down past leg stump for 4.
Yeah, I think sometimes when it's going your way, it just is going your way, and you take that.
Absolutely. Getting a little bit wide there, Will, playing away from his body.
Actually, maybe a pretty good effort from the keeper, but didn't manage to get anything on it.
Very good. Looks as if they're going a little bit wider here. Smale has been sort of batting well, advancing down and tucking it, almost going inside into off stump, but playing it round to leg side. With that ball and the last ball and the ball before, it looks to be a little bit wide again, maybe off stump or fifth stump line, forcing him to play through sort of the offside.
More luck.
Yeah, and when things go for you, they go for you, don't they?
Yep. You got to make the most of it when it's happening, because it doesn't happen that often in cricket.
When things are not going well, that just pops up to caught and bowled.
Yep.
Or spoons up lovely to mid-off, who takes a little diving catch. But I think sometimes like that, you actually realise and you look, I need to just really concentrate here and get myself going, because you've had a few warnings. That's actually, hello, it's no run, that's a good shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Poor fielding, and buzzers.
Take those.
Oh, a rarity.
It's just piling on Sussex at the moment, isn't it?
I think it's actually, I'm just looking here around the surroundings, it's quite damp. I would imagine it's getting a little bit greasy on top, especially as you're fielding. It can become quite difficult, but batting, it can be a benefit, can't it, when the ball starts zipping on and a bit more pace in the pitch.
Yep.
Oh, must have just nipped the thigh pad. I thought that might be a wide there.
But bit of luck for Sussex, maybe.
Yeah. So we talked earlier about back home. What are your favourite grounds in New Zealand?
Well, I'd have to say Pukekura Park, where I grew up.
Right.
Beautiful ground, tiered grass, hills.
Good shot by Byram, just leaving it come on and tacking it through the leg side to deep square for 1. Trickling on to 23, Eddie Byram.
I believe it was one of Wisden's best grounds at one point. I can't remember the year, but I know it was up there. Actually a really good ground for women's cricket, quite similar size to this. And yeah, always get a good crowd there, so that would, and obviously the Basin Reserve in Wellington. A lot of Test cricket played there, but I was lucky to play for Wellington, and we played there a lot. So there's so many beautiful grounds in New Zealand, quite similar to here. Obviously the scenery and everything is very similar. Unfortunately, weather quite similar too.
Queenstown's some great
lovely
pictures,
ground
isn't
there
it?
as well.
Campbell runs in here to Byram, and shoulders arms, leaves it go. Looking very comfortable, not to give him the commentator's curse. I did say 23, but Eddie Byram's at 22 of 22. I'm just thinking, if I was Sussex bowling coach, what would I be thinking here?
Look, they have to take a wicket. They have to break this partnership. It's just looking too comfortable. So whether that is looking to what other options you have or another plan.
Kept a little bit low, I think. Eddie Byram just expecting that to bounce just a little bit higher over his back of a length, and he was looking to put that about in the halfway line, I think, of the adjacent rugby pitch. Just got a bottom edge on it. I think he was expecting that to be sort of waist, belly button height, but didn't get much higher in the top of the pad.
Yeah, he certainly looked to make the most of that shorter delivery.
Yeah, I'm thinking, like, how many times did they beat the bat? Maybe once.
I think they have one right at the start.
Yeah, haven't really sort of wrapped the pads, or many plays and misses where you think, oh, right, they're in the game, as were early on. Tim van der Houten especially was just at people all the time. There's been a little bit of width, sort of both sides, so they just haven't quite settled, and I know they're inexperienced, and a lot of young boys in their team. Again, Eddie Byram looking to shape up to pick that up over the leg side, gets a leg by into square leg, and just the shots that he's playing, Eddie Byram just says that they're bowling slightly leg side, aren't they? He's shaping a hell of a lot to play through leg side, and his defensive shots have been straight, but not very little sort of through the offside.
Yeah, and I think, look, like we said, this sort of wicket is one you have to get yourself in on, so I think he'll start to put those away really soon.
And you can see a shift, the way that they've been bowling to Will Smale last over, and here they're looking to push away from maybe middle and off to outside, so he can't tuck that ball in. That's what, 7th, 8th stump.
Yeah, and he did push out at it, so it has worked.
Yeah.
But I think you're right, he was looking too comfortable at just picking them off the hips, rotating the strike, so good change of plan.
Yeah, I think, and Will, he's sharp, quite sharp boy. He'll work it out. He may just need to adjust his stance slightly to cover the angle and give him the ability to play through maybe mid on, or to slap it through backward point maybe, with his ability with his bottom hand shots.
Yep.
Yeah, gone back at some brilliant pictures of Queenstown,
Oh,
isn't it? When
yeah.
you see them
When you're
playing
playing
Test
planes
cricket and the
are
planes
flying in,
landing
yeah,
and the
it's-
mountains in behind.
It's a lovely spot down there.
I'm going to ask you, we'll watch this ball, but I'm going to ask you your top 3 pitches in the world, so you have a think about it.
Okay.
Oh, Eddie Byram just closing the face there. A slightly sort of over-pitch ball where you're looking to drive it, I think, through extra cover. Just turned the face and sort of cloth scuffed it into mid-on. Taking the slips out, second slip now you're dealing with sort of 1.5 second type sort of hybrid slip. And not quite executing the shot as he would like, but is close to it. And I think if he'd got a bit more of a bat on that, that would have screamed to the boundary. Hunt, after his chat with Paul Farber, seems to be bowling just a little bit better, I think, the last 8 balls. That's a lovely shot. Run down very late, down to third man, and just as we commented earlier, Eddie Byram looking in very comfortable poise, and I see Will Smale just changing his stance to off stump, so maybe looking to get across, cover the angle, and still look to play it into leg side, and if it's wide, to really give it both arms and fail it through the offside. Opening the face. Good start.
Yeah, really good start. I think that shot down to third man from Byram, I think playing that in the 8th over or something, it shows you how comfortable they are. They're batting and they look like they've been out there for a lot longer than they actually have, so a really good start from them, but they still got to score the runs. They've still got to keep building the pressure back on Sussex, and putting the bad ball away when they get it.
It's like that, isn't it? Even though there's no bat involved, the intent to come down, I'm coming at you, you're not going to bowl at me and then keep me down. You get one, it rotates the strike, the bowler feels a little bit aggrieved.
And if he did get it, it was probably in the rugby ground. So
yeah, you're
yeah,
constantly
on
onto
top
you.
of
The
it all
percentages
there,
are
really.
in your favour, and you're going like a 35 for none.
Yeah.
It seems as if it's a 50 for none partnership, because they go in so comfortably. Again, Byram just waiting for it to come in, tucks it off his hip to deep square, and we scored in both sides of the wicket, aren't we? Which is probably a sign of the bowlers just straying a little bit and not consistently hitting their lines, and that's the one thing I think Glamorgan did as a bowling attack, is generally bowl really well to one side of the wicket, held their discipline, bowled straight, and put batsmen under pressure. Back to our top 3.
Well, I think I've probably mentioned 2 of them.
Yeah.
Well, look, as a cricket nuffy, you can't go past Lords, I don't think.
Yeah. Well defended by Byram. Campbell on the money there, bowling very, very straight, and Byram just playing it perfectly behind, just below his eye line, and dropping it in to the crease in front of him. Yeah, Lords.
I mean, did lose a World Cup final there, so
Yes, yes.
but have had other good memories
Yeah,
there as well.
yeah.
But I think just, it's the home of cricket, right? And
Yeah.
anyone that has anything to do with cricket knows that, and knows that it's a really, really special place
Yeah.
to even just watch cricket, but extremely special to be able to play there as well.
Again, Campbell bowling very, very straight in a really good line, and Byram more than content to play a solid forward defensive shot, and almost wait for Campbell to make a move, isn't it? To do something different and then capitalise.
I think so. I think, like we've said, they've been a little bit 2 sides of the wicket, so they know that potentially something's coming for them to put away, so I don't think they need to, make anything happen just
Yeah.
yet. It'll happen for them from the bowlers.
Oh, Eddie Byram looking to flick that over the leg side, get to leading edge and get to full as it goes over the point boundary. So fortune favours the brave, Rachel Priest.
Yes, more luck, I think. And like you say, if you go hard enough at it, fortune will favour you, but frustrating for the bowling and fielding side.
Oh, that's the one you're praying for, aren't you? They just pops up to somebody at square leg or point, but
yeah, it's gone a long way actually. That.
Yeah, good contact for an outside edge. And just what you were saying, if you wait, you will get something. So a wide ball, just again, it's just a little release, isn't it? As a batter, the scoreboard keeps moving quite nicely.
Yeah, and I think he was a little bit frustrated there that he didn't get something on that and put it away, but look, you take the extra ball. But yeah, I think maybe a change needs to happen here if these bowlers are not quite doing the job right now.
They look quite flat actually, not much noise is there. Funny, in amongst the sort of 8 overs, there's been some reasonable balls that have been sort of played very well defensively, but balls as a bowler you'd be quite happy at because you know that you're hitting the right area and you're committing them to a defensive shot. But in between that, there's been release balls, and where you have the ability to score 2s and 1s without taking too many risks, where the percentages really are high in your favour. Byram advancing down the wicket and then just tacking that off his hip, and it seems a real default that if they have bowled a couple, that you come down and you just manipulate it as you see it. And I haven't seen a short ball yet, a bouncer.
No, I think it looks like Glamorgan's batters are dealing with that length a little bit better maybe than Sussex's batters did, because obviously Glamorgan went for that sort of back of a length, but they seem to have had a plan to get inside it, be able to rotate it to that square leg side, and it just looks really easy at the moment. And as you say, there has been some good balls, but the in-between stuff has really taken the shine off it because it just hasn't been good in between times.
Campbell ran athletically, looked a good ball. Again, bowling slightly wider to Smail and taking his main scoring weapon in this game so far of going to the offside and playing it leg side. They're bowling wider and forcing him to get his hands out to play a little bit away from his body. So it'll be interesting actually if the backup bowlers, how they deploy against him.
I think proof there again of the atmosphere out there for Sussex. So a really good ball beating the outside edge, and there really wasn't much chat from anyone in the field. So they probably just need a reset and
time for a good run out, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or a great catch or
something like that.
Short back of a length, Eddie Byram just forcing it on its way back behind deep square leg. And here, as we said earlier, you're getting full value for money square on you, and the way that Eddie Byram plays, it's right up his street that you feed sort of around his hip area or short and wide, so he can play sort of square leg, behind square leg, or behind point, or in front of point.
Yeah. I think that first ball is just too easy for a batter like Byram to put away, and it just puts Hunt under pressure for the rest of his over. You know, it's just too easy at the moment for them to, or too many bad balls that they're putting away so well, and I think they just can't build any pressure as a bowling team.
It'd be hard for the captain, actually.
Yeah, frustrating, I think. Look, we know the bowlers aren't trying to bowl in the wrong areas, but
oh, great shot! That is Eddie Byram at his best. Short wide, gets his hands free and absolutely murders it through cover. I think where he's hit that shows how well he's seeing it.
Yeah.
Square cut, he's probably 25 metres in front of square cutting it, showing that he's very comfortable playing against this pace.
Yeah. And actually the faster of the two, probably.
Yeah. Oh, a flash. Short and wide. Byram looking to play it square, gets a probably looked like a reasonable edge on it. One bounce for over second slip. Don't think he tried the uppercut. Just look in the replay. Yeah, it was a slash actually.
Yeah, I think he just knew if he went hard enough at it, he would get it, and that's 50s up now. So a really good start from these two.
54 for none of 9.4. Oh, lovely shot. Really looks comfortable, Eddie Byram, and just playing with a little bit of ease. Plays golf right-handed.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And I asked him, I seen him, I was on the tour, and he was playing right-handed, and I said, well, how do you play that? And he said, oh, when I grew up, there was only right-handed clubs in the house. He was born and bred in Harare.
Yeah.
And he taught himself how to play right-handed. Which is a great effort. Oh, 4 wides, just to
really
put the rub the salt in the wound for Hunt. Yeah, a short wide ball goes for 4. Eddie Byram then chops one up over slip for 4, and now just hitting the footholes, and that's gone for 4. And probably this over is very descriptive of the first 9 overs. Of just a little bit out of kilter, isn't it? Really?
Yeah. It's not going to plan at all for them here. So I think the captain's going to have to pull some of the senior players together and try and get them to change the feelings out there.
Yeah, I think maybe a change of both ends could very well be in order. Oh, 6 of a deep square. What a shot that is, straight into the Glamorgan players, with Henry Hurl taking a great catch at deep square leg. Capped off the over, actually short, and Eddie Byram just absolutely rocking onto the back foot and catching that lovely out in the middle and helping her on his way. Glamorgan a dominant start, Rachel.
Yeah, they are. They're really, really looking confident. And I think, you know, the smiles and the laughs and the changing room is really, you see all the pressure's gone off them now, and it's all on Sussex. But I think, look, anything can happen. A couple of quick wickets, you just never know. But at the moment, they're looking very, very comfortable. Byram moved on to 47 off 40 balls already. Smale, to be fair, hasn't had much of the strike, 10 off 20 balls. But at the end of the day, you know, they're 65 without loss, and that partnership number is the main number that they should be looking at. Yeah, I think just keep taking the strike over from Smales. I mean, he'll start to play more shots like that as he gets in. Byram is looking in sparkling form.
Yeah, and Will Smales played quite well, hasn't he? Taking no risks, just literally anchored in and got his ones, and looked a good ball there again, just wide of off stump, and 14 Smale to actually change his sort of his modus operandi of working it, getting his hands a little bit wider, and he doesn't look as if he's. That's a good ball, isn't it?
That is a really good ball,
pitching on middle and just keep on going with the angle.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see. I think Will may come down in wicket here, just to negate what Campbell is trying to do. Oh, Smale comes down the wicket, short ball from Campbell, hits the splice and pops up the gully. Really good bowling, and actually I think over the last 8 balls he's actually bowled really well to Will Smale.
He has
and put him under a lot of pressure. Yeah,
I think they pretty quickly changed their plan to him, and I think that it's worked. I still think good start for Glamorgan, but yeah, really good ball, squared him up off the shoulder of the bat, an easy catch.
Yeah, good ball, hit back of a length, hit the pitch hard, hits the splice and just pops up the gully, and just what Sussex needed to give him a lift. And as Tom Bevan walks to the wicket, and a good ground for him actually, got 100 here a couple of seasons ago, so I've no doubt he'll be looking forward to getting stuck in and supporting Eddie Byram.
Yeah, it's always nice walking out to a field that you've had success on. Try to pull from those memories. And
Well, hello again.
Welcome back.
Nice to be back. Well, I haven't been far away. Eavesdropping on you from behind. Well, I thought the start was going very well.
Yeah, I think still a really good start. Smell will probably be a little bit disappointed with that since they were off to such a good start, but Bevan in now and straight off the mark.
So 66 for 1 in the 11th over. So by comparison, miles ahead of where Sussex were at the end of the power play. They were 41 for 1. Well, not miles, that's exaggerated slightly, but certainly it's been a brisk start. The runs have been flowing.
Yeah, I think it was a completely different start to what Sussex had, and it's really sort of dampened their enthusiasm in the field. But maybe the wicket will turn their fortunes around.
The scoreboard here at Neath has just been sort of whirring round like a fruit machine, but the numbers now seem to have settled back again. 67 for 1, and in the last, well, when you were commentating the last 10 overs, it got very murky, didn't it here? Very murky.
Looks to have cleared a little bit now, which is good.
It does. That was the most anxious I felt, I think, about the weather.
You can see the hills again, so it's a good sign.
Given us a no ball. It's close to the outside edge of Tom Bevan's bat.
Yeah, just overstriding a little bit there, just having a chat with the umpire. But I think as the new batter, you always never mind getting a free hit straight up.
No, chance to maybe get a boundary if you can hit it well. Feel the ball in the middle of the bat without the risk of getting bowled or getting at LBW. May as well just give it a crack. Looked to go big over square leg and didn't connect. Practices the shot he should have played.
Yeah, maybe just on that replayed shot, maybe look to go a little bit too square. Probably could have aimed for us here and hit it in front of square, but no harm done there really. It was a freebie.
So 69 for 1, and feels important. If Sussex have any chance, they've started taking wickets. That's what they needed. It was Eddie Byram's just picked up where he left off on Wednesday.
Yeah, he's looking extremely comfortable out there. Really good signs for Glamorgan. Hopefully he can continue this form throughout the season, but yeah, 48 off 41 already.
Seems to really like this competition. Was leading scorer in the competition last year as well, and really setting the standards now. 48 from 41, so getting them in good time as well. Bails out of a potential hook there, gets the wide, so another one to the total.
Yeah, had a change of bowler as well. Clark coming on. I think it was time to have a look at someone else.
Tom Clark, the all-rounder, captain, who opened the innings as well, so he does a lot in this team. Got 14 with the bat today. Thought being caught behind. We hope to make a contribution with the ball now.
Yeah, I think he'll be certainly have a few plans whirring around in his brain as well, and trying to think of what's best to take some wickets here. It's a big job actually being an all-rounder and the captain.
a lot to think about.
Yeah.
It's quite hard even just to think about your own plans and your own
exactly.
your own stuff. You're thinking about everyone else. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
a difficult job.
Yep. Gets even harder when the other team's off to such a good start as well. So.
Bevan, very nice looking cover drive. I think it's going to go all the way.
Yeah, not a bad shot for someone that's on one.
My first boundary, I think. Tom Bevan.
It's a better ball, a little bit better length. Just managed to dig it out.
So it feels like wickets are what Sussex Sharks need here. It's difficult to see a scenario if they don't take a lot of wickets where they can win this game. It's not a big total that Glamorgan are chasing. 201, that's what they need to win, and they're close to halfway there already. And that's 50 for Byram.
Clinical display of good opening batting, isn't it? He's looked so comfortable, as you said, just carried on from Wednesday's innings, and yeah, shows Sussex really have to take probably his wicket, but all the rest of them as well to have any chance of winning this game.
It's 8 fours and 1 6, and I'll hope to add to that as we go on. Well, Sussex themselves were going along quite nicely at one stage with just one wicket down. And then they suffered a bit of a collapse in the middle, and that whole middle order, well, I can probably tell you, they lost their second wicket for 95. In fact, they lost, I think, 5 for 35 runs in the middle. Maybe 6 for 35, I think. Yeah, the 7th wicket fell at 130, so they had a real collapse in the middle. That really took the stuffing out of their innings. And you'd think if they're going to have any chance, something similar has got to happen.
I think so, yeah. It's that sort of, those numbers make it really difficult to have a good total at the end of your innings, you know. So they need to build that same sort of pressure here on Glamorgan.
Yeah, 5 for 35 they lost in the middle, and then they rallied well at the end. Bertie Foreman and Archie Lenham played really well and put on a 50 partnership, which kind of got them up to a respectable total, but yeah, just in the middle there, a string of single-digit scores.
Yeah, I think they'll certainly be thinking they're you know, a number of runs short really on what they would have been hoping for, but anything can happen with a few quick wickets.
Nice looking shot, but straight to the fielder at mid-off.
Yeah, Glamorgan are certainly looking aggressive and like they want to get on the front foot and take this to Sussex, so maybe trying to finish it before any rain comes.
Well, that's certainly a thought. keeping one eye on the Duckworth-Lewis number up on the scoreboard at the moment. Glamorgan is 79 for 1. The Duckworth-Lewis says 38, so they're well ahead as things stand. That's one way to just remove all doubt and get it done.
That number does change pretty quickly with any wickets lost though, so they need to think about that as well.
Still a bit in it for the bowlers. But Byram just looks very confident. In fact, generally the team, there's just a confident feel, isn't it? The way they fielded, I think they look like a team that knows what they're doing, knows their plans. Just feels like they seem like a happy team in this competition.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, any team that's won 3 in a row and are in a really good position in this game as well are going to have that confidence, and it bodes well for the rest of their season. I think if you can get onto that sort of run, and really looks good for their season going forward.
Yeah, it just looks like a happy camp. Lots of smiles when they're out in the field. Seem to be enjoying it, which I don't think not every professional cricketer enjoys it all the time, but at the moment in this competition they do seem to be enjoying it, having fun.
Yes, it can be a cruel game, but we keep going back to it for a reason.
I suppose that's often a thing that, well, it's been interesting hearing all the discussion about the culture in the England cricket team, where I think trying to rekindle that feeling that players have when they're young of just going out there to enjoy themselves and express themselves and not worrying too much about anything else. And if you can somehow capture that in professional sport, where there's a lot more pressure and there's money riding on all sorts of things, then that really is a great thing if you can do it. Oh, and Eddie Byram's been strangled down the leg side. Well,
came out of nowhere, that really,
it did.
didn't it?
Just a loose shot, wasn't a great ball. He's just hung his bat out, hoping to run it down to fine leg. Anna's got a tiny little tickle. And, well, that's a disappointing way to get out. No one likes to get out that way, especially when you're in the rich vein of form that Eddie Byram's in at the moment. So he goes for a very well-made 51.
Yeah, really good innings, but obviously really, really disappointing. He was looking on for a big score there, and maybe that was the only way they were going to get him out, or something strange like that, you know, strangled down the leg side. So unfortunate for him, but it brings Ingram out, and he's been in really good form as well.
The new batter, number 1, Colin.
So lots of batting still to come. Because Ingram, intimidating for the Sussex bowlers to have a player of his calibre coming out now. He's got 100 as well on Wednesday. I think hit the winning runs in the process, got his 100. 103 not out. Great to see him. Getting his 10th list A 100 for Glamorgan. And he's straight off the mark.
Yeah, he looks always so composed out there, doesn't he? Just straight out, off the mark straight away. And I'm sure he'll be looking to obviously restart his innings, but continue on the way that he played on Wednesday. Always nice to come out when the run rate's up over 5.5 as well, so a really good start here.
Yeah, really good platform. I think that will have settled the dressing room down a bit to get off to a start like that. It's funny if wickets tumble early, just that anxious feeling can just filter its way through a dressing room. It feels a lot nicer coming out when you've got runs on the board and a good start, and everything just feels so much more positive.
Yeah, and I think they've also dampened the spirits of Sussex as well. So you're coming out to a quiet field, not a lot of chat, not a lot of pressure on you. You can just sort of get into your work and rotate the strike, and all feels quite easy at the moment, but I still think they've got to make sure that they get this total and knuckle in and get it finished. Don't want to have any complacency creeping in.
No, it was quite a muted celebration even for the wicket of Byron, wasn't it there? There was not anything that you'd really call a celebration, just
it was almost more surprise than anything, I think.
So it's a change of bowler. It's Dan Ibrahim. And Ingram runs that down to third man, so rotating the strike nicely right from the start. Hasn't wasted any balls yet.
Yeah, and every batter that's batted today has really used that area well. They've just used the pace and run the ball down there, and I'd be interested to see how many runs they've scored there so far, because it's really been an easy spot for them to turn the strike over, and probably a little bit frustrating as a bowler to constantly keep changing the strike.
Looks easy when we're sitting watching him. That's actually quite a skillful shot, isn't it? It's a good skill just to run the under control, and
it is, and they've really nailed it today.
Play it late, right under your eyes, and just open the face a little bit. Oh, and Tom Bevan has gone inside edge. Well, we talked about Sussex needing to get a run of wickets in the middle, and well, could we see that happening now? That's two in quick succession.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks a little different. 82 for 3 now, and that little bit of panic and someone quickly putting their pads on in the shed starts to feel very different in that shed now. So, and probably a little bit more rain setting in. So the game has changed a little bit now.
Well, it was a cross-batted shot. Tried to punch it through the offside, just got a thick inside edge and straight onto the stumps. Sometimes you can get away with that. One or two batsmen have in this match, but Tom Bevan's not one of the lucky ones, and he's gone now for 7.
And I think, as we said, you know, there's Duckworth Lewis is now up to 71 straight away, so losing wickets pushes it up big time. So it's a little bit closer than what Glamorgan would have wanted, especially with we're losing sight a little bit of the hills out the front there. It's getting a little bit murky out there.
Well, there's a bit of rain out there. I can just see a little bit, I think. There's one or two hoods going up around the place.
Yep, some people hiding under the trees.
So, actually, things for what seemed like very, very comfortable situation for Glamorgan, all of a sudden it's a little bit tighter than they'd like. It's still ahead of the game, but it could swing either way. Oh my word, Ibrahim struck again. That's 2 and 2. And Kieran Carlson, the Glamorgan captain, has gone first ball. Well, wow, what are we seeing here?
That has changed the game completely now. That is big pressure on Glamorgan now, and a much more jovial looking Sussex out there now, and that's what we said, a couple of quick wickets and the game can change completely.
Well, Ibrahim, what an introduction he's made. Wow, 2 and 2 in his first over. Oh, it was a nice ball that's just jagged back through the gate.
Off the seam there, and not a lot he could do about that, but big pressure on the batters that are left now.
And the Duckworth Lewis score is now 90, so were the rain to come now, Glamorgan wouldn't win this match.
Can change so quickly, that score.
So what's called for here is a partnership, a rebuilding, and just to cross your fingers and just hope that the rain blows over.
Get through this hat-trick ball.
After the hat-trick ball. So we've got 2 slips in and a gully or backward point for the hat-trick ball to Billy Root. And he survives quite comfortably in the end.
Yeah, kept that out nicely. Never nice to come in and face one of those though.
No. So, job of these two, just restore a bit of calm, you'd think. Get the score going in the right direction. 82 for 4, Glamorgan in the 15th over. And Roots off the mark, they're going to have to run.
I think a direct hit there would have been big trouble for Glamorgan.
So it just shows the jitters, doesn't it, that when the wickets start to tumble, it just the mood changes and players feeling a little bit of pressure do things that they wouldn't have done. Well, I think it was like Ingram had pretty much given up on that one.
I think he had given up there, and then the throw was wayward, so he was very lucky, but just need to settle here and consolidate.
Well, if you want experience, a man who's faced every situation, Ingram's probably your man. And what an over from Dan Ibrahim, 2 for 2. What an introduction and what a change. Now he's impacted the game straight away.
Yeah, he's changed the game completely and really forced all that pressure back on Glamorgan, and Ingram's going to have to try to calm things here.
So, in the balance, things pretty tight here. What was looking comfortable 10 minutes ago suddenly feels like it's on a knife edge. This game could swing either way, and probably what happens, you'd think, in the next 5 overs could have a really big impact on which way this game goes. Billy Root is going to get a comfortable 2, I think.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot.
Again, low risk.
Yep, through mid-on, it's, you know, you're feeling good when you're getting an on drive away, so it always makes you feel a bit better, but yeah, these guys will still be feeling a little bit jittery, but it's always nice to get one off the middle of the bat.
It's 85 for 4, Root onto 3. Big appeal, but no one was really convinced. I think there may have been a bat in there by the looks of things, the way they reacted. It's kind of close, but probably an inside edge.
It's amazing how quickly the feeling and the atmosphere out there can change, you know. 15 minutes ago, if that had hit the pads, it probably would have been a strangled appeal, and now they're all up and about, so it's just amazing how quickly cricket can turn.
So just looking for Billy Root and Colin Ingram to settle the nerves a bit now. Just to play solid for a little while. Keep rotating the strike. Glamorgan have lost 3 wickets in the space of 17 runs. In just over 4 overs. In fact, they've lost four wickets in that space. 4 wickets in the space of 4 overs, really. So, I guess ever since I came on commentary, maybe I should swap back again.
Blame you.
I'll take the blame.
No, and I think, look, we were talking about it at the start, weren't we, that this is exactly what Sussex needed to have any chance of, you know, being in to win the game. And that's the thing about cricket. It can be coasting along and everything going well, and within the space of 4 overs, it's a completely different complexion of a game. So it's on a knife's edge, as you said.
Well, it's exciting stuff. This crowd at the Knoll in Neath on the edge of their seats.
Yeah, it's another reasonable crowd, isn't it? Given that the weather hasn't looked that good. Still had people coming in. A few more jackets on today than there was on Wednesday.
Yeah, no, very pleasant, I think, still. Good to see the worst of the murky weather blow past. As Ingram drives, and that's a lovely shot. Well, that'll make everyone feel a little bit better.
Yeah, beautiful shot there. Got the length that he wanted and just put it away, and I think, like you say, it just calms not only the batters out there, but everyone frantically putting their pads on in the sheds.
Yeah, the crowd enjoying that down there. trees just down there in that corner of the ground, blowing around in the wind. As Dan Ibrahim returns for his second over. What an impact he made in his first 2 wickets in his first 3 balls. But that's been put away by Billy Root this time.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. Just got too short, didn't he? And it's a gimme really for batters of this class. Short and wide, and just put away. Went very quickly to the boundary there.
So 95 for 4. Root on to 8. Cuts again. I think this one's going to be cut off. Good slide down there from Henry Rogers. And they run fast and get back for 2.
Root's definitely looking a little bit more comfortable out there, and I think it's good he's still, you know, playing his shots, putting the bad ball away. You can go into your shell a little bit when you've lost a few wickets in a row.
He played really well in the opening match in this competition against Gloucestershire at Sapphire Gardens. Again, had that ability just when the pressure was on to rotate the strike, run the ball down to third man, just kind of keep things moving, playing relatively what looked like low risk shots, and I think he got 30 odd in that match, and it did just change the momentum from a difficult slow start, and he really picked things up. Slightly different job he's got to do here. Looks like he's doesn't want to get stuck. He's no intention of getting stuck.
No, he certainly had a swing at that one, but I think that sort of innings will be what he probably needs to do again, just rotating the strike, consolidating here with Ingram, and you've got to keep scoring runs. You don't want to get stuck out there feeling like you're letting the bowlers get on top of you.
He's going to get 1 there.
Yeah, he's
Again.
looking good on the straight drives, isn't
He is full face of the bat. Maximising his chances of making a good contact. So 7 off the second over from Dan Ibrahim. Glamorgan move on to 98 for 4 after 17 overs. And this pair now just looking to consolidate and rebuild, just get things going in the right direction again. It was all going so well when Barham and Smale were going at the top, put on 65 for the first wicket, but then a tumble of wickets. Glamorgan losing 4 wickets for just 17 runs in the space of 4.1 overs. And all of a sudden, a game that looked to be going very comfortably in Glamorgan's direction, well, it's come back and it seems like it's in the balance again.
Yeah, they've certainly got a bit of a fight on their hands now. Still a couple of really experienced batters out there, so nothing to panic about too much yet, but look, it's never good for any team to lose quick wickets like that, so they definitely will be looking to build this partnership up. Run rate's still really good though, so no pressure in terms of the score.
So I think it's Bertie Foreman, the new bowler. Batted well, the young 20-year-old, 32. Actually dug his side out a little bit of a hole earlier on when they were looking like they could get skittled for something sort of 150-ish.
Yeah, we'll be looking to have a good contribution with the ball now. I think It's swinging around this game, but I think at the moment Sussex are probably slightly on top just with the loss of wickets, so he'll be looking to capitalise on that.
Getting a little bit of turn away from the left-hander. That's what he'll be looking to do. Well, that one's bounced and turned, I think. Don't think Ingram's got a touch on that. Must have spun so far that it actually ended up shooting towards first slip, bypassing the keeper altogether.
But given his buys, nothing worse as a keeper.
Oh, yeah, that really has gone
a long way.
Oh, he's obviously giving it a good tweak. Oh, and again, beats the bat. Well, this is a good start from Bertie Foreman. England under-19s player.
That one was well watched by Root. I think he's a little bit more watchful now, seeing those two zip past the edge.
Yeah, a brave man to dance down to while the ball's turning this much. Well, a decent start, apart from the wide. We'll forgive him that. Lots of turn on offer for Foreman.
Yeah, good signs there for Sussex. You always want to see a good turn in the wicket when you bowl in second, so just something that Glamorgan are going to have to work out how to counteract.
That's the voice of Rachel Priest, former New Zealand and Wales cricketer, part of our commentary team here today. So Dan Ibrahim, right arm over the wicket, angling it across the left-handers.
Yeah, the second over was a little bit boring, wasn't it, after the first one? Still only gone for 9 off his 2.1 and 2 wickets, so see what else he can produce.
Oh, that's been absolutely crunched.
That went like an absolute bullet, didn't it?
Hit that very hard to Colin Ingram. Fairly flew to the boundary into the hospitality tent area here at the ground.
Yep, a little bit of width and he just laid into it, didn't he?
Really lovely shot. No chance of stopping that. So 105 for 4 now. Ingram onto 10. Drives just behind square again. Just takes a single. Sean Hunt down there on the boundary, doing the fielding.
More difficult length to deal with than the first ball was. Back to that back of a length, just tying the batters up, not giving them anything to swing their arms at there. So they want to build a few more balls up in that area and try and build a bit more pressure on these batters.
Nice looking drive, but straight at the fielder. As a big gust of wind blows into the commentary tent.
106 for 4 from 19 wickets.
Yeah, really strong drive there, but straight to the fielder, unfortunately.
Yeah, nice technician. Wait through nicely into the shot there. There's a brother of the master technician, Joe Root. One given a wide there.
Yeah, Foreman didn't look too happy about it. He's proving quite difficult to deal with for the batters.
Yeah, I think the turn took it outside the little blue guideline. He's definitely putting it into a challenging area here.
Adjusted his line well there and kept it inside the line. Certainly getting a lot of turn though. It's something that the batters will need to think about how to hit back.
It's keeping a backward point and slip interested, definitely. And exactly that. It's exactly that has happened. It's gone straight to first slip. Ball has turned away. Ingram attempted the drive. Was tempted into it. And he's nicked it to first slip. Well, that is a big wicket. Psychologically a big wicket. The main man, the pillar of the Glamorgan middle order, is out. Really nicely bowled. Nice catch by Tom Haynes as well at first slip. So Glamorgan are 5 down and the game very much in the balance. 107 for 5.
Yeah, just really good line and length there from Foreman. Just tempted Ingram into that and frustrated with himself, as you would be, because he's gotten out, but really good bowling. But big pressure on these Glamorgan batters coming out now. Still really up with the run rate, but that wickets column is a real worry now. Callaway's still a really good batter, but it's never nice coming out with already 5 wickets down with still quite a way from your target.
No, a lot of work to do here. And again, on a blustery rainy day, the Duckworth Lewis leaps ahead. It's now 115. So if the game was to stop here, if the rains came down, Sussex would be ahead. Glamorgan 107 for 5. So it's close. And they've just got themselves in again, but it's those wickets, as you said, Rachel, that every time a wicket falls, that number jumps, and it feels like a dangerous game to be flirting with the that figure on when the clouds are scudding over here. Definitely has an unsettled feel about it in the day.
Yeah, not something we were thinking about half an hour ago, but
no.
Everything's changed so quickly.
Keller got an excellent 60 in the first game against Gloucestershire last week. Very comfortable in that match. Showed his power as well. Dug Glamorgan out of a hole when they needed him to get a score they could defend. And they need something for him now.
Yeah, he looks to be a really handy cricketer, and I think obviously we've spoken about bowling with both arms is exceptional skill. But Glamorgan need him to show again what he can do with the bat here, and looked really comfortable there, very watchful, as you would be when you're watching the ball turn that much from the sideline. But Glamorgan really need a partnership here. They need to wrestle this back in their favour.
So the run rate only over 3, but it's not really about the run rate. It feels it's about wickets. Glamorgan, if they can just keep batting and not lose wickets, then you think they'll be comfortably home. But Sussex only need 5 more for victory here. We've seen 5 tumble in pretty quick succession, all top order players as well, so they're right in it now.
I do speak to you occasionally.
It looks as if spin might have a part to play here. Ball really turning now. Playing on a warm pitch, been playing for 2 days, and foot marks and lumps and bumps and scratches to land the ball in.
Yeah, it looks like various players are warming up around the ground, so it could be maybe a change in bowl, get a spin on again from the other end. It's looking very difficult to deal with out there at the moment.
So Ben Kellaway still yet to get off the mark. Ibrahim will be looking to build up a bit of pressure if he can this end. In the hope of luring someone into a rash shot, maybe against the spinner at the other end, so bowlers bowling in partnerships, helping each other out.
Looks like he may have been given a warning there for running on the pitch, potentially. Umpires signalling to each other about that.
So it feels like a little bit of a lull at the moment. Just gone a bit quiet around the ground, and that's, I think, is because there's a tension here. The Glamorgan fans here know their team are in a potentially a bit of a tight spot here.
It's definitely a different vibe from the Sussex fielders as well. A lot more chat, clapping and up and about.
Kelly clipped it, but in the air, and it fell about 3 or 4 yards in front of Sean Hunt, running in there from the deep square leg boundary. He was interested for a while. Shouts of catch it.
Callaway would have been worried for a split second there. Didn't quite get all of it, luckily.
Ooh. Now Root has been beaten. Nervy times these.
Yeah, Ibrahim's really bowled well there. It's looking dangerous.
Yeah, so Ibrahim just 2 runs from the over. Morgan still going at more than 5 after that really healthy start that they had. But it's the wickets column that's the one of concern. 109 for 5. Byram, Smale, Bevan, Ingram and Carlson. Captain all back in the pavilion. And Kieran Carlson got a first baller as well. So it's quite quiet. A hush has descended. I think this crowd want to be able to relax and enjoy themselves a bit more, and they hope it's this partnership that will do it.
Not a very relaxed energy around the ground at the moment, is it? It's a little bit... could go either way here.
Well, it's Ollie Carter putting his pads on. I think he's going to put the pads and the shin pads and the helmet on and get in there close at short leg. They've seen how much the ball is turning for Bertie Foreman, I think they fancy their chances here.
Yeah, I think why not? So I think it's a good tactic. They've got to get the wickets to win the game. So while you're building this much pressure on, we know he's turning at a mile, so I think it's a good option.
So Ollie Carter in at short leg. Protective gear in place. And Ben Callaway only faced 6 balls. Going down the wicket there.
Slightly risky, but a strong shot and just really good fielding from the bowler.
Callaway has an air of a man who really backs himself in everything he does. Not afraid to leave the batting crease and dance down a couple of steps there, even with the ball ragging all over the place. Gosh, plays the attempted reverse sweep. Well, he's got all the shots.
A lot more pace on that one though, wasn't there? Really came through quick. Pretty good keeping in the end. It's never easy when the batter changes position like that. Kept his eye on the ball.
And Ben Callaway just about managed to keep his toe down as well behind the line. Tries it again. Oh, I don't think he's got, I'm not sure that's off the bat, but he's got 4 wherever it's come from. Let's see what the umpire says. It's buys. Well, it's missed everything. As you say, not easy for a keeper to keep against that particular shot. Oh, that's turned a lot and gone the other side. Well, from our angle that was difficult to see with the naked eye, but there was a degree of premeditation about those reverse sweeps. It's not one you can decide to do when the ball's already halfway down the wicket in the air.
No, you've got to make the decision very early on in the piece, and I think a really difficult one for the keeper there. Not much you can do really about that. He'll still be frustrated, I'm sure, but Glamorgan will take that 4.
Yeah, every little helps. Yeah, it's been really great to be here in Neath. We've had great help from the club here and the local council to put this game on. Sapphire Gardens in Cardiff being used for the 100. So it will now be Welsh Fire emblazoned. We'll have a different look for a few weeks. Next game there on Monday. Tickets still available, I think.
Yeah, might have to pop along to that one. Both Welsh Fire teams are going reasonably well at the moment.
Yeah, we're booked in already as a family. We're looking forward to it very much. Particularly looking forward to the women's game in the afternoon as well. We're going to make sure we get a full value for money and see both of them.
Absolutely.
Encouraging to see another good win for the women.
Yeah, Hayley Matthews did an amazing job to bring that game home. It was looking a little tight there in some spots, but she just showed her class as a really, really good international player and got them home.
So that's on Monday the 5th. Do come along if you haven't got your ticket yet. There can't be many left, I think. It's going to be a really good day. And here, it's entertaining cricket as well, with a game very finely balanced between the Sussex Sharks and Glamorgan. Glamorgan 115 for 5, chasing a pretty modest total. They need 201 to win, but they're 5 wickets down. And that's why all of a sudden what looked like a bit of a procession has turned into quite a challenging task for Glamorgan. And Sussex have got their tails up. They believe they can win this with their young side.
Yeah, I think it's just today's been a classic case of the twists and turns of cricket. You know, it's not so comfortable at the start, and now they're under a lot of pressure.
Big appeal. Everyone was up for that. Just gives you an indication of the mood in the Sussex team at the moment. Looks like it had maybe jagged too much, going down leg side, I think.
Always nerve-wracking with 5 in the column already when you get hit on the pads.
So there you can see, I think run rate is not something that Glamorgan will be worrying about. They're well ahead. But it's that cluster of wickets. And in fact, it was about this point in the game, if you look there on the worm, where Sussex lost loads. They lost 5 in a tiny space between about 23 overs and 28 overs. And that really did put them under pressure. And Glamorgan have experienced something very similar. But it's happened a little bit earlier. Got off to a good start. Put on 65 for the opening partnership. And then the wickets have started to tumble.
Foreman's bowling really well here. He's 1 for 3 off 3.2. I think he's just tying them up so tightly at the moment.
He's got a nice fizz to his bowling. A little bit of a loop. We're watching this from sideways on, so you can kind of see that dip that he gets as well. One more to the total. 117 for 5 now.
Just feels at the moment if Glamorgan can keep their composure and get through this little period of pressure, then they should be alright, but it's whether they can do that or not under the increasing pressure of, you know, a few dots and a few LBW shouts and things.
Kellaway again coming down, chancing his arm. I think you can see all those big open spaces on the leg side. And of course you've got to try to maybe hit with the spin over mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg in and a long on, but there's big spaces at mid-wicket, so I think that's maybe where he's looking to go.
Really good keeping there. Never easy going down leg, but it was really tidy.
There's Charlie Tears, the keeper. Yeah, he looked good.
Just played some games for Scotland.
Hunt to bowl from W.
So obviously a bit of experience there as well.
Served him well. You have to have Scotland connections in the Glamorgan camp these days as well. Short and wide. Nice piece of work. Down there by Henry Rogers, just to keep him to a single. Sean Hunt returns to the attack. It was very expensive in his first spell. 9 and over. Went for 45 runs from his first 5. That's the danger sometimes of a fast bowler. You can fly around the ground a bit. All that extra pace, it doesn't take much to the ball to shoot to the boundary.
Yeah, it definitely looks to be the fastest out of the bowlers today, and Glamorgan have used that pace really well.
So, calm rebuilding continues. Route on to 19. It's Ben Kellaway, who is a player, I think, who looks like he wants to be getting on with it. I think he's probably feeling a little bit frustrated. Only 2 from 16 balls. We've seen him try to get down the pitch and hit 1 or 2, but hasn't yet made much contact.
He'll feel a bit better with that one, getting a nice single down to fine leg there, but I think his teammates in the dugout will just be wanting him to keep absorbing the pressure, keep his composure, and they really can't afford to lose another wicket here, and they need to start keep building this partnership, so hopefully he can stay composed.
Well stopped. Nice looking cut shot, and they're going to hurry through for a single with the misfield. Carter not very happy with themselves and hoofs it with his foot. Backdoors the keeper.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration there. It was hit hard to him, but I think he would have expected himself to pick that one up cleanly.
So we're at the halfway point. Glamorgan 122 for 5. The end of the 25th over. Run rate pretty comfortable, but it's the 5 wickets, and it's been a really good comeback from Sussex. They were really under the pump early on. Well, Eddie Byram hitting it to all parts, looking really confident. Centurion in midweek and carried on where he left off. Played really well for a half century, but then when he got out, well, Will Smell first, then Eddie Byram, and then there's been a flurry of wickets. Tom Bevan and Kieran Castle went in successive balls, and then Colin Ingram, the linchpin of the Glamorgan batting lineup, also followed not very long after that. And Glamorgan were in a little bit of trouble then. What they had done to Sussex was happening to them. So now it's a rebuilding job needed, and it's Billy Root who's taken on the responsibility for that. He's managed to bat for 34 balls now, get himself 20, and just try and calm things down a bit. Ben Kellaway offering support. For quite a fluent player. It's not been easy for him. You can see that only 3 runs from 17 balls that he's faced. And as for the bowling, well, Ibrahim is the guy who I think has really caused some damage to that middle order. 2 wickets in 2 balls in his first over. And Foreman's been really impressive as well. Great figures, 1 for 4 from his 4 overs, so keeping it incredibly tight. Batsman very watchful against him as well. He's not giving any freebies away at all, so he's been really impressive.
Yeah, and I think that the change was sort of made by Ibrahim, but Foreman's continued that on and continued building that pressure. And it really has changed the face of the game. I think Byram probably sitting in the shed right now will be really ruining a missed chance to potentially move on to another 100, but it happens. He batted really, really well and got them off to such a great start, but when you get off to when you really get a start like that, he was really well into his innings then. It is a little bit frustrating, but look, they're rebuilding well now, and as we say, Callaway's only on 3 off 17, but the partnership is the key thing here. If they can just keep holding on, keep this partnership building, I think it will frustrate Sussex as well.
Yep.
You know, they were feeling like they're really in the game right now, but if they can't continue to pick up wickets, then the game will swing again, I think, in Glamorgan's favour.
So it's Bertie Forum to continue from the Oakwood Road end. Bowled beautifully so far. Not a flight there. Looked like it could be a full toss, but the spinner's getting some dip as well. So we've got short catches in, a mid-wicket and short cover. A short leg and a slip as well. So again, they still feel this could be their moment, Sussex. Putting max pressure on the bowlers here, on the batsmen I should say. Ooh, and again, Callaway looking to drive. Defeated by the turn.
Yeah, he's bowling really well, Foreman. Obviously getting the most out of the wicket at this stage of the game. Certainly on top of the batters at the moment.
Fires that one in down the leg side, and it is called a wide. Umpire Ant Harris. More flight that time, mixing it up nicely. Pressure building on Callaway a little bit here. Just 3 from 19. That's not what we've come to expect from him. And it's not that he's not been trying to play his shots. We've had a few attempted reverse sweeps. He's danced down the wicket a couple of times to try and hit over the field on the leg side. It's been difficult to lay bat on ball. Another excellent over. Just 2 runs from it. Leg binder wide. So nothing off the bat at all. Doing a fantastic job here. Foreman just conceding 5 runs from 5 overs. And taking that really big wicket of Colin Ingram as well. Well, I'm glad to say that joining me now again is Mark Walton. Mark, welcome back.
Thank you.
Well, since you've been away, quite a lot's happened.
Yeah, from a very comfortable partnership opening up as the rain is falling here immensely quickly and quite hard.
Well,
be sweating here to get a first ball. Oh, we're okay. Sorry, I read that scoreboard wrong. We're in front.
Yeah, bit of rain blowing around here, which is a worry. I'm just looking over at the Duckworth Lewis, and Glamorgan are marginally ahead.
Yeah.
It's been flip-flopping.
Well, I think Billy is vastly experienced. He'll be looking here just to play this out, whatever happens. So if you come off, you know you're in front. No need to be a hero at this point.
So, for the uninitiated, Duckworth Lewis is the mathematical formula that decides the result of matches when they're rain affected. It takes into account runs scored, speed of runs, wickets taken. It's, I don't know enough by heart, but it's a complex statistical mathematical equation. And
raining heavily.
Yeah, it is. It's really wet. So
I think Ben as well, I'd like to think Billy would say to him, look, you know, don't worry to him, I mean, just make sure you get through this over. And by the looks of the distant sort of hills, it's, I don't know enough by heart, but it's a complex statistical mathematical equation. And
yeah, it is. It's really wet. So
I think Ben as well, I'd like to think Billy would say to him, look, you know, don't worry to him, I mean, just make sure you get through this over. And by the looks of the distance of hills, it's could be some heavy rain on its way.
There's Archie Lenham, the leg spinner, young 20-year-old leg spinner. Leg spin in wet conditions is probably the most difficult skill in cricket.
Just very difficult to get a real good grip on the seam to be able to purchase and give it a rip. And generally then with the rain settling on the wicket, it just quickens it up a little bit, so the ball just skips on, so it's in your favour as a batter, really.
It's 126 for 5, Glamorgan. Two young spinners on in tandem now.
It's good. It's turned into, isn't it, from a real comfortable start where everything's going swimmingly to scuffling in the change rooms, getting your pads on.
Oh. They're just desperate for this. Another wicket. Absolutely desperate for it.
I think they know route is the key here.
Now feels like the time to strike if they can, with this game right in the balance, and the weather just playing up a little bit as well. Well, that's a brilliant shot. Calmness under pressure.
Just
and the cries of route go round the ground. I've heard that somewhere else before.
Lovely shot through mid-on, Billy Root. Lovely balance. Just waiting. Full face of the bat, beating mid-on comfortably. Great shot.
Well,
I think Billy Root's the key. Vastly experienced, left-handed, plays in very unusual positions, and is very good at playing against spin. So they'll be trying, literally hoping they can get him out to put pressure on both ends then. Ben's played quite well, defensively solid, hasn't done anything wild. His normal modus operandi is reversing, scooping, and playing quite aggressively, but he's been very restrained and sensible.
Well, that's an excellent shot. Ben Kellaway finally getting his first boundary.
Great
and that
shot.
just eases the pressure a little bit. Just feels like a critical 10 minutes this, either way. I think perhaps I'm just feeling nervous because of the rain as well, but
just rocking back on the back foot and just punching it through cover. Great shot.
So a little bit of breathing space. Partnership up to 27.
Defensively, Ben is excellent. If you want his hands way in front of his pad, just getting to the ball really early, looks really well balanced and playing. I hope it's not the commentator's curse, so I'm not going to say it.
No, I've learned my lesson on that one as well.
Playing nicely.
As is this young man. Absolutely terrific bowling from Bertie Foreman.
Bowling at a real good pace, hasn't he? Ben rolls that into deep square leg for one. And I think Sussex have been really clever by putting a short leg in there when Ben's batting. They take away that sort of front foot little noodle through square leg for one. So really confining his stroke play to sort of straight down the ground.
Rotating the strike as well. Runs have been hard to come by when Foreman's been bowling. He's been extremely tight.
He bowls with good pace as well, doesn't he? It's not what you would say traditional sort of off spin with a little bit of flight. It's actually bowled quite aggressively when he does put batters under pressure. But I think there's enough pace on it to be able to use it, to be able to deflect off the back foot. Great shot.
Powerfully struck. And Kellaway now catching up.
Great shot again. It's very similar to the first shot, just erring in length. The bowler Ben just rocking back off the back foot and punching it hard through cover. Great shot.
Just switched his feet at the last minute.
Yeah.
Got himself a wide base and played it really well.
just shows you the margins are so small from a reasonable ball that they come forward and play you respectfully to, you know, a foot shorter, where they'd be able to bounce back and literally able to punch you to the boundary for 4.
A little bit of pressure back on the bowlers now. I'd say it still feels tight, but that's been a much better over from Glamorgan. 10 runs from it, by a wide margin the most expensive over that Foreman has bowled. Still very dark here at the Knoll.
I would say light as well, actually. The light isn't great here. I think if this was a 4-day game, we'd be off about half an hour ago. I would think, because there's 2 spinners on. I don't think Glamorgan isn't going to worry.
No, and maybe Sussex won't want to force the issue either, because if they get another wicket, they're in the game. So
absolutely, yeah.
That will probably be a pragmatic decision on their part as well. So there's Lennon, the leg spinner.
And I think this partnership has grown from when Ben came in initially, playing really tightly, to all of a sudden now he's getting a little bit of momentum. Billy just picks people off. He's very patient. Has the ability to score boundaries, but generally is what you would class as a nudger and nurdler, picking up his 1s and 2s and scampers to 20 without really taking your eye in any way, shape or form. As he just nurdles one around the corner for 1.
As he did that, it's almost as if he remembered, oh, I need to run quickly, and decided to sprint the rest of the first one. But that's a good habit to get into, I suppose, for any young producers watching.
Absolutely.
Run the first one quickly, because you never quite know.
Gives you the option, doesn't it?
It gives you the option just in case it's there for the second run, which he did very well. I think something clicked in his brain there when he was 3 or 4 steps down. He better sprint it just in case.
So there's a huge gap here. Nobody from mid-wicket around to very sort of fine gully, apart from deep square legs. So you've got from square leg around at least 45, 50 metres to score in.
Oh, in the air and gone.
Oh,
Kellaway's hit it straight to cover off the back foot. The ball stopped in the pitch, I think, just leapt on him. He hung the bat out and just hit it gently. I don't think there'll be many easier catches than that. And that's another big moment. Kellaway just started to look good.
Oh, he'd be
and he's now gone.
It looked as if it just held in the pitch, and he was shaping up for a huge cut shot, and just literally choked on it and just popped it up to cover for a very easy catch. Big wicket that. Dan Douthwaite striding in. A real opportunity for Dan here to play a good innings and support Billy to get us across the line. It'll be interesting with the spinners on, as Dan likes to play his shots. Generally, hugely his strong point, his strong areas are straight down the ground, but also it plays what would be called in club cricket cow corner, but it's called a pocket in the professional game, where he looks to pick up and place it in those areas, and because of his strength and the way he strikes the ball, he can take people down. But it'll be interesting to see if he can now just get off strike and get Billy on strike and build his little momentum to get going and let Billy do the work.
Well, this is a tough test now. On a knife edge this match. 141 for 6 Glamorgan, chasing 201 to win. It's murky and dark, not easy conditions to bat in, and 2 young spinners doing their thing.
It's a good start from Dan. Rock back, just punching it through to deep square leg for 1. And I think as a game plan for Dan is now to try and get the 1s and just give Billy the opportunity to face the majority of the balls, and then as Dan is gaining momentum to widen his game. there's a bit of pace on both spinners bowl with a little bit of pace, so I think that's very beneficial for Dan, because he does like the ball coming onto the bat a little bit. I think the slower the spinners bowler in, the more difficulty he finds difficulty in actually playing his shots.
It's 142 for 6 now. Billy Root, key man here on 27. Dan Douthwaite newly in on 8. And this will be a challenge for him. Will he be able to resist the temptation? And I think it looks as if they know what Dan Douthwaite likes to do, and immediately one of the close catching has got out into a short mid wicket.
The real brave move would be to let him hit a couple. Just offer him the bait just to see if he does take it. If he does and he hits them, well, you literally hits them well, you know that you may have to change tack.
Watchful so far.
I think the key here is that Billy Root has to be there at the end of the game. If he's there at the end of the game, things should go our way.
So 59 runs needed. So that in 21 overs is not a problem. It is, are they all going to be there at the end? I think that is the big issue.
Really good fortune that we've got some people who can bat come in. So that the real strength of this team is the amount of people who are close to genuine all-rounders. Tim is probably one of the best number 9s in county cricket, and that's sort of an added bonus really, that he can bolster the batting order in games like this.
Bertie Foreman gives that one some flight.
Striking the ball down, his movement is good, isn't it? He's forward or back. Good solid start.
Just get spin, that's getting a long way forward or a long way back.
Yeah.
That's one of the keys, isn't it? I think moving your feet and not getting stuck on the crease. It's a good test, this.
It's a good game. No, it's really is a good game.
Yeah,
okay.
If you're a neutral, this is exciting stuff. I think if you're a partisan, a little bit more nerve-wracking, because neither side can really relax here at this point. I think probably, well, you'd be hopeful, I think, if you're Sussex. It's very close. Again, just one of the guides that we look at, the Duckworth-Lewis score. Glamorgan are on 142, the Duckworth-Lewis score is 141, so it is on a knife edge.
I think both teams realise, they obviously realise they can win it, but they know the next 3 or 4 overs is critical.
Yeah.
Because if this partnership gets a bit of momentum, you're down to needing 30.
So if Dan Douthwaite had a dash and hits a quick 20 or 30,
yes,
then you're most of the way there.
I think the next 25 runs are vital to the end product. Big shot there, just close the face, I think. Billy Root looking to play a big booming drive through extra cover and ended up probably gripping the bat a little bit hard and shutting the face and hitting it straight back to the bowler.
So 2 dots from Lenham so far this over. Nicely flighted again. Watchful from Root.
And a good field, a really good field. You've got slip in just in case he does turn one. You've got no easy one down to through gully to point. Covers covered mid on. Good shot. It was a great effort by Lemon, but he'd be quite disappointed. They didn't stop that to keep the pressure on Billy. Even though it's singles, to rotate the strike is vital. Right and left hander, just don't let the bowler settle and get enough time to put the pressure on you, like 4 or 5 dots. And maiden, next over you put the pressure on the other batters, just as much as you possibly can. Just try and rotate.
So will Lenham offer him a tempter? No, again, pushed through quite quickly that one. Douthwaite watchful on the back foot.
I just get the inclination something's going to give you. I don't see Dan playing a long period of time just being prepared to defend.
I think you've called it. Tried to play an expansive shot on the offside, a little edge, and that's been well caught by Haynes at first slip. And a young leg spinner, Lenham, makes another breakthrough. And all of a sudden, another twist in this game, another twist. It was a good catch, well anticipated at first slip by Haynes, kind of went with it and was in the perfect position to catch it. And immediately, Dan Douthwaite was looking to the heavens there.
Almost looked as if
Thinking,
he was
what have I done?
Sorry, almost looked as if he was looking to slice it and then just slipped it in straight into Slip's hands. A really good catch. I think Dan, like the way he plays, he's far more productive looking down the pitch and using his immense strength and power to hit big drives really than trying that type of shot, especially against a leg spinner. And it's generally, if it's going to turn, it's going to turn away from you. And it's game on. I think the one thing, Tim is a very, very experienced campaigner and has the ability to hang around for long periods of time. And he's proved in the T20 that he can get runs, but it's critical now that he forms a good partnership with Billy and just to get us as close as they possibly can.
Well, Sussex tails are up.
Sorry, the spinners have bowled brilliantly, haven't they?
Really good, yeah, they've been excellent, the two young spinners. Sussex tails definitely up here. A little misfield from Ollie Carter. Oh, Billy Root was going to come back for the second and fell over. Slipped, a little bit greasy after the rain that we've had, I think. As he turned to come back, just lost his footing, and so keeps it to 1. So this feels like an important partnership. We need to consolidate these two, just hang around for a while, just take the sting out of it, and more importantly, they are now behind on the Duckworth-Lewis. Some encouraging signs of the weather. It's looking brighter over to our left, where I think a lot of the weather's coming from. Yeah. So there are brighter patches, so one hopes we're through the worst of it. That would not be a good way to end from anyone's perspective. We don't want an early finish here, not for the crowd in Neath.
I think it's as bright as it's looked, isn't it, for a couple of hours? So
yeah,
hopefully
it has brightened up a bit. So
Tim's a very good defensive player and very sound technically. I would have no hesitation in thinking that Tim could bat here for half an hour, 40 minutes, and cope with anything that sort of Sussex throw at him.
Only 2 batters left after Van der Gooten. Yeah. Only Andy Gorvin and Jamie McElroy left to come.
Yeah. And again, just going back to my earlier point, Andy Gorvin's half decent with the bat. He's not what you would call an old-fashioned rabbit, where if you bowl it straight, he's going to be out. So he can contribute as well. But the field settings by Sussex really good. They've really turned the screw. Seriously attacking fields, just two men out, and making it very, very difficult by bowling tight lines over a disciplined amount of time to make it hard, and almost asking you to take a chance. Like certainly if I was in the Sussex camp, I think what you're looking to do now is to starve Billy of all the strike as much as you possibly can. Keep him off strike, limit the amount of time that balls he faces, and put the pressure on him, just to try and open up that end, and vice versa. Tim hopefully be looking to get one and get Billy on strike and let him play as the senior partner to be able to accumulate the runs the other end.
So with this pair, 57 runs needed in 18 overs. So not a lot to get, but in these conditions it's quite difficult. Another one to Billy Root, who's now faced 50 balls, so he's properly setting in and he won't want to waste this opportunity now. Now he's done the hard work to get in, get his eye in. I think his team really need him to make it count now.
Yeah. He's very evenly balanced, Billy. You know, he doesn't get too excited or too low. He's fairly rational, and he'll understand that he just needs to be there at the end. And if he is, there'll be a very good chance that if other people do what they can do, he'll get us over the line.
Lenham hasn't offered many loose balls here. Sometimes against leg spin you feel like you might get one bad ball and over to put away, but he's been pretty tight so far. A little bit of an edge there, but all along the floor, so no dramas.
Tim just pushing at her a little bit, getting his hands a little bit in front of himself, so eager to get runs. And this is the game of cat and mouse, really, of who's actually going to really take the chance. I think with he's not a huge turner of the ball, just generally fairly straight on, so to be able to defend against it, you can do that reasonably well.
Well, two young spinners doing a fantastic job for Sussex. Lenham from this end, Bertie Foreman from the other end. They really have got a bit of a stranglehold on this game at the moment. Building the pressure with every over.
I think it's very similar to how we started with Tim and Jimmy McIlroy. Disciplined bowling for a period of time where you're asking batsmen to take a high percentage risk, and that's exactly what they're doing here. These two young boys have bowled really well, disciplined over 7-8 overs, and just putting you in a position of go on, come at us. And when you do that, you're actually playing outside your comfort zone because you're taking a risk.
So, Billy Root, a lot of pressure resting on his shoulders now. As the last recognised batter who can make a contribution. He's grafted his way to 30.
Just thinking of where he'd be looking to score. He plays a very good sort of chop. Like around point, behind point, in front of point. So I think that's an area, if Foreman goes a little bit wider of off stump, he'd look to chop him down there because his deep point is moving out to cover. Got two catches.
Second slip goes in. Oh, Billy Root has absolutely smashed this. That's out of the ground and into the tennis courts. Well, what a riposte.
Absolutely great strike in this slog sweep, up over, we'll say cow corner. Great strike, just hit the top of the tent, and I think because the second slip went in, Billy probably is perceiving that he's going to throw it up, look to maybe hit the rough and turn it, and great strike, and a lift, a real lift that sort of the boys in the changing room will need. Actually probably perked Billy up a little as well, thinking that I'm actually set to take him on if I need to.
We're just checking the ball, which has just been deposited. I think it bounced. I think there are tennis courts over there, and it looked to me it bounced either into them or got very close to bouncing into them.
It'd be interesting to see now here if he throws it up again. Just takes a bit of pace off and just says, go on, hit it.
Well, long on and long off are up. Yeah. So mid on and mid on are up in the circle. So
I think Billy's quite wise. Might not take the bait. Shot.
There's a nice shot the other side, just for a single.
I would say that's Billy's trademark against sort of right arm off spin, where he just rocks away and just plays it with a turning ball. Will look to hit anywhere through point. It's a really safe shot. I think they'd be far better taking the second slip out and putting it just behind point and having deep point as well, and cut that supply of runs out.
So Tim van der Gooten still yet to get off the mark. The 10 balls he's faced. Sharp piece of work again by Tier with the gloves on.
Tim's a very good defensive player. Will score a lot more freer off the seamers. And I think they may be just missing a trick in Foreman bowling that pace and just throwing it up and not giving him the opportunity to play a couple of shots. And just trying to entice him to play over the top of the ring.
Just getting his pad outside the line, I think. Van der Gooten. That last appeal was rejected. Well, it's been a really good spell of bowling. Gone straight through. Looks like he is likely to bowl his 10 straight through in the middle. Doing a fantastic job for his team. Let's put them right in it here. That's the end of the over. 8 runs from it. Foreman 1 for 24 from 9 overs. Been a terrific display from him. And well, Glamorgan now again doesn't feel like they need to chase this too hard just to stay in.
Yeah, the added bonus in this situation is that there's so much time left in the game that you haven't got to force it. You're not going at 7s and 8s and over where you know you have to take a risk. Actually, time is on your side and you will get balls you are able to hit. It's just actually being patient enough to stay there and keep the percentages in your favour. Great, lovely shot from Billy Root. Just again rocking back in the back foot and punching it through cover.
Maybe they won't mind that, Sussex. I suppose that shows Billy Root's confidence in Tim van der Gooten that he doesn't mind taking a single first ball.
Yeah. Tim is very confident, and as long as he's in a comfortable situation where he knows he hasn't got to score runs, he doesn't need to go after the ball, his defensive game is more than capable. Great strike.
Sounds really nice. He's timed that well. Oh, I thought the bounce there had just beaten the fielder on the boundary, but in the end he did really, really well. It's a nice piece of work down there to save what looked like a certain 4.
Lovely shot there off the back foot, just punched through cover. Lovely clean strike. I thought the bounce had done him as well. Oh, he hasn't scored many runs. Tim looks very comfortable. In regards to his shot selection, his defensive play doesn't look in any kind of trouble playing and missing. He's hit the majority of balls in the middle of the bat.
It's another one. In terms of the runs, they don't need to do much more than what they've done already in this. 2 and a couple of singles. That would see them over the line.
I think when you start like Tim, all of a sudden you start with a shot, you get 2, you get another 1, you're off and running, and then that frees up
Fuller delivery, nice piece of work.
the opportunity to rotate the strike. To rotate the strike, and then what you find, the bowlers can't settle as much because you have this slight change in line and length where people can manipulate. If you just look at the size of them, the bowl to Billy, your full length is very different to a full length Tim. So if they can get around and Tim can manipulate the strike a little, it'll pay dividends, I think, in just ticking the scoreboard over a rate that keeps you active rather than being faced 7, 8, 9, 10 balls on the bounce.
So it's the last over in Bertie Foreman's spell. Doesn't very much loose at all. Really impressive from this young man. Looks like a good cricketer. Contributed it with the bat as well. So he does look one for the future, really does.
Really gives it a rip, and by that I mean he really seems as if he's looking to turn the ball rather than just bowl a tight line and cram people for space where they're able to play. He just really looks as if he wants to spin it as much as he can and cause the batsman trouble.
Tossed up a bit of a hack across the line. Gets away with it.
I think that was more intended to the floodlight the corner of the rugby than it was to go to deep square leg.
He's practicing that shot again, where it should have gone. I suppose the important thing is that he did get something on it.
Yeah.
And it didn't go in the air. So another one to Van der Gun. He moves on to 4, 159 for 7.
It'd be really interesting to see who they bring on down that end now to replace Foreman. I think this is his final over, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that with a new bowler coming on, sometimes it'll take him an over maybe to settle in, and you get a few opportunities to score, maybe boundaries, but twos, and all of a sudden you're moving again.
You do feel a couple of big overs. If Glamorgan did get a couple of overs where they got the ball to the boundary a few times, again that would just move the score on to be so close to the winning target that again I think it would just change the feel of the game. And they're clawing their way back well here. I think the threat of bad weather seems to have passed now, looking much brighter, which is a relief because Glamorgan's still behind on the Duckworth Lewis. Well, there's closer now. Currently reading 162, Glamorgan on 160, so very tight, but I think we're going to be okay, which is good news for everyone. Van der Gun smashes it and gets a 4. Well, that's a pressure reliever. It was a little bit in the air, but I think he got the direction exactly right.
Great strike. Slightly pitched up, a tossed up delivery, over pitched, and Tim really giving it all he had, really. Huge drive over mid-off. It looked, I think, as if he may get there, but I think it was quite a way over him and inside him, so great shot.
Yeah, it wasn't miles away, but I think he got the direction just right, so in the end, kind of, the fact it was slightly in the air was immaterial. And that's the end of an excellent spell from Bertie Foreman. 1 for 31 from his 10 overs, and really he really has given his team a chance.
10 overs, 2
I think his spell,
31 runs.
although he's only taken 1, it's probably changed the game, because he gives Sussex so much control from the bottom end that runs were seriously hard to come by, and he limited people's ability to take any risks against him. So a great spell, but it'll be really interesting now to see who comes on down the bottom end.
So Lenham's now the options that the captain has. Clark, the captain himself, has only bowled 3. This is Lenham, who's halfway through potential 10 over spell.
Ibrahim's looked, I would say, the most threatening seamer. I think in the current state of the game, you can't keep overs in the bag for him. If the game gets, tight,
Goes so deep, it'll be over.
Yeah, it's a waste of time. I think great.
Toss that one up. It was a genuine half volley.
I think you have to bring him on for to give him 3 minimum, just to see, because if he nips one of these out, then it's a gamble. I think he's warming up, but I think I can see him just bowling a few there. He has to come on.
So 36 runs needed to win.
interesting to see if Billy faces him, if he's going to take a few calculated risks early, maybe come down the wicket and just sort of try and put him off his length just to get to stop him settling quite quickly.
Cuts away. Won't go for 4. Some speedy work down there on the boundary to keep them to a single.
You can see Tim van Hooten's getting a little bit more confident, able to play a little bit more freely, which is a good thing, but hopefully he still has the mentality to think, right, I'm here to sort of support Billy for the next half an hour. Really
well hit by Billy Root, that one, but again they've got cover here. Hughes on the boundary. Yes, those particularly when Van der Guten's playing it, it's sort of playing those sort of cross-batted cut shots outside off stump. Tom Bevan chopped one on from there, and I think with the bounce being a little bit variable, that does seem to be the risk with that shot. Maybe if you can punch it with a straighter bat, seems slightly lower risk, but
he generally does look to play very straight. I mean, very, very correct batter for should we say a tail ender. I think he generally strikes it quite sweetly. He's a strong athlete, to say the least. I'd say I just hope. I've got confidence in Tim, in his experience, to be able to know that he will wait and wait and wait for the right ball and punch it and work it and just support Billy and let Billy play the, should we say, the more dashing shots to pick up boundaries. The one thing here is very rarely twos. So as if you play at Sophia, you generally get twos quite easily. Here it's a hell of a lot of ones.
Came back. Well, yeah, an experienced pair. That's what I think Glamorgan need. It's experience at the moment. Just to be calm in this situation.
Ibrahim on from the bottom end.
Yep, Oakwood Road. The Oakwood Road end. So Ibrahim made an impact with his first over of his first spell.
That's a good shot, coming round the wicket to Billy and just sort of slipping into his pads, and Billy just working it through to deep mid-wicket for one. Be interesting to see their field here to one slip, third man, fine leg.
Still got a slip in.
Yeah, and plenty of options for a one here. You know, there's plenty of room from sort of very short mid on. Nobody else on the leg side in the infield. Nobody gully area. Gap between point and sort of extra cover. So there are, if Tim gets a little bit of width either side of the stumps, he's got the ability or the option to drop it down and get one.
Another single to the total. Van der Guten moves into double figures. 169 for 7. Billy Root on 42. Has played really well. Has been calm when there was chaos happening all around him. Wickets tumbling at the other end. He's just played within himself.
Showed all his experience actually, and just sort of dropping anchor and soaking up the pressure. Playing some real calculated shots when he's needed to, and executing them as well. And I think that's he's probably in good form, being able to execute when you need to. And like the 6 is a great shot, but knowing that you're going to do it or trying to do it and then executing it is he would be really, really pleased with that.
So 32 runs to win. Glamorgan. Nice looking cover drive. Again, great work down there on the boundary to keep Glamorgan to 1.
Again, really comfortable shot, no risks. Just literally Billy getting forward, leaning on it, punching it through cover for 1.
So he moves on to 43.
Really good defensive shot by Tim. Not many people would get excited by that, but it looked absolutely rock solid, and you just think he's actually looking very, very capable of doing the job that his teammates are desperately wishing he'll do in the changing room.
This partnership worth 26 now, so that feels important in the position that Glamorgan were in.
And I think it's these are the partnerships that really are show the depth of the quality of the team. You know, if you've got people who are batting at 8, 9, 10 who can hold a bat and actually really understand what they're trying to do, it gives you so many options to get over the line in tight games.
Drives down the ground just for a single. Route on to 44. 30 to win now. That number getting lower and lower. And suddenly, with the sun gently bursting through the clouds, just a bit of a hazy brightness. Suddenly it feels a little bit easier to bat than it did just half an hour ago. Lanham still whirring away. He's bowled well again.
I think they really have to try and entice Tim van der Gooten into playing shots. To be content with him just being able to defend and defend and defend. By now, I think you may have realised that he's quite competent. So you've got to maybe try and dangle some bait, get him to play some shots. So you give him the opportunity to maybe hit a couple of boundaries, but you've also got an opportunity of him chipping one up in the air.
So maybe taking the pace off, offering a bit of flight, and seem to have a nice bit of loop on the Lenham, so it's sometimes judging the length for him is one of the things you sometimes think you look like you're getting a full toss and all of a sudden it's at your toes before it gets to you, so that's one of the challenges. That might be one way that he'll be looking to deceive at the batter. Fly this time, Van der Gooten's hit that over the top, no problems with that, and that's going all the way for 4.
Lovely shot, as he was saying, actually just literally a little bit more flight, slightly over pitched, and Tim coming forward, picking it up straight over the bowler's head, and a really, really good shot. Low risk, over pitched, and it just shows that if you've got the patience, somebody has to make the move, whether it's the batter or the bowler. And these two have batted really well in just waiting and waiting and waiting and not doing anything untoward or taking any risks, playing rash shots, and just having the ability then, when they get the opportunity of executing good shots and picking up good boundary options.
New bat rubber for Billy Root. Alex Horton running on there, doing a pretty swift job, I would say.
Yeah,
Lovely. He could. Takes me a lot longer to change one over when I'm at home. He kind of did that with the speed of a Formula 1 mechanic in the pits. It was impressive work under pressure out there in the middle from Alex Horton, one of the other squad members here today. Root drives.
Are you old school with a bat cone, or are you
bat
modern
cone
with sort of? I've seen it done with plastic bags. And
I have seen that. No, bat cone. I have a bat cone somewhere. Always have to sort of hunt around in the garage to find it. It would take about 2 days to find it. And eventually, and then have to sort of watch a YouTube video to remind myself which way on to put it and stuff. But I get there in the end. So Root on 44.
Gusty wind. Quite windy all of a sudden.
Yeah, there is the odd gust, isn't there? The tent that we're sitting in is just shaking a little bit. Don't think it's going to take off. It's fairly well tethered to the ground. So it just feels calmer. 26 to win. 3 wickets in hand. Not time to relax just yet, but a lot of work to be done. But this pair are doing a good job. And every time the ball flies over the top of the blade, there's a little ooh goes around the crowd.
It's been, I don't think Billy's played and missed much actually.
No.
Looked a little bit of extra effort in that ball. Probably hit the seam and just bounced a little bit more than Billy was expecting. Good shot there, just sort of over pitch leg side, and Billy just tucking it around to deep square leg. I think that's what he's very good at. He has the ability to play in a manner that's unrisky, and just sits at the crease and just waits and waits and waits, and then just picks balls off. You can see it's a little bit easier to score off the medium paces. There's a little bit more pace on the ball, and the ball actually does a lot more of the work for you, rather than when you're playing against spinners and you really have to work in generating some power to hit the ball.
Deflect it into a gap rather than have to hit it into a gap. Yeah. So Billy Root is 5 away from a half century now. And very steadying influence on this innings. And misfield there gives them another single.
It's in the last sort of 3 overs or so momentum that we're able to get more and more singles, that we're just able to manipulate the strike, and once they start manipulating strike, it's a little bit harder for the bowlers to be able to contain, and you're just chipping away at the target score. So I expect nothing more different here with Bill and Tim, just to literally sit on Lenham and just wait and wait and wait until they get an opportunity to score with a low risk shot.
So into the final power play for the last 10 overs, which means you can get another fielder out onto the boundary if you want.
That's quite interesting, whether they take the option. Yeah. Because actually we can win this in singles, so I think it's the flip side of, are they brave enough to stop the singles and make us hit over the top, which would seem to me like an option that they may need to take to put some pressure back on us.
Well, they're trying to find a balance. I think Tom Clark is here, trying to stop the boundaries, so it's got a few strategically placed men either side, sweeper either side, but is trying to offer the bait as well. Still got a slip in as well, and a gully, I think. So they're looking for wickets, but trying to give themselves enough balls to take those wickets by stopping the fours. It's that balance they're trying to strike.
I think Tim and Billy won't play a rash. Will try not to play a rash shot and just pick up ones, because they know 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 singles, you're down to 15 to win.
Short of that time. And Gooden. Another one to him. So Billy Root, 47 now. Love to get to 50, but I think the biggest reward he'd like is to get Glamorgan over the line. Absolutely. I think that's what he's focused on.
Yeah. again, really low risk shot, just slightly over pitch and leg side, and Billy Root just working it into around to deep square leg for one. And I think it's coming a point now where probably Sussex have to gamble a little bit. They have to try somehow to stem these sort of like 3 and over the last over. You know, really comfortable. If, as an example, if we get 3 this over, you're down to 17. It's slipping away without you. It's whimpering away from you rather than you really trying to change something to give yourself the chance.
So you'd think they have 4 or 5 overs here really to win the game here. Oh, and he's gone. What a moment. Ibrahim has struck, and it's Billy Root who's gone for 48, and he's holding his head in his hands as he walks off. He can't believe what he's done. Was offered some width. He swung at it. I think it bounced a little bit more, and he's edged it through to the keeper.
You can see by his reaction there, he's so disappointed. Billy Root looked like a back of a length delivery. Billy's tried to square cut it. Great catch for the keeper. As we're just watching the replay here, looks a little bit tight to cap maybe. Wasn't really out wide. It looked quite close to off stump. And now that brings Andrew Govin in, and we're in a tight run chase. See from that, the catch wasn't as far away from the keeper as I thought. The after roll made it look a little bit more dramatic, but we're in a great game.
We are. No, it's all to play for. 181 for 8 now, Glamorgan. And, well, what a moment. Andy Govin in now. Only needs 20 runs, but it's in difficult circumstances. You can look at it, it's 5 shots. 5 good shots, but it's also, you suspect it's not going to be done in boundaries. They're going to have to defend their wicket as well.
Surprised they haven't got a second slip in you. I think it's worth it, first few balls, just in case if the ball goes through there, you'd be mightily disappointed, especially to number 10.
So, Ibrahim, got 3 wickets to his name, searching for a couple more. What a win it would be for such a young Sussex side against all the experience of Glamorgan away from home. They're sensing that.
They've shown a lot of resilience, haven't they?
They have.
I'd probably come off disappointed at 200, thinking that they were maybe like 30, 40 short. And then after the start that Glamorgan had, they've come back into it and shown real desire for the fight. Really, in the middle, from the middle section onwards, they've been outstanding.
Govin shuffling down the pitch a little bit here, taking a couple of quick steps just to try and get closer to the pitch of it.
I think he's trying to take LBW out of it, especially at the start, thinking, right, if I come down, at least I can get that sort of mode of dismissal out of the picture. Great job.
Nice shot. He's timed that well. It's going up the hill here, and I think he's got enough. It's a boundary.
Great shot.
And that's being cheered by the crowd here in Neath. Terrific shot under pressure, and that gets Glamorgan just a little bit closer.
Over pitch, leg side, fairly full. Andrew Govin just leaning on that through mid on. You can see sort of the crowd calling the ball on. Great strike.
Great scenes down there. Enjoying that. The crowd down there at the long on boundary. They are fully engaged with what's going on. I hope you are too. We've got a tight finish on here. So stay with us here on the Glamorgan Cricket live stream, because I think it's going to be an entertaining 20 minutes or so.
It's amazing what a boundary does, and just to lift everybody's spirits. You know, you're almost like thinking, right, 3 more of those, and you're almost over the line.
Yeah, 16 runs to win now. Van der Guten on 16. He's done a really nice job. Again, has just been steady and calm.
I don't think Tim, I doubt very much he will change the way that he's going to play. He'll defend, and just wait until he gets a really comfortable scoring opportunity, and then look to score. Now they've put mid on and mid off slightly outside the circle, deeper for his drive.
Oh, that one was the one that was tossed up. Oh, and he's in the air, but
and this is
just inside that man at short catch and cover.
I think this is a good move from Sussex. Actually saying, well, go on, take us on. If you want to, you've got to clear us. And it's an in-between. Do I take it or don't I?
A slightly apologetic glove punch there between Gorman and Tim van der Guten, saying, sorry fella, I've probably made you feel a little bit nervous there. I'll try not to do that again. Absolutely. I suspect that's what he was saying.
Jamie McElroy will be pacing up and down. Yes.
Well, I think he was home. Good running from Van der Guten. They called quickly. Well, again, that's the sort of thing that does lift aside, taking those quick singles. 14 to win now, Glamorgan.
Critical, especially as it's going sort of leg side to the keeper's left-hand side. He's got to get across to his non-natural side and turn and throw the stumps down.
So Archie Lenham, how can he respond here? They need quick wickets. Do Sussex for this game.
It's a good start from Andy Govin, to get in to defend the first couple, to Ibrahim come forward, then realising that he has to get out of his crease towards him, hitting the forward, getting a single. So his momentum in his game is going forward.
Watchful here. I don't know whether we're going to see a more expansive shot after the one that was in the air first ball. I think he may have just decided just to sort of dial it down a little bit for the rest of this over.
Or keep it on the floor.
Yeah.
Quicker ball.
Played that well, but there is that man at short third who's there to stop exactly that.
And that's generally the get out of jail sort of card, really, playing against the leg spin, is to run it down to like sort of gully line, just behind sort of point. It's an easy one.
That one's tossed up, and Van der Guten's hit it in the air. There's a chance. He's out. Van der Guten has been caught. He took the bait. It was tossed up by Lenham, inviting Van der Guten to play the big shot. He went for it. It's such a long boundary straight, and he's hit it straight down there to the man at long off. Well, what a moment this is. This game is going to go right to the wire. Sussex just will not lie down and lose this game. They are fighting and fighting. And who would predict which way this game's going to go now?
Oh, just didn't quite get enough of it. I'd say mid-off, he's almost in no man's land. He's outside the circle, in between the boundary. Tim van der Guten looking to play an expansive off-drive, just didn't get enough of a good connection, and chips it up and takes a comfortable catch running back. So we're now with Jamie McElroy Esquire. After the game at Gloucester, is he the man, Ashley?
Well, we're going to find out in the next 10 minutes. What a moment. Wow.
Not the worst number 11.
Well, the team that wins this game is going to be absolutely elated, and the team that loses it is going to be sick as a dog. I think that's one thing I can say with some confidence.
Yes, the losing team will be immensely disappointed with the situation they've let go. Bold. That's actually quite good thinking by Andrew Govin, just to come down and just to make sure that you've got some momentum coming into the ball and you're covering your stumps, rather than being bowled at. I think it'll be interesting to see how Andrew plays this, if he's going to take singles and give Jamie. I wouldn't have thought he would let McElroy face Ibrahim. I think it'd be quite happy to play a maiden and just, or literally one ball to see if he can get down the other end and maybe take Lenham on a little bit.
So yeah, from what you know about Jamie McElroy, is he the one who's going to think, well, I'll just
defensive?
I'll hit a few, or is he more
no,
defensive minded?
He'll defend. He can score runs, but he will be more comfortable playing against seam than he would scoring against spin, I think. If you're asking your number 11 to win you the game with the bat, you've probably slightly underplayed at some point. To get one or two, that's fine, but
so you're not expecting him to try and launch it into the
he has the ability to strike a reasonable ball, but
so a wide, that's another one off the total anyway. Another one they don't have to get, this pair. Another, every single I think is going to be cheered by the crowd here. Another single to Gorvin. That means there's 3 balls now for McElroy to face, at least this over. Come down to have a chat, just make sure their tactics are straight, these two.
His main scoring shot, he'll just give himself a little bit of room, come away to leg stump and look to slap him through the offside. But I think Andy would have told him, look, you need to just block it, get something in front of it, and then like with number 10s and 11s, generally you get a little inside edge onto your pad, or you Chinese cut it, or you score in unorthodox situations. But they'll be desperate to get these 2 balls at him. Probably their best seamer, to try and knock his stumps over.
Well, they've just switched one over onto the leg side.
He's going to go straight. He's going to go straight and look to hit the stumps, and he'll look into bowl him or LBW. They'll be the primary objectives.
Well played. And again, you feel like every defensive shot's going to be applauded like a boundary as well.
That's good enough, isn't it? Just to actually stay there and try to give Andrew the opportunity of, like, if Andy Gorvin then next over can eke 2 2s, which would be very difficult on this ground, but if he can, or at a 4, then you're edging closer again.
Tight finish here.
Oh, well played. That's a nasty delivery.
Now that has left
off the pitch.
He has played it well. That could have gone anywhere. That could so easily have bounced and just caught a glove or the top corner of the bat and looped up the slip.
Yeah, I think that's hit him hard. Back of a length, reared up, literally.
Yeah. He's played that really well. I think he's just hit him on his hands, hasn't it, on the handle of the bat.
Yeah. That's a nasty delivery.
Let him know it wasn't the surprise bouncer by any means. No. He's played well there. Got himself in line, got behind it.
Hopefully get him fired up.
Yeah, well, certainly got the tendrils jangling. Nice little clip off his legs for a single. So that's another one.
May call a physio on you, I think.
11 needed.
Took quite a hefty blow there, I think. To be fair, he showed some courage there, actually, Jamie. Took in a nasty blow, and then next ball getting into it and just working it down the leg side for 1.
And he's taking his glove off and just shaking that hand a little bit. I don't think he's called for the physio just yet. So I think he's okay. Just probably wants to just inspect to see if there is any damage.
Just interested. I'd love to have been close to that conversation there to listen to what they're doing.
A helmet coming out. I don't think this is for a fielding.
Short leg. Yeah,
another short leg. Yeah. Ollie Carter going to go back under the lid.
That's a bold move, I think. Look at the bat pad.
Well, if he gets the final wicket is taken there, their genius is it's difficult to say, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm thinking more runs at this moment in time, really, and looking to bowl him. Or LBW. Generally, a googly to a number 11 is a great ball. They'll set him up a couple of leg spin balls, and hopefully a googly just run it back into them, catches them unawares.
So Archie Lenham 3 for 27 from his 9 overs. This is his final over. So you think it's going to be back to seam after this, which might suit Glamorgan a little bit more. Tosses it up.
got right forward there, Jimmy McIlroy, so that may be a sign that he really is going to look to come at him and try and cover the spin. He does randomly, he does practice a lot of sweeps and reverse sweeps. So I don't think it's the time. It's not the time to do that. But
just making sure he hits every ball here. That's the key. Just try and make sure you get a good bit of bat on it and hit it down. They're standing. No one's at the back in the crowd there. Everyone's eyes glued to this.
Good shot.
And gets himself off strike. And the runs needed now. Just 10.
I'm a bit conservative, but I would much prefer my silly mid-off to be a mid-off. And move mid-off around to extra cover and have where cover is there a little bit round just to cover that area and say, well, beat us.
Just hoping one will leap off the pitch and hit high up on the bat and just spoon off into that area. And we have seen a little bit of variable bounce. One or two shooting through, one or two leaping up. Give it a bit of width, and so single figures needed now for Glamorgan.
And it's funny, the pressures on the batters and the bowlers, because the bowlers are thinking, oh, if I get this right, I'm going to bowl them. You know, I'm in the game, and you keep striving and you trying so hard to bowl the perfect ball, rather than probably in the middle of the innings you just bowl in, oh, I'm going to bowl 5-6 balls in this area, and whatever happens, happens.
Reaching for that one, but manages to smother it successfully.
Bit of old school cricket.
Yeah, and that's the end of Archie Lenham's spell. Well, he's been terrific. 3 for 29. He's walking off kicking the turf. Maybe he feels disappointed that he hasn't got the 4th wicket. I'm not quite sure.
I think he's
why he feels upset.
I think he's disappointed that he. I would imagine he was looking to bowl a googly and didn't quite come out as he expected, really. Now, if we can get through this over, I think the next over is probably a real opportunity with a new bowler coming on, that you can get some looser deliveries where you can tuck into and get sort of, you know, X amount of runs from it, because it'll take somebody a bit of time to settle in the key stage of the game.
So it's Ibrahim, who's been the pick of the seamers. This feels like a big over. Gorvin comes down straight away, takes a single. Got
Again,
full confidence.
That's a brilliant option from Andy Gorvin, just to come down. He knows Ibrahim's not really quick enough to hit him on the head. You know, that danger's taken out of the way. Where you're coming into the ball, you get anything on it, and as long as Jimmy McIlroy's backing up, they've got a chance for one. And he's got confidence in it to do it. To do that first ball shows that he actually believes that Jimmy McIlroy can survive the 5 of them.
Well, he's been prodding at the pitch as Jamie McIlroy, trying to flatten down whatever the ball hit in the last over.
Yeah.
Can he stay there now? 8 needed to win.
Shot. Sorry for my excitement. I thought you had a lot on that one, and I was going to fly up towards us here to just flying back to the point.
Well, he's playing with a nice straight bat, high elbows, a nice straight back foot punch.
Wouldn't be the worst idea for Jamie to follow Andy Gorvin's lead, actually, and just in coming down. Come down at him, and so your momentum's going into the ball and you're taking out a couple of modes of dismissal.
Ooh, has a flick of that one, but it's another wide. And that's been cheered as if it's a 6 here. Another one chalked off the total. Glamorgan now 7 to win. 193 for 9. 194 for 9, correction. Yep, 7 to win.
No ball would be handy. Free hit, actually.
Yeah. Well, everyone's under pressure here. The bowler, the batter, the umpire.
I played.
Well,
there's nothing better, is there?
It's great. You want to laugh.
To go to a cricket game.
Yeah.
And whatever the score is, whether it's 300, 150, 400, 200, to get in when they're 9 down and you need single figures to win. Everybody's invested, everybody's excited because your heart's in your mouth.
Just looking 14 wides they've bowled, which in a
Huge.
feels like quite a lot
Yeah.
in a game this tight.
Well, that's down to 184. Jimmy McIlroy's actually hit 2 good shots here through sort of point, but hasn't quite got enough bat on it to get them through. Changing the field here, it looks like that they're going to have short leg, I think, coming in. So one of 2 things here. He's either going to bowl him a bouncer or he's going to pitch it up and look to hit the stumps.
So just trying to ask different questions, just trying to unsettle the tail enders here, make them think about something else, try and break their concentration, make them play a shot they don't want to play.
Come for the full. Come for the full option.
Thought about the single for a minute, but couldn't get it past Campbell at mid-on.
I think this ball is huge here in the context of the game, because if Jimmy McIlroy can get through this, we'll have a new bowler coming on the top end who hasn't bowled for a little while, could be a little bit stiff, offer a couple of opportunities to Andy to tuck into them.
Flashes past the outside edge, and there is a collective groan around the knoll.
Ambition from a number 11. Just to rock back and look to strike it through point. An ambitious shot, I think, especially the context in the game.
Ooh, it was wide.
Fortunately, it was through him before he actually got the bat down.
Well, so Daniel Ibrahim, who's been the pick of the seamers, he's also finished up now. So the 2 spinners who've had such control, and the pick of the seamers, Daniel Ibrahim, he's also finished up. Excellent figures of 3 for 34 from his 10 overs. So it's Jack Campbell coming back now. Jack Campbell, who opened the bowling. Again, he was pretty economical. 1 for 24. So an economy rate of 3.5 or so. But they need a wicket here.
So it looks like he's coming round the wicket. He looks like he's coming round the wicket to Andy Govin, which is understandable because he's looking to bowl it tight and run it into the stumps, not to give him any width, but you get that wrong and that's slipping down the leg side for a wide.
Govin defence.
Good start. That's a really good start from Campbell.
Well, the nerves are jangling here at the knoll. It's a tight finish.
So I'm just thinking of the gaps here. He's quite a wide gap there from first slip to sort of backward point. You can get it through there, but that's going to be a difficult shot with the ball coming into you.
So Campbell has been hit in the air. Oh, he's fallen just short of the man diving there. It's Archie Lenham diving forward, and it landed about a yard in front of him. Oh.
Coming down the wicket, Andy Govin coming down the wicket and trying to play a drive and not quite getting there, and just falling short. I think if he's going to do that and come down, he has to be really crisp in hitting the ball as hard as he possibly can.
Nice shot for a single. And Glamorgan are within 6.
Really good atmosphere actually here, isn't it? People, people are shouting for every ball wide. Just come on, Jamie Mack.
Well, the modern way is to hit this into the stand to win the game.
Yeah,
that's sort of like I'm sure that's someone like Jamie Smith, the England keeper. That's what he'd be thinking of doing. Or
I can honestly say to you, I don't really want Jamie McIlroy to be thinking they're on the end. I'd much prefer him to think, you know what, I could get bat pad here and stop it and get one and get Govin on strike.
6 needed. McIlroy facing Campbell.
Shot.
A lovely drive. It's only 1. We hit that really well.
Oh,
thought of overthrows. Big booming throw came in, but luckily they had a bit of cover. Fielders backing up.
Great shot by Jamie McIlroy.
5 to win.
Leaning back and just crunching it through just backward point.
So 5 to win, 4 to tie. All results, well, no, all results not on offer. Well, they could be on offer. They could. Oh,
shot.
that could be it. That's a brilliant shot. Gorman's got it through. I don't think he's got enough for 4. It's going to be 2. 3 to win now.
In the context of the game, shot of the day. Slightly over pitch, sort of off stump. Andy Gorman leaning into it. Perfect cover drive. I say perfect. It would have been perfect if it had gone to the ropes, but a lovely, sweet strike.
Well, Andy Gorvin got 5 wickets. An outstanding performance last game. Now he's being asked to deliver with the bat. It's a short ball. Gorvin plays well, right in behind it.
Come a little bit early then and give Campbell the opportunity to see it and just to adjust his length and bowl it short and just get it up to around chest high and stop it. But, oh, what a good over.
Did really well. So 3 runs to win, 3 overs.
Who's going to come on this end?
And just 1 wicket in hand. So, Glamorgan. This is an extremely tight finish. Sussex need a wicket. That's what they need, just 1 magic ball.
I think it's Clark, I think.
Yep.
Coming back on, and never an easy time to come on, actually.
Well, it's the captain taking responsibility here.
You haven't bowled for a while. I think in this situation, Jimmy McIlroy would be looking for a ball that's either over-pitched or short of a length, so he can just get a bat on it without taking too many risks here. And if he plays a shot like he did, gets a ball like he did the last over and crunched it through point, there's nobody out here. What have we got? Fine leg and 3rd man out, deep square out, and everybody else inside the circle.
So, Jamie McIlroy facing the captain, Tom Clark.
Lovely shot. Back foot defensive, hit as well as any shot he's hit, actually.
Clark will be pleased as well that his loosener came out okay. Because when things are this tight, you're feeling nervous as a bowler as well that you're going to bowl a long hop or some awful wide or something. But fair play, he's kept his composure too. So
tight margins.
It's about staying calm here, all round. Tried to turn into the leg side, squirted out on the offside.
He looks more and more confident, Jamie McIlroy.
Well, Andy Gorvin wants a word.
Yeah, just to say, are you okay? Take your time, a few deep breaths. Just be patient.
So 1 slip in place. 3 men in the ring on the offside. Playing it well, looks solid.
I'll tell you, actually, David Harrison would be unbelievably proud of Jamie McIlroy. He must have thrown to him 100 hours through the winter, just working, the winter before last, just working and working and working. Jimmy McIlroy used to come in and was so diligent in trying to get better as a batsman. And for situations like this, to see it is absolutely fantastic.
3 to win. McIlroy plays an expansive shot, but head it into the floor.
I think that's the one he's looking for, just a squirted square to bisect. Sort of, just in front of point and behind point.
Well, the crowd here, everyone on their feet in the stand around the ground. There's no one who's sitting down. I think in the main tent away to our right. Can't take their eyes off this.
Played. That's a great shot. No run for it, but looked absolutely technically perfect.
It's been tight from Clark as well.
Good over.
Good tight over. And I don't suppose Glamorgan will want to take this into the final over. Of course, 2 overs after this one. 1 ball of this over left. If they can take it into the next one, I think they'd probably like to finish it there if they could. Oh. And it flies past the air, just well bowled. But McIlroy survives by the skin of his teeth. 198 for 9 now. Glamorgan need 3 to win from 2 overs.
What price the tie?
Ooh, well, it must be
not
on.
that I'm a betting man or encouraging anybody to bet.
Well, I think all results definitely in play. Who can predict? So
what am I thinking here? Andy Gorvin has actually come down a lot, hasn't he? Come down the wicket to a lot of his deliveries. I think that's probably a really good option, just to take out probably being bowled an LBW and look then to manoeuvre it with the angle into the leg side for 1. Don't think he'd be able to.
So Jack Campbell Can he win this for Sussex? Well played by Gorvin. Runs it off the face down to third man. Takes a single. 2 to win, 1 to draw.
Really good percentage cricket from Andy. Coming down, knows that Campbell hasn't got electric pace to get it probably over his head and or really rattle him for pace. Coming down, expecting a short ball and being able to run it down. Got to be going full here, well, I would imagine. Campbell got to be looking to bowl McIlroy. Slip in the gully.
Solid in defence from McIlroy. Oh, so tempting. Anything he thinks he might hit, you can imagine the temptation just to throw his hands at it, but he's got to be short.
I think if
he get it under his nose, nothing too wide or too far away.
I think with the nature of being number 11, if it's outside your eye line, just outside off stump, you are very attracted to it. If he does, I just hope he goes with a kitchen sink and hits it as hard as he possibly can.
Shot. Nice shot, and that's it! He's won the game. Jamie McIlroy hits that for 4, and it's a brilliant win. The Sussex fielders sink to their knees.
What a shot.
But Glamorgan have done it. Jamie McIlroy, the number 11, not known for his batting, but he's managed to stay calm, and he's hit the winning runs here as Glamorgan win by 1 wicket to maintain their unbeaten start in this competition. And you have to just applaud Sussex as well. Glamorgan got off such a good start. They looked like they were cruising it, and then they came back into this match so well, gave themselves a real chance and got so close. Glamorgan win the match by 1 wicket, and that, Mark, has been a very entertaining cricket match.
A great game of cricket and an absolutely brilliant way to end it if you're a Glamorgan fan. Seeing your number 11 rock on the back foot and slap it as a square cut through point. I'm sure his bat sponsor will be absolutely delighted that he sent him a good piece of willow. But looking at this morning, thinking 200, or Glamorgan can get this really easily, has turned into an absolutely monumental battle to get there, really, with a cluster of wickets falling, sort of middle innings, and then middle order faltering just a little bit, couldn't really get any big partnerships. To get to that position over the line 9 down was absolutely outstanding, and credit to Sussex to get into that position. They showed so much heart for a young team, because at the start of it looked as if they were dead and buried, but all credit to them to come and really to the young spinners who bowled absolutely outstandingly well in tandem, and to put us Glamorgan under pressure. As we can see the smiling faces of the players here, they know that they've probably got out of jail actually on this one, but they're 4 from 4, and sometimes when things are going well for you, they seem to keep going well for you. Well,
McIlroy congratulated by the coach, Grant Bradburn, all the players. They're loving that. This is, I imagine they won't hear the end of this from Jamie McIlroy, but that just shows number 11s, practice your batting, because you can have moments like that. That was brilliantly played, and well, the crowd just making their way out here have been treated to a very exciting cricket match. And there's the Glamorgan card. Well, it was all going so well when Eddie Byron was at the crease. Got to a half century at really good speed and put on 65 for the first wicket, but then that clatter of wickets. Bevan, Ingram, Carlson out for first ball, and suddenly Sussex were right back in it. Billy Root and Callaway just tried to stop the rot, and Root was the man who, I suppose, really did give Glamorgan hope and got them pretty close. But then when he went, it was down to the tail end to see them over the line, and there was a lot still to be done. Still 14 runs to get when Tim van der Gooten holed out to Zach Leon Cachet. And at that point, the nerves really were jangling, but huge credit to Andy Gorvin. He stayed calm, and particularly Jamie McIlroy, the number 11, who held his nerve and eventually punched that ball through point to win the game. And, well, the bowling figures, huge credit in particular to the young spinners, Foreman and Archie Lenham. They were outstanding, both extremely tight and both built huge pressure in the middle part of the innings. Ibrahim definitely the pick of the seamers, 3 for 34, and a wicket too for Campbell up at the top. But I think one of the things there, 26 extras, including 15 wides, and in a match this tight, I think that Paul Farbrace will be looking at that with them. I think that was too many for them to concede, and arguably left them with just too high a mountain to climb in the end.
It makes a huge difference when you're looking at the scoreboard here, scorecard rather. The 26 extras plays a huge part in that, and it's probably third top scorer, I would imagine. But great contributions from the tail. I think Tim batting for 40 balls, Andrew Govin, and then Jamie McElroy, absolutely outstanding. And I think that's why in this form of cricket, they're actually quite a dangerous team, because you've got a hell of a lot of people who can bat and bowl, but you bat so deep that it gives you a great opportunity to take teams all the way.
So there's the match summary. What a game it's been. Went right down to the wire. Glamorgan win by 1 wicket, and they maintained their unbeaten start. 4 wins from 4 in the One Day Cup, and they'll head into the second half of these pool matches with huge confidence. The next home match is back in Cardiff on the 13th of August, and tickets still available. Why don't come down and support the team, as they're on a bit of a roll at the moment, playing some entertaining cricket and on a winning streak now. 5 white ball games on the bounce, this Glamorgan team, and they'll be riding high, you'd think, at the top of the table by the end of the day. So a fantastic match. It's been great to be here in Neath. Thank you very much indeed to Neath Cricket Club for hosting us. We've had a great time here and really enjoyed being part of it down here. It's back to Cardiff next week. And for joining us too, I want to say a big thank you to Mark Walton and Rachel Priest. Thank you very much both for your insight. And thank you too for joining us here on the Glamorgan Cricket live stream. I hope you've enjoyed it and you'll join us next time. So from the Knoll here in Neath, it's a very good evening.